Hello, everyone. Welcome to our nice Wednesday stream. I hope everyone's doing well. Good to see grkles in the chat because we're starting with a grkles puzzle. I have been teasing for a while the idea of a chaos construction sort of day. And today is going to be that day because, as it would happen, I just set a chaos construction puzzle to give to Ranks as a celebration gift for his 1,000th subscriber. However, while I was setting that puzzle, he lost a couple subscribers, so he's not actually at 1,000 subscribers. So I would ask that all of you go now. If you're not subscribed to Ranks stream, I'll have Tristan put a link in the chat. If you could go subscribe there as well, that is other excellent Sudoku content that is much fun as well. So if somehow you're subscribed to me but not to him, I'd encourage you to go subscribe there. Also, I'd really encourage you to subscribe here. So we have a little bit of a milestone today. This is, as Tristan pointed out to me this morning, this is our 25th stream. So 25 is a not insignificant number. So this is our 25th stream, and we now have 25 patrons, which we very much appreciate each and every one of. So if you want to become a patron, patreon.com/zetamath, but absolutely no obligation. I'm happy to have anyone and everyone here. But if you could like the video and subscribe to the channel, that would be very much appreciated. Sound and everything okay for everyone? Yeah, 10 given digits is a lot of given digits. Let's see, did I mention everything I'm supposed to mention, Tristan? I think I mentioned everything I'm supposed to mention. Sound is good, okay. So with that, we're going to start with this grkles chaos construction puzzle called Coordinate Chaos, and we're going to see if we can clear out the list of puzzles that people have given me that are chaos constructions for Chaos Construction Day. We will see. So this is a coordinate chaos puzzle. So these pills are coordinate pills. So if, for example, this, oops, let me turn my keypad on. It will work better that way. So if, for example, this read 5, 2, 7, this would say that the cell in row 5, column 2, is a 7. So this pill would be exactly saying that that cell has that value. So this has shown up, this mechanic has shown up a few times. So it showed up in a puzzle I made called Address Book, and then it showed up in a Shy puzzle, and then it showed up in a grkles puzzle. What was the name of the puzzle? Oh, I don't have the LMD page in front of me, grkles. I only have the link here. So if there's a clarification, if you could, maybe I do have the LMD page. One moment, let me pull up the LMD page. Let's read the rules here. But anyway, this also showed up, and I was trying to mention latitude and longitude. There we go. That's the name of the puzzle. I was trying to think of the name of latitude and longitude, which is a projected sum coordinate cube puzzle. Okay, so we're going to read the directions here on the LMD page and then go back. Okay, so fill the grid with the digits 1 through 9. There's each row, each column, and each 9-cell region has a single set of the digits 1 through 9 with no repeats. Regions must be deduced by the solver. It doesn't say the regions are connected, but I'm going to assume the regions are connected. But there was some chat yesterday, or some discussion in chat yesterday about whether or not in chaos constructions it should be assumed that the regions were connected, which is a very terrifying line of thought to me to imagine that we're suddenly going to be getting chaos constructions where the regions are not connected. But maybe we will. Okay, so as I explained what the XYZ pill means, and you always read them either left to right or top down, so you don't have to worry about the orientation. And each pill crosses 2 region boundaries. Okay, somehow I don't think that was in the the rules over on CTC. So there's a boundary here and a boundary here, for example. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, was like maybe one where 8 of the 9 are connected. Already, this is just leading to terrible, terrible places, since I can't seem to make a chaos construction puzzle that people don't say is a high 5 anyway. Uh, like, poor Simon spent 2+ hours on Keep Talking and No One Explodes, and I'm a little worried that the puzzle I made for ranks might be harder than that one. And so finally, for each pill, the cell it references must be in a region containing that pill. So I think I've got all of that. And I think the punchline of that is that I get to reset the puzzle so that we're back at 0. And I get to pull out my edging tool and draw in these. Bloop. And those, and these, and these, and these, and these. Hey, Peter, and so welcome. Yeah, I've got a bunch of people here already. So we've got Peter, we've got David, we've got grkles, we've got Directionary, got Jay. Doing well. We've got Russ, got Sotek, got Daniel, got Acid Helm. Yeah, we're off to a regular. Carl is here. We're off to a regular Zeta Collective reunion. Sarvesh is here. Jaleb is here. Doing very well in terms of collection of these things. I'm going to start coloring regions because there's lots of forced geometry here. If I color this yellow and this blue, for example, already yellow is forced to come out like this. And so now blue is forced to come out like this. There's no way this isn't a new color. But I kind of want to think about... I want to think about this a little bit. So yellow has to come out again, of course, and now yellow has to come up, because yellow can't be the color that enters this region. And so now this has to be a color. Could that color be blue? I'm pretty sure this color can't be blue. This is too awkward to somehow have blue encircle yellow. So this is another color. Let's make it green, and green is going to have to go up. And so now yellow is going to have to come up. And because yellow has had to come up, blue is going to have to come up. And we've got a regular smorgasbord of regions going on over here, I believe. Okay, so now do I know that this is not any of these colors? Yeah, this can't possibly be green. It can't possibly be yellow. So this is some other color. We'll make it purple. So purple has to come out, which means that blue has to come out, which means that purple has to come out. So yeah, we've got a whole razzmatazz bag of snakes here, as Sotek says. Now, green can go right. Yeah, why do I have that there? Not for any good reason. Good. So thank you, Directionary. Much appreciated. I just got overly excited for Chaos Construction Day and started putting in boundaries places. You can fully enwrap a 9-cell region in a 9-cell region. Let me show you. So this is a thing that always bothers me, but it's possible. If I do that, this is a 9-cell region that completely enwraps another 9-cell region, Sotek. You can, but it has to be in a corner. And so you're completely right. Once you get up to much bigger than 9x9, suddenly you can start doing it on an edge. And then once you get up a little bigger than that, you can even do it in the center of the grid. Because ultimately the perimeter the perimeter of a region should grow slower than the area. And so if you imagine getting larger and larger and larger, then eventually, no matter how large, eventually you'll be able to do it. That's the point. And so, yeah, so in a corner in a 9x9, you can do it, which is always an annoying edge case. But yeah, on an edge, you can't. So it's not possible, no matter how efficiently you want to do it. It's not possible to put a compact, and I realize I'm completely breaking all the rules here. It's not possible to say put a region like that where it's surrounded, because you'll notice that this is now 11 cells. So yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, I was really excited to see Violet Owl make it. That was a really cool puzzle. I quite enjoyed doing it on stream. Okay. Let's see. Russ says row 9, column 5 must be a new color. Yeah, this has to be a new color for the same reasons we've been saying. I'm uncertain if I want to color it, though. Because I might want to save the new color for the colors over here. Like, this is definitely a new color. So I think I might want to start over on this side. So this is also got to be a new color, right? Yeah, this can't be green or anything else for the same reason that we were just saying. So this can be, let's see. I think I actually want to replace blue over here with orange so that I can use blue here so that it's a little more visually distinct. So red's going to have to go up, so blue is going to have to go up, so red's going to have to go up and over, so blue is going to have to go over. Blue can't go down because it has to be, yeah, there has to be a region boundary there. Hey, Sam, welcome. So, what color is this? This has to be a new color, right? Doesn't this have to be part of a new color that does that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So, yeah, this can't be gotten to by any of the various things without creating exactly the same problems we've been describing. So we're already into the ugly colors. Sorry, gray. So this goes up like this. Okay, and so now we get to chain this whole thing. So we push green up, so that pushes yellow up, so that pushes orange up, so that pushes purple up. And we've got a whole smorgasbord of things. I don't know why I'm on smorgasbord today. Maybe I'm hungry. I'm not sure. Let's see now. Could this be one of our colors that already exists? Let's see. No, green can't get there. And certainly blue can't get... Oh, maybe gray could get there? I bet gray could get there. Yeah, gray could get there. No, gray can't get anywhere close to there. What am I talking about? Gray's already got 5 cells. So this cell is not one of our colors either. Yeah, this cell is not one of our colors, so it's a new color. So it can be light gray. So it's going to go out light gray. So that's going to force red out one further, which is going to force blue over. Now blue is the only color that can take this cell. Hey, Changeable. Welcome. Okay, so now gray has to get out, in fact, 2. And so now green has to get out 2. So now yellow has to get out, really 3, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And actually, then yellow's done. grkles did promise that this puzzle was easier than my chaos construction puzzles. We'll see if that we'll see if that actually proves to be true. I don't usually trust grkles' estimations of difficulty. So that forces orange, forces purple, which forces orange more, which forces purple more. And in fact, purple is now forced to here and is done, if I counted correctly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's all done. And now orange is going 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And yeah, we should do region dances. It is Chaos Construction Day after all, so we should do region dances for the regions that we finish at the start of each puzzle. Region dance. We've got our region dance less than 10 minutes into this puzzle. I'm going to suspect, I count that again. Uh-oh, that's too many orange cells. Well, orange is a special 10-cell region. Let's try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Aha. There we go. Okay, so orange only goes that far. First region only. We can't dance for every region, or we'll be dancing all day, and we won't get all of the chaos construction puzzles done. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Thank you, chat, for finishing or for noting that I put 10 cells into a region. Appreciate all of you to keep me here, because this could have been a disaster. So now blue has to take 2 more cells, and now red has to take another cell, and now gray has to take another cell, and now this isn't gray. Let's see, you can go dark gray now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dark gray has to finish like that. Green has to keep going. Boy, we're just going to be done the coloring before we've done any puzzle. Let's see. So red has to keep going. So gray has to keep going. Now, there's no way now that this cell is a color we already have. So this is going to be our last ugly color, which is unfortunately going to be black. But we will, in time, I'm assured, have less ugly colors to choose from, but we don't for the now. So we make do with what we have. That's 6. Okay, so blue is going to finish here. Red, let's check. Red is still missing a cell, so red's going to take that cell, and now red is done. Let's see. So light gray is going to come up here. So black is going to come out across like that. Let's see. Okay, so chat can vote. Would they rather I use black, or would they rather I reuse a pretty color up here that's not going to touch it? Whichever works is good. Okay, so that's going to be light gray. I can't click the right color. This is going to be a long stream. Let's see. So black is going to have to go out and out. Let's see. Okay, so, and these are all done now. So let's see. So light gray is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Black is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Light gray is as annoying as black. Well, we can reuse colors. Let's see. Yes, it is not as though I intend to never do a chaos construction again. So I think the vote seems to be to reuse other colors rather than using the ugly colors when possible. So let's see. We'll try that maybe. So we've got upper blue and lower blue. Yeah, light gray is not a great color either. Yeah, so this cell, I guess there's a couple things. Okay, so I think we might actually have to think about the puzzle now, as disappointing as that is. So first of all, there's already a 9 in purple, so there's going to be a 9 in one of these 2 cells, and it's not that one. Because if this was a 9, that would be saying that there's a cell in one of these 3 regions in column 9, and that's not going to work. So this is talking about the location of the 9 in one of these 3 regions. And so I think that means we get to do a digidance. Pencuri notes, actually, we get lots more than that, because we now also, we can also do, and this would have been much easier than that deduction, we can also place the 6 here. Okay, But this is now about the location of the 9 in one of these 3 regions. So what are the options? So it can't be the location of this 9 that's being described. Because if it was the location for this 9, well, that's 1, 3, and I cannot put a 1 here. Can it be the location for this 9? Well, no. That is... that is 9, 1. I still can't use a 1. Or a 9, for that matter. So this is the location for the orange 9, and so the column of the orange 9 is definitely a 2. So I'll write a 5 in the cell, just to keep you on your toes. And so this is either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. I don't know that I really want to pencil mark this, but this is the location of the orange 9. Okay. But it's not 4 or 5. Oh, yeah, it's not 4 or 5. Okay, so I will actually write this down. Okay, so this can't be 1. It can't be 2. It could be 3. Could be 3. It can't be 4 or 5. It could be 6. And it could be 7. It could be 8. I think those are all possible. Let's see. I'm told it cannot be 3. Let's see. That would... Oh, because that would put a 9 in a place where there's already a 9. Got it. Okay, so this is a 6, 7, or 8. So that is good. And so now, as Sarvesh points out immediately, now we can bounce back the thing we just did, which is to say, okay, now 2 in purple needs to go somewhere, and it can only go here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I'm noting that this blue needs a 2 as well. Can't be a 6 as it is the region. I'm not sure I understand that yet. Okay, so let's fill in candidates for these. So this is going to be the coordinates of something in blue or gray, because it can't be the coordinates of this digit in red. So it's definitely not... It's definitely not 9, 9. So what rows are these regions in? Well, that's not super exciting. They're in rows 3, 4, 5. Sorry, not 3. They're in rows 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But I know this is not a 6 or a 9 or a 5 by Sudoku. So this is a 4, 7, or 8. Now, what columns are these in? They are in columns 5, 6, 7, and 8. So this is a 5, 6, 7, or 8. Now, as noted, there's a little bit of Sudoku that can be done. It's not a 6 because there's a 6 in the row, and this is not a 5 because there's a 5 in the region, and this isn't an 8 because there's an 8 in the region. So we actually have a very, very small number of possible cells that this could be. In fact, I'm going to put a circle on every cell that this could be talking about and investigate them. So it could be talking about 4, 7. That would be row 4, column 7. That would be that cell. It could be talking about... well, sorry, it can't actually be this, and I'll tell you why in a second. But let's mark them all. Could be row 4, column 8. Well, that's not valid. So in fact, actually, neither of those can be a 4. So let me explain why. So it can't be 4, 8 because that's in yellow, and yellow is not a valid place. It can't be 4, 7 because that would be saying the location of this digit in red is there, except the location of this digit in red is here. So in fact, this is not a 4. It's just a 7, which then forces that that's an 8. And so now... we know that we're talking about row 7, column 8, which is there. Hey, Chip, welcome. So these two digits are the same. I don't know how I want to write that. I'll do it like that for now. Let's write in what the candidates for this are. I think it could be 1 or 2. It can't be 3. It can't be 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. Okay, so it is 1 or 2. I'm a little frightened about why there's poop machine discussion in chat, but whatever. Hey, Bronte Man. If you have a preferred pronunciation, let me know. I know I've seen you a number of times around. As well as welcome, Josh. I don't think I officially said welcome, Josh. Okay, so this is only 1 or 2. Okay, so let's write in what these cells can be now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the only options that these can be, just even not thinking about anything but Sudoku in the row. But of course, this one can't be 2 or 4 because of Sudoku in the region. And then this one I think can be anything. But let's think about now what region the cells are going to have to be in. Hey, Ambrose, welcome. So the cell that this is referring to has to be in yellow, green, or gray. Of course, if it is in gray, then it would have to be referring to this cell exactly, because whatever digit this is where that digit shows up in gray. And unfortunately, that is in row 9, column 5, and this can't be 9, 5. So in fact, these coordinates need to land in yellow or green. Now, yellow and green are each sort of up here-ish, but their column numbers are not 1, for sure. So this is a 3 or a 5. Okay, so we can write these down. So 3 and 5 are our possible rows. So I guess I should really say 3 and 5 are our possible rows. And then in terms of possible columns, it could be column 3, could be column 4, or it could be column 5. But it can't be column 1 or 2. Because we can't go over there. And it can't be column 5 either, because this pill is in column 5. Thank you, Jaleb. That is a smart spot. Uh-oh, did I screw that up? Do I need to go back? Let's see. So this is in row number... Oh, I think I did this backwards, didn't I? Let's see. I maybe need to go all the way back. Okay. Sorry. You're right. I think I reversed rows and columns, which is something I am wont to do. Okay. So, yeah, yellow and green could be, as far as row number, it could be literally any of those. As far as column number, though, it can't be in column... Oh, I just then applied it to the wrong thing. Yeah, this has to be a 3, because it can't be in column 1, because remember the row is up here. And it also can't be in column 5, and this was Jaleb's point, because if this were a 5, it would be saying the position of this digit in column 5, except again, that's not a thing. Can't do that. So this is a 3. So no. Why can't green go to column 5? It's not that green can't go to column 5. Green can get into column 5. But I would be talking about the location of this digit. And this digit is in column 5. So whatever this digit is, I can't repeat it in column 5. So yeah, this has nothing to do with where green is. This has to do with the fact that this cell's in column 5. I think that Simon and Mark from Cracking the Cryptic have been streaming Escape Simulator. I got Scott Strosahl to stream some Insight, which is a game I really recommend if you're into puzzles. I think Insight is great. It's like a $4 game on Steam. So now that we know this is a 3, now we actually can remove 1 and 2 from this cell, because now this is referring either to that cell or that cell. I don't know which one yet. But one of these two is the same as this cell. Let's see. I'm going to X those for now. One of those is that digit. I wish I had more symbols, because I'm going to have to start repeating circles soon if I'm not careful. Let's see. So... yeah, so I'm trying to decide if I know anything about where this is going to end up. Yeah, I guess I could use flashes of the ugly colors. That's fine. So these can be black flashes. These can be... oh, sorry. I cannot use a gray flash. I am actually using gray. Okay, so these can be... well, I'll use black flash once I run out, or sorry, I'll start using black and light black flash once I run out of symbols. Because I only have 2 flashes I want to do. So ergo, that is a problem. Okay. Well, that was successful there. Let's do the same venture here. Here the row number for these could be literally anything, because I think you can eat... well, sorry, it can't be literally anything, because it can't be... let's just fill in the Sudoku options first. So it's not 1, 2, it could be 3, 4, 5, not 6, could be 7, oops, could be 7, not 6, could be 7, can't be 8, could be 9, I believe, at least naively. The column, though, is super restricted, because green at most makes it over to column 6. So this is at most 6. But this is not a 6. Let's see. It's not a 1 either. Let's see. Yeah, that might be all I am able to say for the moment. Let's see. Oh, this can't be a 4 for the same reason... oh, wait. Actually, yeah, this can't be a 4 for the same reason as before. If this is a 4, it would be saying where this digit is in column 4. But this digit is in row 4, column 4, so that can't be what is written there. So this can never be a 4. And in fact, this can never be a 4 either for exactly the same reason. Because it would be saying where this digit was in row 4, and it can't. So this is 2, 3, 5. This is 3, 5, 7, or 9. So let's see. Do I want to fill in this? I guess this can be so few things I want to fill it in. It can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. It could be 5, or 6, or 7, or 8, or 9. Well, that started out better than it ended, but we'll make do. Let's see. 9 and 6, 7, or 8. Yeah, 9 is in... okay, so 9 in orange. That's right. This is telling us the location of 9 in orange. It's in one of these places. Sorry, 6, 7, or 8. So in particular, this can't be 9, is Chester's point, as well as Daniel and a couple other people. We know the 9 is... we know the location of the 9 is in one of these places. Yeah, there's an invisible black 9 over here is correct. Oh, sorry. Well, there's an invisible 9 down here. There's a slightly visible black 9 here that's ruling 9 out of this cell as well. Sorry, people were telling me different reasons why this couldn't be 9 and why this couldn't be 9, and I conflated them. But this couldn't be 9 because of this coordinate pill. This couldn't be 9 because there's literally a 9 sitting above it. Okay, so let's continue this adventure. Okay, I should probably have done this one, like, basically as soon as I possibly could. So by Sudoku, these can be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Except this one can't be a 7 or an 8. This one can't be an 8 or a 5. But now we've got to think about, okay, what row number is this thing showing up in? So it's showing up in blue, red, or gray. So the row number is at least 3, so it's not 1. Could it actually be in... Oh, no, it's not blue, red, or gray. It's blue or gray. This thing's only in blue or gray. So it actually can't be row 3 either. Blue and gray both start at row 4. This can't be a 5 because of the 5 in the region. That's a good point. So we're starting over here. Now, we are talking about the location of this digit and so we again have to ask, could I be referring to the location of this digit in blue? And so one trick with these, and sorry for ruining this for those of you who've not discovered it, is that entries along the diagonal where the pill number is on the diagonal are very powerful. And the reason for that is because this pill can never be referring to itself. Because if it were referring to itself, this would need to be an 8-8, and it can't be 8-8. Also, there's a 5 there, some people are pointing out. Okay. So this is actually referring specifically to the location of this digit in gray. So we're going to have to think about that in a moment. Okay, so we'll continue our adventure. Okay, so this is referring to something here on down, but it's in gray wherever it is. So the columns that gray is in are columns 5, 6, and 7. So this can only be a 5, 6, or 7. So it's not a 1, 3, or a 4, or a 9. So this just is a 6. It can't be anywhere else. Which is huge because there's only one cell in column 6 in gray, and it's in row 9. So that's a 9. And so these two cells we can black flash. Black flash or white flash? Maybe white flash would look better. We'll white flash them. There we go. These two cells, sorry, not those two. These two cells contain the same digit. So this is not a 3, a 6, a 7, or a 9. And so this is not a 2 or a 5. What did I do? Did I not count 6 correctly? What's wrong? Tristan is upset about something, but I don't know what it is. So I'm just going to keep going, and if something is terribly wrong, we'll fix it. Okay, so yeah, so we've got those two are the same. All right. Let's see. Hey, Egon. Egon says, I think row 4, column 3 can't be 5 because only green could take column 5. Good point. Right. That's absolutely right. So, yeah. So this digit, again, I did not somehow keep in mind the same reasoning, but the same logic applies over here, and Egon's completely right. This pill can't be discussing the location of this digit in green. It can only be discussing the location of this digit in yellow or orange, because if it was discussing the location of this digit in green, it would need to put a 4-4 here, which it can't. So, in fact, the column number here is not 5, because only green got over to column 5, and we have not gotten there. Yeah, this has been really, dare I say, very approachable and quite enjoyable. I was not expecting this to be. I was not expecting to have this much in the grid 30 minutes in. I will say that. Okay, so 9, 6. Okay, so those two digits are the same. Let's see. Okay, so these, yeah, that digit goes there or there. Let's see. Do I want to do the same thing for this pill? The reason why I'm a little wary of doing the same thing for this pill is that there's going to be a lot more options. But let's try it. Why not? We'll regret this, but that's okay. What's the point in living if you can't do things you horribly regret? Okay, so can this pill be discussing the location of this digit in red? If so, the pill would need to say that this was that this digit was in row 6, column 9, which unfortunately is possible. This could be a 6 and a 9 and refer to this. Yeah, so this is allowed to point to itself. That's fine. But if it was not, if it's not pointing at itself, then this thing is in yellow or blue, which are both above, which are both column 5 and above. Sorry, row 5 and above. So the row can't be anything other than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because if it's referring to, basically we know the cell being pointed at is either this cell or it's in one of these places. It's in one of these highlighted cells. So those range from row 1 to row 6. And this one sees a 1, as Andrew points out. And this cell, now it's talking about the column. Well, the column can't possibly be 1, 2, or 3. And maybe that's all I know about this column number. Oh, well, it's not 8 by Sudoku. So maybe I know something else. Let's see. Oh, we can eliminate 8 from row 7, column 1. Okay, let's see. If this were an 8, let's see what Afraid Not... By the way, welcome, Afraid Not. I think I might have said that before, but welcome either way. If this was an 8, that would be saying that row 8, column 2 is a 9. And that can't be a 9 anymore because we placed a 9 over here. Good catch. Great catch, Afraid Not. So I think this one has a lot more optionality. I think we should try and force the other ones before we try and force this one some more. Let's see. So maybe we should fill in... Okay, let's look for irregular Sudoku stuff that we can do. So... trying to think about things like, okay, do I know something like where is 5 in red? And I guess all I know about 5 in red is that it's in one of these 3 places. Could do more region stuff. I'm all in favor of doing region stuff. Where can 8 go in yellow? Let's see. Oh, Afraid Not's going to do all the irregular Sudoku for me. I'm very here for it. So 8 in yellow can't be here or any of those places, or any of these places. So yellow, which has 7 cells already. So yellow has 2 more cells, and it has to get an 8 somewhere. And the only place it can get it is here, because yellow can't get to this cell. So this cell is a yellow 8. By Afraid Not's point. Let's see. So now yellow only gets 1 more cell. Let's see. Carl says 9 in top blue can only go in 1 cell. What about here? Could 9 in top blue go here? So I think the 2 places 9 in top blue can go are those 2. Let's see. can't go above gray, or gray can't get a 9. Ah, good point. Good point. Right. Okay, excellent. So where is the 9 going to go in blue? And so we can just highlight all the 9s for a second. So blue can't get a 9 in any of these places. It can't get a 9 there. That's just not a 9. And so it's certainly not going to get a 9 in any of those places. And so it looks like there's 2 places where blue could get a 9. But we have a beautiful point from Daniel, which is, I think, Daniel explaining Carl's point to me, that actually I have not placed a 9 in gray, but I know the 9 in gray goes in this column, so that can't be a 9 either. So the only cell in blue, no matter what cells blue takes, the only place it can possibly get a 9 is there. Which is going to strip 9s out of these, which is now meaning this cell's not self-referenced anymore, which I don't think is going to do anything. But this pill is no longer self-referencing. So because in order to be self-referencing, this had to be a 6-9 combination, and it can't be anymore. Are you already done with your meeting and everything, Glum Hippo? Let's see. It does mean this can't be a 6. Because we needed... That only worked if this was referring to... If the cell was self-referential. Okay, so... So 9 in red is now interesting. 9 in red can't go there. Yeah, so 9 in red is going to go in one of these places. I'm looking at the fact that I have to place all of 5, 6, and 7 over here. I would really love one more digit that has to go over there, but I don't have it yet, I don't think. Let's see. Oh yeah, blue still gets more cells. Green still gets more cells. See, I probably should just pencil mark these remaining cells in this column because they're quite restricted, and who knows what they could be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. This one can't be 6 or 8 immediately. This one can't be 8. This one can't be 6. So that's something. Hey, Chris, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Okay, 9 in yellow is locked into column 8. Oh, let's see. Okay, so 9 in yellow can't go there. Yeah, 9 in yellow can't take any cell. Yellow only gets one more cell. So I'm convincing myself to follow through on Glum Hippo's point here about where the 9 is going in yellow. And so the 9 in yellow actually can only go in one of these 2 cells because of the fact that 9s are congested along here. Okay. So then... Derek asks, where is 8 in column 9? And 8 in column 9 is certainly over in one of these cells. So none of these are 8. And so now where is 8 in column 7? 8 in column 7 only goes here now because 8 can't repeat in red. That is a great spot. And I think it's going to place 8 in this column, isn't it? Oh, no, I still have 2 places 8 can go in this column. Let's see. Which is 2 go in upper blue. Can't it go here, here, or here? Upper blue only has 1 more cell. Okay. Upper blue only has 1 more cell. Yellow only has 1 more cell. So neither of them can get to this cell. So this cell's also green. I can do that. Can't go above gray for the earlier discussed reason that gray's 2 is definitely in here. So blue can't take a 2 here. So in fact, blue has to take its 2 over here. Okay, that was well spotted, Chester. So now this is not a 2, for what it's worth. Let's see. 8 is placed in purple. Let's see. So not there, not there, not there, not there, not there. Yep, 8 is placed in purple. Good spot. That's an 8. So that's not an 8, either in the corner or the center. Oh, and row 9, column 9. Right. So row 9, column 9 is now fixed. And welcome, Meme Rister, by the way. Congrats on your cracking the cryptic feature. I think I mentioned in Rank's stream the other day that you are becoming one of my favorite setters. You have submitted you've set some absolutely amazing puzzles that we have done on the stream. Let's see. So that's a 1. So that's a 4 and a 4. And this 1 says that's a 1. And now we can get rid of those. And we can get rid of the white flashes. That's not a 1 anymore. That was a good spot, by the way. Way to come in. Hey, Casey. Welcome, welcome. I am sorry if I hurt your feelings by not noticing you immediately. Let's see. Okay, so now this 4 places that's a 5, and that's a 2. And so now this 5, 3 says that 5, 3, that's a 2. I know. I'm sorry. I feel bad. So that's a 2, so that's a 3. So that's not a 3. Okay, and so now we can go back to our bulbing. So that's going to be circled, and this is referring to either row 5, column 3, which is that one, or row 5, column 7, which is that one. Well, I know which one it is, because this digit is not the same as this digit. And so that's not a 5. That's a 7. And so that's not a circle. Oops. And so ergo, this is a 5, 6, or 7. It's not a 5. It's a 6, 7, or 8. It's not a 6 either by the region. So this is not a 5 or a 6. It's a 7 or an 8. Just by the fact that these are the same. Oh, and it's not a 7, because there's a 7 right there. So it is an 8. We won't discuss why it took me so long to figure out that this wasn't a 7. Okay, let's see. So someone has noted 8 in row 4 is placed. Oh, I have placed the 8 in row 4, I suspect, in a completely different way than they had hoped. Sorry about that. Let's see. All right. Okay, so this is saying 6 or 7. Yeah, I never actually did my circly bits for this, but what is this referring to? This is either referring to row 6 or row 7 is a 9. I should circle those. So one of these two is a 9. That's the moral of the story. I don't know which one yet. Still don't know which one, actually. Yeah, this is a dye job. I dye my hair salt and pepper for dramatic effect. It lends me credibility as a professor. Let's see. Okay, this column, oops, does not have 3 9s there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's 1, 4, and 7 are left in yellow. That one's not a 4. That might be about all I know there in that story. Let's see. This isn't unkempt enough for you? Or is it not massive enough? It's just unkempt and not massive. Okay, 8 in red. Has become... let's see, don't we already have... Oh, 8 pencil marked in red. And that 8 has dislodged that 8 pencil mark, which has placed 8 in red. Good catch. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, great. Okay, let's see. This is not a 7 because of the region. So I think it's only a 1, 3, or a 5. This is not a 7 because of the region, or whatever other reason you would like to say. Alrighty, let's see. What's left in this column? We still need a 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3 and a 4. And a 5. Oops. We've got a 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so this is 1, 3, 4, 5. Can I eliminate literally anything from those? Maybe not. Let's see. I kind of want to just fill in that green doesn't take this cell, because if green takes the cell, it's a whole column, and that's kind of sad, and I don't think grkles would do that to us. I think grkles would want to make us happy by making blue take this cell instead of that one. Let's see. Glum Hippo says row 1 and 2 of column 6 is a 1-5 pair by leftover logic. Let's see. So yeah, I need to put 1 and 5 in this column somewhere, and those are the only places that they can go. Good catch. Let's see. And so by the same logic, these are a 6, 4, 7. Because those need to go in this column somewhere. And so now this is a 1, because I need to put 1 in column 7 somewhere. And I have no choices. So that's a 1, that's a 5, that's a 1. That's a 7 out of nowhere, to borrow the Simonism. Okay, so that's not a 7. Was the finally to me placing that 1? Has that 1 been there a long time, or is the finally to something else? Do I want to know? Maybe I should not dig too deep into this. This is a 4. These aren't 4. It's okay. I'm a slow zeta, so I won't complain. Let's see. Okay, so there's a 1. Oops. We've got a 2. We need a 3. We need a 5. We've got a 7, 8, and we need a 9. Okay, this is not 1 or 3. Let's see. This is... looks like it could be anything. This isn't a 1 or a 5, though, so that's exciting. Oh, I've got a 1, 3, 5 triple now, so that's a 7. I don't know where that came from, but there's a 1, 3, 5 triple in this row, so that's the none 1, 3, 5 digit left to place in the row. So these aren't 7. Zater's gonna zate. I like it. Okay. Should we call the Patreon the Zater Club? Is that the name we should go with? Let's see. The long stringy regions. Yes, the long stringy regions are very nice in terms of the leftover logic. Yeah. This has been a very kind chaos construction, at least so far. I'm sure the sting is yet to come. Okay, what is left in this row? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are 2 and a 3, and I know the order. That's a 3, that's a 2. Let's see. Are we suggesting we call my subscribers windmills? Am I like some sort of Don Quixote type figure? I'm not sure how I feel about that. Let's see. These are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. This is not a 9 or a 3. Because they're huge fans. I see. Okay, these are not 5 because there's a 5 in the region. That's not 5 because there's a 5 in the region. While we're at things that aren't 5s. I pressed the wrong button, did I? Let's see, that's not 9. Tilting at windmill, so we could do that. Let's see. This is not a 3 or a 7. Could be anything. Let's see. The 7 in row 4. I already have a 7 in row 4. When did I place this? Didn't I place the 7 in row 4? Like, you might be significantly behind, Sotek. Because I think I placed this... Oh, no, no, no. I see it. Wait, no. Does this tell me something? Is this... No. Didn't I place this a long time? I'm confused. Row 1, column 4 is a... row 1, column 1 is a 4. Saith chat. Sorry, I had that, Oh, it was already there. Ah, got it. There was somewhere where I had pencil marked a 7. Got it. Okay, so we're saying that if I fill in all of these, I will get a digit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this is not an 8. That's not a 1, by the way. And so, in fact, that's a 5, 6, 7 triple, so this is a 4. So yes, as promised by chat, if I fill in purple, I will get a digit. These aren't 8. I don't know why I even filled in 8. There was already an 8. We don't talk about it. We move on and go about the rest of our lives. Let's see. 8 in column... Oh, it was not saying that I can find the 8. It was saying you should have already found the 8, you numpty. I see. Okay. Can put 5, 6, and 7 in red. Okay, so yeah, so 5, 6, and 7 in red have to go in these 3 cells. That is a great spot, Barbie. So that works out like that. And so now we have a 6, 7 pair in this row. And so that means that this is a 3, 9 pair to finish off the row, except that can't be a 9 because there's a 9 immediately below it. So that's a 3, that's a 9, that's a 5. And that 9 gives us a circle. Good catch. So that 9 tells us that this was actually row 6. Stop, back up. Uh-oh. What did I do? This is a 6 or a 7. Wait, how did I get... Oh, it's because there's 3 cells to fill in. Sorry. Yeah, I just missed that. Okay, yeah, so this is 2, 3, 9 is what chat is telling me. That one's not a 2, so that's a 3, 9 pair. So, in fact, that's the 2. Okay, good job, chat. You saved me from a disaster. Because we now actually know that that's the 2. So these 3 digits are 3, 6, 7. That one's not a 7 or a 3, so it's a 6. So these aren't 6. Let's see. Yes, please continue to breathe while viewing. We do our best to facilitate this. Okay, so I know what this quadruple is, although I suppose it's not going to be super helpful, is it? 2, 3, 4, 9. Let's see, this is not a 2. This is not a 2. This is not a 3. This is not a 9. Yeah, that's about what I figured. Let's see. Is anything interesting going on in this row? Yes, there is something interesting going on in this row. The math didn't work out, and it's because I placed a 6 here and then never bothered to place the 9 that went over here. So 3, 6, 7, 3, 6, 7, 4, 6, 7. Let's see, row 4, column 8 is a 9. Yep, just got that, Pencurry. Thank you for pointing it out. That's the sort of thing that's very easy to have sort of linger around. And that 9 looks left. So it does. I filled this in as a 5 before. but then it got stolen from me in a cruel twist of fate. But I have it back, and I'm glad to have this 5 back. Okay, so that's not a 5. That's not a 9. So these are a 2-4 pair. Let's see. How am I doing on 2s? I have almost all the 2s. But I am missing... Yeah, I'm missing a 2 here. And I'm missing a 2 in one of these 2 places. Okay. Readdress the pill in column 9. Yeah, okay. So let's do our whole xe bit with this. Okay, so that digit, where does it go? So if this is referring to row 2, then it goes to 4, which it obviously doesn't. 6 or 7. So the only one of those that's plausible is 6. So 2, 6 is a possible combination. And row 4, column 6 or 7, because if it's row 4, it can't also be column 4. The row 4, 6 is not in the right place. And 7, also not in the right place. Okay, so this is in the wrong region. It's not in a region that crosses the clue. This would repeat the digit within red. And so ergo, the only combination is that this is a 5, referring to this 5, which is in row 2, column 6. So to answer your question, Daniel, about whether it's time to reconsider the pill in column 9, I think the answer was yes. It was a good time to reconsider the pill in column 9. So that's a 7. This is a digit. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I think it's a 4. Let's see. Okay, so that's a 1 and that's a 4. No, that's a 4. So this is not a 4. This is not a 1 or a 4. There are too many digits left over in this row, aren't there? Don't I have something mispencil marked? Oh, no, I only have 4 digits. Okay, never mind. I don't think I have anything mispencil marked. Okay. So blue now can't take this cell, because blue has a 4 now. So blue is forced to take this cell, because blue can't take this one, and blue has to finish. So blue finishes here, exactly as I had hoped. So blue finishes with this 5, 6, 7 triple. Let's see. I'm sure I have more. Okay, now yellow only gets 1 more cell, right? Yeah, yellow only gets 1 more cell. And unlike blue, yellow doesn't have a 4 yet. So yellow has to take this cell in order to get the 4. And so green now has to finish, and it just gets the leftovers that no one else wanted. So green gets this, poor green. But on the bright side, when green takes this, green appreciates it and tells us that this isn't a 6. Or sorry, that this isn't a 7. It's a 6 because there's already a 7 in green. So this is a 6. That's a 7. That's not a 7. That's not a 6 anymore. We have a 1-5 pair in green, so that's a 6. That's a 5. So nothing in this column is a 5. Very little in this column was in danger of ever becoming a 5. Yeah, I think it's probably just scanning from here unless something. Oh, probably there's going to be something like this 7 over here puts a 6 over here. And so that being a 6 tells me that that's a 9 to finish up my coordinate doku. So I should not forget about that. So that's a 3. That's a 9. Let's see. That's a 5. That's a 1. That's a 4. Let's see. That's a 5. That's a 3. Uh, I hope they had a good day at Hippo School. Uh, let's see. Okay, so this is looking at a 3 and a 9, so it's a 1. Uh, let's see. There's a 7 in the region, so this is a 6. Let's see. There's a 4 and a 9 in the row, so that's a 3, so that's a 2, so that's a 4, so that's a 9. Let's see. If I look at this row, there's a 5 and a 6 in the row, so that's a 7. There's a 6 and a 7 in the row, so that's a 3. This is not a 3 or a 6, so it's a 7, so that's a 3, and that's a 7. Okay, 6 and 7 look over, say that's a 5, that's a 1. Oh, and then out of nowhere, we're done. I've still figured we had about 20 random cells to fill in, but we're there. Yeah, very nice, very nice. See, I'm curious what difficulty rating. Okay, so LMD gives this a 4. That seems pretty reasonable. I figured this would be a 3 or a 4 based on that. But yeah, that was a really nice puzzle, and I quite admire how everything fit together so smoothly. And if you hang around, there will probably be another grkles chaos construction later to finish off chaos construction day. But we're going to take a quick break. Thank you again to our patrons, who are, as always, going to be thanked on our Be Right Back screen. And so I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back, and then we'll have more chaos constructions. Welcome back. Special thanks to the windmills. Let's see. Okay, so next up, we have an exum arrow construction from Abed. See, actually, I see this is the second one. Should we do the first one? Maybe we should do the first one first? He sent me the second one and suggested that one. We'll do the second one. But there are some extras. Okay. So we're going to have a grid that's going to look something like this. And so here are the rules. And we have to decide if we want to do this in Penpa or CTC. We'll get to see it. So we need to divide the grid into 9 regions. Now, in this one, we have the additional constraint that regions can't contain 2x2 squares. So this is a sometimes rule for chaos constructions. It doesn't always happen. Every row column contains digits 1 through 9. Yep. A clue outside the grid indicates that the first X cells in the row or column from that direction are in the same region, where X is the first digit in the first cell from that direction. Moreover, the next cell is part of a different region. Okay, so I am looking at I'm trying to understand this this 3. It looks to me like this 3 is saying that there's 2 cells here in the example. Oh, sorry, no. The clue is okay, got it. Sorry. The clue is telling me this digit says that there's 2 cells. It's saying look at the first digit. And then I haven't gotten to the part yet where it says what the clue outside the grid actually means. A numerical clue is the sum of the digits in those cells. Got there. Arrow rules apply. Digits along an arrow sum to the digit in that arrow's circle or capsule. A capsule designates a 2-digit number. And so outside arrow clues act as X-sum clues. Digits along an arrow belong to the same region, while the arrow's circle always belongs to another one. Okay. So let's give this a try. Hey, Abed, welcome. I'm looking forward to this one. Let's see. Let's open this in CTC. Let's see. Okay, so I think I understand the rules now. Unfortunately, they're repeated over here. Okay, let's see. Is that viewable? That is viewable. Okay. I certainly am going to need to turn error checking off because I'm going to get... Okay, the conflict checker's already off. All right, so the way this works, by the way, if you've not seen something put in this way, is that basically this outside region here is not really part of the puzzle. It's just it's the border, and this is a way to sort of get it into F puzzles. Love.
Can you shout out Daniel as a new patron?
Oh, welcome to our new patron, Daniel. Thank you. Welcome to the windmills. Okay, so without knowing too much about life, the universe, and everything, I know all of these are in a region, and this... Oh, wait, no, I don't know this is in a different region. I know all of these are in a region, though. And interestingly, all of these are X-sum clues. Or, like, they're all clues that say how many digits were allowed to move into this direction while staying in the region. So, yeah, that's very interesting. Okay, so, of course, these digits can't sum to more than 9. If this actually is a 9... Interestingly, that actually says that all 9 cells of this region are accounted for from here. Don't know yet, but this is a very interesting constellation of things. Okay, so this is we can go ahead and throw in 6, 7, 8, or 9 in these cells. I apparently turned my keypad off. I'm guessing that the way they did this is to go into fpuzzles and do the set regions thing and just set it so that there's 2 regions. And so then fpuzzles will let you do this in an 11 by, sorry, not 11 by 11, a 13 by 13 grid. The sum, the arrow can't be 6 or 7 because of x sums. Okay, I think I believe that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this arrow is 6, 7, 8, or 9 for exactly the same reason. But we have this extra little hoodiggy that's being pointed out by Barbie, that if this were a 6, for example, what would that be saying? Well, these would have to be a 1, 2, 3. But now this digit has a real problem, because this digit's at least a 4, and so it's saying the sum of the first 4 cells in this direction is 6, and that's not going to work. So that's not a 6, and the same problem happens if this is a 7. I put 1, 2, 4 here, and so now this has to be at least 3. Except it being 3 won't work with 7 because of the weird fact that you can't have an x sum of 7 that starts with 3. You can try it, it just won't work. And it certainly can't start with a digit higher than 3, so this is always an 8 or a 9. Okay. So 57, by the way, welcome 57. Says that, and welcome Barbie, by the way. I don't think I said that yet. Welcome again to David. This is row 5, column 1 is not yellow. How do I know this is not yellow? Yeah, so the circle is an x sum for the row, and it is the sum of this arrow. At least is my understanding. Abed will correct us if I have misunderstood something, but I'm pretty sure that is how that works. Okay. Well, while I think about that, let's also note these two can't possibly be part of the same thing, because this constellation of... Oh, no, sorry. Never mind. Sorry, there are not x sums clues on these. Sorry, there are no clues over here, so we will not pay attention to that. We will try our best to forget that. I mean, it may very well be true that these are not in the same region, but the reasoning I was going to give was completely dependent on something else. Yeah, it's not an x sum clue for column 1, though. It's just telling you the sum of these 3 digits in column 1. Okay. So, do I want to think about what these digits actually are? Let's see. Carl says that both 8 and 9 on the circle outside row 1 need a 1 on the arrow. Okay, so let's check that. So if this is a 9 with a 2, 3, 4 here. Okay, if this is a 9 with a 2, 3, 4 here, then what's this digit going to be? Well, it's going to be at least 5, and that's never going to work. Okay, so that's really interesting, actually. Okay, so because we have to remember there is an x sum over here that adds to 8 or 9. Okay, but I agree, if I make this a 2, 3, 4, then I force this to be at least 5. That's not going to work. So in fact, this digit is at most a 3. This is a 2 or a 3 for sure, because I can't make an 8 or a 9 x sum with a digit more than 3. And I can't make an 8 or a 9 x sum with 1 either. So there's a 2 or a 3 here, which is, I guess, a different way to say 2, 3, 4 doesn't work. And so there's definitely a 1 on here, which means that this digit is at least 2. So these are part of the same region at the very least. I don't think I want to try and highlight that yet. Okay, so let me go through the options. If this is an 8, then there's a virtual 2, 3 pair in the column, which then, and J is on the same point, which would make this way bigger. If this is a 9, then this, yeah, all the options for 9 also involve a 2 or a 3. So yeah, there's no way I can put a number other than 2 or 3 here. So actually, this digit is always at least a 4. So that actually gets us a huge chunk of real estate down here. And now note, yellow is either 8 or 9. If yellow is 9, that says yellow is done over here, because that will give us a total of 9 cells in yellow, described by this. If this is an 8, yellow gets 1 more cell. But blue is going to grab all of these. Now, there's a double-digit x sum here. So this is at least 2 cells in size, this double-digit x sum. So that cell is definitely blue. And likewise, these two are at least in the same region, because it's a double-digit x sum. Oh, that's right. Sorry. I'd completely forgotten. Thank you, Russ, for reminding me of the Nurikabe rule. There's not allowed to be 2x2 regions in things. So this is now a new region down here that's starting down here. So I'll go ahead and green all of that over here. Okay, so this actually has to be a 1 because of the Nurikabe rules, right? If the 1 were up here, that would make a 2x2. So in fact, this has to be the 1 because of the no 2x2 rule, right? Chat agrees, I hope. And so now this is a none 1 digit. And so now by the Nurikabe rules, again, this can't be... Yeah, this can't be yellow. This is a different color. Okay, I now agree. Because once the 1 is known to be here, yellow extends out of these. And so yellow here is, or sorry, whatever digit is that's here, we know it's going to extend at least here. But now actually we know this is a 3 because actually whatever red is, it has to get out. And so this is going to be a 3, and then it's going to have to turn because it has to stop there. And so now red has to turn here. And so now we actually know this is a 2. Wow, this is a sweet opening. And we know, of course, those aren't... Okay, and so we know yellow down here has to extend. And so we know that this is going to be a 5 or a 6. So in any event, it extends at least that far. And now this arrow does the rest of the work. because this arrow, once I know that this has to be at least 5, the arrow is going to go here and drag this out to the end, which makes this a 9. And yellow's finished. And so we get our lovely little region dance. Region completion dance. Woohoo! We are dancing for regions as well as digits today, since it is Chaos Construction Day. Yeah, that was very cool, and not at all what I was expecting to happen, I will confess. Okay, so 3, oops. So these 2 digits need to add to 6. So they're either 1, 5, or 2, 4. I don't know which yet. But I know this digit's not a 1, because if I look at this digit has to be a 2 or a 3, but it can't be a 3. Yeah, it can't be a 3, so it has to be a 2. So that's a 2, that's a 4. Means this digit doesn't continue, red doesn't continue down there, so now red has to continue over here. And now some new region is entering the picture down here. On second thought, it's going to be purple instead of orange, just for better contrast. We know this isn't red. Could this possibly be purple? No. Red has to take a whole bunch more cells. So red has to take this cell, for example. So purple now has to take this. Purple now has to take this cell. Okay, I've got a new region down here. This region cannot be one of our extant regions. And so this new region is going to be, let's see. I'm going to steal blue from down here, make blue orange down there, and make this blue. So blue has to go at least that far, which forces red to go at least that far, which forces blue to go at least this far. Purple's got to go like that, of course. So now red has to keep going. And now red is done, I do believe. And so blue is going to have to keep going, at least that far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, blue has one more before it finishes. And we know what's going to happen, because now this cell's not allowed to be a 1, so it has to be a 2. And so blue's going to come here and finish. Oops. And so now purple's going to have to keep going down here. And so this cell is either a 1 or a 3. Not sure which. Okay, so now this arrow is interesting because 1 and 2 in the region are already gone. So this is at least 3 and 4. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. And these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, just as far as digits go. And the only way that this is allowed to be a 3 is if these are a 4, 5, and that's a 9. This cell got filled in like a million different ways, as Chad is pointing out. Thank you. So that's not a 6. Okay, this is at least 4. Okay, so let's actually briefly entertain the possibilities of what this could actually be. So it's not 6. Could be 4 or 5. Could it be 8? Unfortunately, I think the answer is it could be 8 if green did exactly that to finish, which seems unfortunately plausible. What's this cell? This cell I also need to think about. Sorry. This cell also has to be at least 4. Okay. That's the point. These two cells together are forcing an awful lot to be true about orange. I had not appreciated that this is also 1. So we're going to be forcing orange into some sort of shape like this. And so there's at least 2 cells up here. Of course, this can't be a 6 either. It can't, in fact, be more than 5. So there's going to be at least 2 cells over here. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think this... Okay, so this is going to be 7 plus 4. I think this can't be 8 anymore. Yeah, if this was 8, that would not work. And this can't be 7 either, because if this was a 7, I'd be putting 7 cells here in this row, and then I'd be putting 4 cells here. That's too many cells. So in fact, the upshot of all of this is we get a 4-5 pair here, and these two are orange. Okay, and this one we know is definitively not orange because we remember that the 2x2 rule exists. Who says we don't? I am not British, I regret to say. Okay, so let's fill in these digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are 7, 8, 9 triple. So that's cool. All right. The last orange cell has to extend column 1 or column 8. Ah, yeah, you're right. Okay, good point, Chris. I know roughly where the last orange cell is. It's either there or there. So, in fact, actually, I can draw borders in all of these places. Okay, I believe that. Okay, now, here's where I have to think about the fact that this arrow actually has the sum of these cells. So there's no possible way this is a 5. Because if this was a 5, then this sum would be 24 plus 9 is 33. And I cannot make 33 in 3 digits, no matter how hard I try. So if you look carefully at what's happening with this arrow, this actually has to go 4, 5, like that. And now these digits on this arrow have to be huge, because this X sum is, at the very minimum, oh yeah, it has to be, these have to be 7 and 8. Yeah, these have to be 7 and 8, because the absolute minimum these can be is 24, and the absolute maximum these can be is 24. So these are 7, 8, 9. These are 7, 8. That's a 9. Now, whatever region this is, and we're again in the point where we're running out of good colors, but it has to get out, and as soon as it gets out, it takes the whole arrow. So I'm going to go ahead and blue those. That's only 8 cells? Oh, that is only 8 cells, you're right. That does not change. Oh, that means I didn't actually know. Oops. Ah! No, that's not what I wanted to do, and you know it. That means I didn't actually know about the borders. Okay, everything else I did is right, but I don't actually know because orange is not done. I don't actually know that orange can't take these. Sorry. It's okay, Chris. I completely believed you. I was like, wow, how did I not see that? But my region counting today, or my counting not to 9 cells in a region has not been good today. But we can re-blue these. Okay, so these are 7, 8, and 9. Okay, this digit... okay, interestingly, yeah, this digit can be 1, 2, 3. It can't be 4. It could be 5. But 5 is the most it could possibly be. Oh, well, this is... So, sorry, I could do better. It's not 1... because this is a double-digit sum. So the X sum will not be double digits if this was a 1. So I do know green extends at least that far. And so this could be double digits if this was a 2-8 or a 2-9. But then we run over to this. And so I do know also... Oh, sorry, I don't... Oh, yeah, I am going to know. Okay, is it possible that green takes these? And I think the answer is no if I think about it. But maybe it's not. I have to think about arrows that sum to double-digit numbers, which is not a thing. Yeah, 8 and 9 are taken in the green region. Oh, good point. Good point. Sorry. By the way, welcome, Keegan. Welcome to the Windmill Collective. Welcome, Zoran, as well. Glad to have a bunch of new faces today, as well as a bunch of familiar faces. Okay. 8 and 9 are gone in green. So when I said I could get to a double-digit sum by putting a 2 here with the X sum, that was a lie. I cannot. So this needs to be at least a 3, which means this cell also has to be green. Which means green can't possibly take this arrow, and I no longer have to think about math, which is all I've ever wanted. Because if green took this arrow, it would now have too many cells in it. Though someone else might want to count that. But I'm pretty sure green would then have a jajillion cells in it, give or take. Okay. If this was a 3, what's the maximum I could make this? Because Chris is saying this actually can't even be a 3. If this is a 3, I could put a 6 and a 5 here. 3, 6, 5. 3, 6, 5. Well, let's think about it this way. What is this sum? There aren't that many options for what this sum is, right? I mean, I suppose I technically could even write this in, that this is 24. I didn't, but let's see. So the row adds to 45. Ask Simon if you don't believe me. These sum to 24, 28. So this sum is at most... let's see, if this were 32... The sum's at most 13, actually. Oh, good point, good point. Okay, so 57 has the way to think about this that involves less of thinking about the numbers, which is great, which is to point out if this is a 5, then that looks good until you realize that green is now also taken these cells, and so now green has a jajillion cells. So excellent catch, 57. So this has to be a 3. Okay. So these cells I should write in. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So yeah, so this sum over here is at most 13, but at least 11, it looks like. Okay, I feel like I should know what this is pretty soon, but I do not yet think I know what this is. Hey, Kodak, welcome. And welcome, 11 Tacools. You get to see lots of me miscounting today, since it is Chaos Construction Day, and we get to try and count to 10. Good point. Okay, good point. Chris points out, I was trying to see if I could rule out low digits, but that was wrong. I should be ruling in high digits, because if I omit either the 5 or the 6, this can't sum to a double-digit total. So the arrow needs a 5 and a 6, so this is not a 5 or a 6. So we get that. Okay, we still have that this is a 1 or a 3. Let's see. I'm unfortunately rapidly running out of clues that I have not used, which is a problem. Yeah, this is definitely a new region. I think I actually probably want to make this. I think I want to make this the region. Okay, so this can be a new region. It can be red. This is not the same region as this. Oh, wait, maybe it could be. Sorry, no, it could be the same region as that. Either this is the same region as that, or that's the same region as that. Oh, could it be blue? Sorry, it could probably be blue. Yep, it can just be blue, although I suspect that's going to break a bunch of stuff down here, but let's not think about it till we absolutely have to. But this is a new region down here. But I don't quite know exactly what I'm going to do with it. It's either going to break out there or through here. If red breaks out through here, it's going to take all of these with it. Okay. Okay. Afraid Not is looking at this X sum and noting that this X sum. Oh, and I now see Barbie has an excellent point as well. But this X sum now can't contain 7, 8, or 9, but I need to get to a double-digit total. So what if I... what do I need exactly a 4? I'm confused about why I need exactly a 4. Yeah, Barbie is correct. Blue cannot take this arrow because that would be putting 6 arrow cells, and 6 arrow cells will sum to a minimum of 21, and I can't make the circle sum to 21 since they're both single-digit circles. So, in fact, this is not blue. Let's see. The arrow in row 6. Can't be red. So it wouldn't be able to get out without making a 2x2. Oh, let's see. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. That is beautiful. Okay. If this arrow becomes red... Oh, what if I do that? No, that still doesn't work. Yeah, is there a clever way for me to see this, or do I just have to see it? So the observation is, and this is from Changeable, and it's a very good observation, is that if I imagine the world where these are red, I have to connect these, and there's no way to connect them that doesn't make a 2x2. So here there's a 2x2 with green. Here there'd be a 2x2 with whatever color goes over here. And there's no way to avoid that universe. And so, in fact, actually, red gets out not through the arrow, but through this cell. Although I guess red doesn't technically have to get out at all if red is exactly that kind of square. But red can't take the arrow, is the point. Okay. Oh, red can't be a square that would have a 2x2. Yes. Yes. Okay, good point. Row 7. So Tristan has a proposed path, which is for it to take row 7, columns 8 and 9. Oops, row 7, columns 8 and 9, and then row 8, column 9, and then the arrow. That still creates a 2x2 in green, Tristan. Welcome, Keegan. Good to have you, I think, back. I think I recognize your screen name. So red does have to take this cell. And now that red has taken this cell, it has to take these cells. And now that red has taken these cells, it can't take this cell. And And of course, it can't continue along the arrow. So let's see. Could red finish down here? I think the answer is absolutely not. Red could take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. There's no way for red to finish down here, so red has to take this cell as well. Okay. So back to Afraid Not's point. So the total here, it definitely has a 5 and a 6. So it's either 13 if we also have a 1, or 14. Sorry, it's either 12 if we also have a 1, or 13 if we also have a 2. So let's think through this. So that means the total that I'm going for after removing the 3 is either, if I remove a... if I start with 12 and I remove the 3, I need a 9. I still don't see why that needs a 4. Couldn't I do like 1, 8? Oh, I can't do 1, 8. Sorry. 7, 8, 9 are gone. Okay, that's the point. 7, 8, 9 are gone. So if I want to make a total of 9 with 7, 8, 9 gone, I need to use either 4 and 5 or 3 and 6. And I can't use 3, so that's not going to work. If I want to instead get to 11 plus 13, I need to get to a total of 10 without 7, 8, 9, then I need to 6 and 4. So Afraid Not's point, I believe we have just proven, although I literally would not have seen this in 100 years, I don't think, is that there has to be a 4 in one of these two cells for this to work. Because of the fact that I need to make either 9 or 10 in these two cells without using a 7, 8, or 9. Okay, and so this is a 4, and then it's a 4 with 5 or 6. So these digits are from 4, 5, 6. Oh, and by the way, that 3, or this is also not a 3, so that is a 5. So that actually resolves all of this nonsense once you have that. So this is a 13. I can go ahead and fill that in for people who enjoy that kind of thing. So these are not 4. So this is not a 5, not a 5. So this is not a 7 anymore. Now this arrow needs to sum to 13, so it needs to have a 2 on it. So that's a 1. Okay. So that was productive. Very hard to see, but very productive. We're very rewarded for the fact that Afraid Not saw that. Let's see. 4 and 3 in row 2 is an excellent point, courtesy of Carl. 4 in row 2 cannot repeat in red, so it has to go there. 3 in row 2 cannot repeat in red, so it has to go there. And that 3 there now bounces along and says that's a 4, so that's a 9. Excellent, excellent. So that's not a 9, for whatever that's worth. These digits are a 7, 8, 9, and that one's not a 9. So we actually have a 7, 8 pair in this column, although I don't know that it's going to do a lot for us. Let's see. So these cells are a 1, 2, 3 triple down here. Hey, Calzone, welcome. Welcome back. I know you've been becoming a regular around here. And let's see. You tell me I can also place 3 in blue. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful. Yep, 3 in blue has to go here because there's already a 3 down here. So that's a 3. This is not a 3. Okay. Now, it's really tempting for purple to grab these two cells because purple needs 1, 2, 3. And it would get 1, 2, 3 down there if it took them. But that sadly is not quite a... Although, let's see. If purple doesn't take this cell, then purple has to go down. And so purple would have to do something like that. It's getting to the point, actually, where what purple's doing is so restricted that purple going down is going to be really close to forcing there to be a square. In fact, it does force... No, purple would have to take that cell, too. Oh, boy. So yeah, if purple doesn't take those two cells, it has to take these two cells in order to avoid creating a square. And then red would come up and take these two. Oh, no, that doesn't work, because then this wants to be a 2. Yeah, I don't think this works. I don't think there's any way for this to be a 1. Yeah, if this is a 1, it's red. And now this is a 2. What color is it? Well, red is done. So this is now... well, it's going to have to be purple, and that's... Actually, maybe that works. Maybe I could do purple does that, and red takes this cell? I think that's just possible. I think that's just possible. This isn't a 2, by the way. I know that because there's a 2 there. This isn't a 6 because there's a 6 in red while we're at it. So I think there's just enough optionality down here that I think I can't rule it out, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to work out that way. By the way, welcome, Listesh. Always good to have you around. Okay, so... oh, let's see. Can we guarantee that this is purple? Yeah, because if this is 1... In the universe where this is 1... Okay, so I think I agree with Listesh's sort of compromise proposal, which is that I think this cell definitely has to be purple. Because if this is a 1, then this cell can't be some other thing, because that other thing would have to try and get out around here while leaving room for purple to finish. And that would definitely break this arrow, because I'd put too many 1, 2, 3s in this row. I cannot put 2 1, 2, 3s in this row outside of the arrow. So yes, so that is purple. Okay. I am happy with this compromise. Okay, so... I kind of want to just fill these in just because the digits are so specific. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. So this is not a 1. This is not a 9. This is not a 3. This is not a 2. Okay. See, whatever this digit is, in orange, it's going to have to go either up here or up there. Orange taking this cell looks really nice from a point of view of avoiding 2x2s, but I can't, I cannot prove it. Let's see. Ah, okay. What about this arrow? Can this arrow avoid having a 1 on it? It cannot, because if this arrow doesn't have a 1 on it, then because red already has 2, 3, and 4, the minimum it could make was 5, 6. So that's not going to work. So this has a 1, and then a 5, 6, 7, or 8, but it always has a 1 on it. And so this cell here, this is actually 6, 7, 8, or 9, based on that. That's not the 5. Let's see. Does knowing the 1 is in one of these two cells do something magical for us? I would really like it to do something magical for us. I have not yet found the magical thing that it does, however. provided that it does something magical. Could just be a random stray observation. There we go. Not the 6 either. Yes, that can't be 6 either, because there's a 4-6 pair looking at it. Gotcha. Thank you, Listesh. So actually, let's fill in this column. This column has, let's see, it needs a 1, a 2. We've got a 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we've got a 7, 8, 9 we have to fill in. Well, this is not a 2. This is not a 1 or a 2 or a 9. This one at least is not a 9. That one's not a 9 either, or an 8, or a 7. So this is actually guaranteed to be a 1 or a 2 because it's on an arrow. And numbers on arrows of length 3 can't thing. Let's see. Yeah, this has got to be, people in chat, Afraid Not and Vebi are saying this has to be a new region. And it does. The only thing I think that you have to convince yourself of is it can't be blue. But if it was blue, that would put 2 3-cell arrows in blue, which I'll repeat would have summed to at least 21, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's too many for 2 single cell numbers, even if they could both be 9. So yeah, so let's go ahead, and I think it's actually productive to make this dark gray, and this is our last region. If people are being honest about the number of regions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I think I agree about that. What about the arrowheads? Are these arrowheads unattractive? Is that the complaint? Let's see. Is there a hidden single in that column? Oh, there is a hidden single in that column. Good spot. Where does 9 go in this column? Whatever column it is, it's column 6. Yep, there is a hidden single 9 in this column. Good spot. Good spot, Keegan. Oh, okay. So people earlier there were boycotts of light gray. What if I make it like a slash? Like we make it like a Neapolitan light gray. By the way, welcome to Sven, who has organized and added all of these features and carefully made this. So I'm very excited to watch that. Oh, CTC has a chaos construction feature. Wait, how do we know that CTC has a chaos construction feature? Isn't CTC not out for another half an hour? Maybe Tallcat knows secret information. Twitter, got it. Is it going to be Totally Normal Cat's one? Because I'm kind of surprised Totally Normal Cat's one has not shown up on Cracking the Cryptic yet. Well, it's another popcorn feature, eh? Modify the arrow of red. I mean the arrow in red is done, so it's not so worrying. Okay, this is not a 9 anymore, and so ergo those aren't 8 anymore. So that's actually very helpful. The 9 in blue, yeah, the 9 in blue knocked those off, so that knocked that off. Oh. No, there's not. There's a 2 in one of these 2 cells, is what I know. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. I've seen those pictures, but he does always wear that giant striped hat, which really adds to the height, but I don't think that should really count when talking about how tall you are. But I don't know. I'm not a height expert. Okay. So these are 2, 5, 6. Heightologist, yes. I'm not a heightologist. I went to grad school in something else. Uh, okay, the 2... Oh. Uh, okay, let's see. Let's test this. 2 of 2, 5, 6 need to be in row 9. Wait, aren't they all in row 9? I think I'm missing a... Yeah, I kind of want to, like, fill in what these can be, but they can be a lot of things, unfortunately. Uh, oh, I guess... Yeah. This has to be a 5 or a 6, right? That's one thing I can conclude. This cell has to be 5 or 6 because the 2, 5, 6 in column 9, well, the 2's there. 1, 5, or 6 goes there. There's no way I can put a 5, 6 somewhere other than there. So I think that is what Listesh was communicating that I was not understanding. But yeah, if you look at column 9, the only place for a second 5, 6 is up yonder. Oh, let's see. There's a food-related disaster. Uh, ah, you could just eat everyone's food, can't you? What region can reach row 8, column 8? Is a good question that I have been asking myself. I think green is one option, and I think gray/gray I think could as well. If gray/gray did that, I think that would be okay. Let's see. We need a 4 in red, so it doesn't take row 4, column 9. Okay, red is currently at 4, 5, 6. Red is currently at 7 cells. So is there a reason red couldn't take, say, that cell and have the 4 here, Listesh? Green can't because it would need a 5 in addition to the 2. Yeah, it is true to say that we do know what the digits that green needs are. Green needs a 2 and a 5. So green could take one cell here, but not both, because the 5 is already gone in this row. But it could say 2 there, 2 there, 5 there, whatever. I am not sure. Let's see. Yeah. So green can't. Okay. Yeah. So green. Okay. So sorry. Now going back. So yeah. So green can't reach over and take here because if green reached over and took here, green would not be able to get a 5 because the 5 would be there. Got it. So okay. So this is definitely gray. Okay. So, so gray either needs to do that and leave that to green, or that and leave that to red. I think in all options, gray takes this cell. Right, there's no way this cell isn't gray. Oh, no, it could... Yeah, there's no way this cell isn't gray, right? Yeah, this cell has to be gray. I I'm having trouble articulating exactly why, but it would break the 2 by 2 constraint. Because if I imagine that this cell's not gray, let's just fill in that it's blue. Well, then gray has to take this cell. And now what's taking this cell? Well, it's going to be... Oh, wait, no, sorry. It could just... Red could take this cell, green could take this cell, and gray could sneak up. Yeah, so this could be red and green. So yeah, these could be different colors, is I think the point. Never mind. I retract. Does that mean row 7, column 5 has to be green? Okay, good point. Okay, so green now can only take one cell over here. This is an excellent catch, Eleventicles. You are a very good windmill. Because this over here, if green tries to take 2 cells, well, it could try and take those 2, but that's going to create a huge problem because now gray is disconnected, and gray is not going to wrap around here to connect back there. And if green tries to take these 2, now green has made a square. So green has to take this cell no matter what. That is a very, very good spot. Okay. Which is now creating some interesting tension for what's going to happen in here. Because now suddenly this mess is going to be hard to disentangle without creating 2 by 2s. Let's see. Row 7, column 2 is now blue, says Shek. By the way, welcome, Shek. Great to have you here. There's a question mark missing between row 9, column 5. I don't think there's a negative constraint here. Yeah, not all outside clues are necessarily given. So unfortunately, there's no negative constraint. So I'm inclined to agree. What is going to take this? Well, it could be blue, and it's going to have to be blue. Because gray can't take it anymore. Even though gray is 2 colors, it now has to reach down here, so it can't also reach over here. That would require more cells than gray is allowed. Would require just completely ignoring all other things. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It would require 10 cells. So yes, so this has to be blue. But is Shek what you would like me to call you, or if you prefer a different pronunciation or a different subset of your name, let me know. So yeah, gray was now unable to take this cell. Okay. So one of these 2 is blue. Curiouser and curiouser. The clues that are left have to do a lot of work. Because there's a lot left to fill in and not a lot of clues left. Like, these clues are all completely done. This clue is not yet completely done. This clue's not completely done. Hey, Torvald, welcome. Good to see you back. Hopping stream today. People must like chaos constructions. Which is good. I like chaos constructions. What is the right question? I'll take top 5. I'm going to take a real quick break. I will be right back. I should have done that before I sneezed, but I didn't get to it fast enough. I have returned. I realized I put up the screen again, so chat could not stare at the grid. Let's see. If row 4, column 9 is 3, the behated cell, if this is 3, where is red getting a 3? And then the answer is probably in column 7, like maybe there, for example. And then orange could get a 3 up here somewhere, and we could just keep pushing all of these all around. 3, 4... Yeah, what am I missing? I have an X-wing on 9s in green and yellow. Well, that's sweet. I do have an X-wing on 9s in green and yellow. So these are not 9. That is a good spot. So just to explain that, if you've not seen this before, I know there's a 9 in one of these two cells in yellow, and there's a 9 in one of these two cells in green. And that's going to consume all of the 9s that I'm allowed to put in columns 2 and 3. So this is what Calzone saw. And so what that means is I can't put a 9 in one of these two places. So there are no 9s there. And so now the 9 in orange is actually really running out of places to be. In fact, I think now the 9 in orange has to be here. Because orange can't get to another cell where it could possibly take a 9. Because of the X-wing rules out all of those cells, and this cell just has a 9 there. So now that cell is a 9. Gorgeous, gorgeous spot, Calzone, there with that X-wing. That was very clutch. I think I'm using that terminology correctly. Why don't I write the candidates in for this cell? That seems like a smart idea. Let's see. This can be 2, can't be 3, 4, could be 5, can't... Yeah, this is only 2 or 5. As we've noted, those are the only things left in green. Okay, I'm hearing that places more 9s, which I am here for. Let's see. So the 9 now... 9's not here in red because of the X-wing again. So the 9 in red, just because it's ruled out by Sudoku over there, places a 9 in red over here. Sorry, that kind of 9, not the center mark kind of 9. I mean, you can center mark it if you want. I won't complain. So that's a 9. Okay, so now where is the 9 going in this column? I guess the 9 in column 7 is going to go in gray. Let's see, is the correct question now, where does 9 go in this row? Where does 9 go in this row? It does not go here, 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 here. Yeah, 9 goes here. In order to finish row 6. I think this is row 6, because, yeah. So, Derek saw this right as I started to explain this. So that's going to place a 9 there. Great. Now, gray needs a 9. That's going to have to come from here, because this is going to be the last 9 in the grid. So that's going to be gray. The last 9 in the grid outside of this X-Wing, to be clear. Okay, so, yeah, one of these 2 cells is also gray. And it's not that one, because this would create a 3x3, so this cell is red. Okay, excellent. Okay, so I think the calzone spot is going to have been the key to everything. Because now gray has to get out, and so gray is going to take that. Isn't a gree like a good luck charm in Caribbean culture? Not quite the same thing as gray, but close. Oh, and we can go ahead and zip that up. Okay, so now red has all of its cells. So red is done. And so now red can't take this cell, so now purple must take this cell. Hey, Jessica, welcome. Glad to have you back. People have been suggesting that we refer to viewers as windmills, so we're going with that for the day, and we're doing chaos constructions for the day. Red only has 8 cells. Oh, red only has 8 cells. Darn it! I thought you would let me get away with that. Okay, so red takes one of these 2 cells. Darn it! It had 9 when I counted the first time. 8 cells. 8 cells. Yes, 4 and 4. So red takes one of these 2 cells, and purple takes one of these 2 cells. So actually, I know these 2 cells. Oh no, purple could take this cell as its last cell. Okay, so yeah, it's unclear if I'm tilting at the viewers or the viewers are tilting at me, or exactly how this whole windmill thing is working. I don't know, but it works out. So now Derek is claiming this actually can't be a 3, because if it is a 3, it's purple. And now red finishes here and can't get a 3. Okay, perfect. Yep, I agree. So actually, this thing that I've been trying to prove was purple the entire time is actually red. Because red needs to get a 3. Wait, that doesn't help. Red still can't get a 3. Oh, no, sorry. Red's going to get a 3. It's just going to get a 3 in the column. Got it. Okay. So that's a 2. That's a 1. Okay, that 2 is going to look down here and say that's not a 2. This is a 5-6 pair, which is going to say that's a 2. Moving right along with my inability to scan / sudoku, but we'll make do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 3, 4, 7, 8. This is not a 3. These are not 4. So in fact, that is a 4. So that's a 6 and that's a 4. We can go ahead and do. Let's see. There's a 5-6 pair in the column. Yep. I now have 2 1s in row 4. That seems bad. Okay. Let's probably place the right digit. That's a 2. That's a 3. Do people like that better? People probably like that better. People prefer when I only put 1 of a digit in a region, is my experience. Okay, this is still a 4. Welcome, Nathan, by the way. Let's see. Okay, so that's a 3. Okay, so yeah, where is pink 1 going? Not sure. Let's see. But let's fill in. That's a 6. That's a 4. Let's not lose the sudoku that I did before I ruined the world. Let's see. The 2 down here is still placed over here. I mean, don't they understand it's a chaos construction? You're not supposed to follow the rules in a chaos construction. Let's see. Okay, so what are these 3 cells? These are still 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 3, 7, and 8 still. Okay. Yeah, I still need a 1 in purple. Ah, but the 1 in purple is in the same row. Got it. Okay, sorry. I did not see this immediately. But Barbie has a beautiful point. Where does 1 in purple go? Well, it goes in one of these 2 cells. I don't know which one. But that has a huge impact because now this arrow, the minimum I could put on it would be 2, 3, 4, which happens to be 9. So I have to, in fact, put 2, 3, 4 on it, and this is a 9. So that's not a 9, which is going to break my X-wing on 9s. So this is now a 9. And now Listesh points out something else that's really nice. Actually, this arrow doesn't have... Wait, do I know it doesn't have a 3 here? Oh, yes, I do, because there's a 3 there. This arrow sums to 9 without using a 3, and this is just a Sudoku thing you learn if you do a whole lot of arrow Sudoku. There's only 3 ways to make 9, and they're 1, 3, 5, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 6. So this has to be the 1, 2, 6 flavor in order to possibly work, because, as we said, it can't have a 3 on it by Sudoku. That is a great spot again. So now we've got that all filled in. Welcome back, Chip. Yeah, 1, 2, 6 flavored. I'd say that's like the second best flavor of... That's like the second best flavor. This is not a 2, 3, 4 because of the 2, 3, 4 triple. So now this is just a triple. These 3 cells, if I can select the right cells. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and not 7, 8, 9. This one's not a 1. That's a 5 or a 6. These are 1, 5, 6. Let's see. I've got a 1, 5, 6 triple now in this column. So this is not a 6. And so this is, in fact, a 7, 8 pair in column 8. Let's see. There's already a 2 at the bottom of column 7, I am being told, which is great because it means that I have a 1, 6 pair here, which places a 2 here. Which gives me an X-wing on 1s now here, which rules 1 out of here and places a 1 here. So that's good. Ooh, I would like some Cajun chicken pizza. That sounds good to me. Okay, so now that being a 1, by the way, this is now a 7 or an 8, so this is never a 5. I don't know how long that's been there, but it's been there for a while. So we've got the 7, 8 pair in the column. Do we have a 7, 8 pair somewhere else that we're being encouraged to look at? I am not sure. We may or may not have another 7, 8 pair. Distributing Latin squares is no basis for a system of government. I don't think I would be good in government. You probably don't want a zeta-based government. That's going to be my bet. Let's see. This could be a 1. Let's write in what candidates this can be. It can be a 1. It can't be 2, 3, 4. Looks like it could be 5. It can't be 6. Looks like it could be 7 or 8, but not 9. Just to try and keep track of what's going on with this digit. Oh, someone is saying some things are looking down on blue. Ooh, board game time! Excellent. What's on the docket for board game day today? I'm always excited about hearing about Russ's board game days. That I live vicariously through them. Someday I will get back to having regular board game days. This is my fantasy. Let's see. Should I just fill in these cells? Probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Except I don't know anything. Let's see. I can place 4 and 3 in column 2. Oh, I have 4 and 3 already in column 2. Got it. Beautiful, beautiful. So this is a 2 because there's a 3 and a 4 up here. Sometimes it's the Sudoku things in life that make us happy. Okay, so that means that this isn't a 2. So these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That seems like too many. Maybe it's not too many. No, unfortunately, I think it's right. Wow, I haven't played Power Grid in ages. Let's see. This is not a 1. Let's see. Yeah, after we get this channel up and running and get our 1,000 subs, we'll have to start the zetamath plays games, or zetamath does games channel, so that I can play games on channel. Let's see. None of them can be a 1. Let's see. This can't be a 1 or a 6 because there's a 1-6 pair looking at it, which would be good for me to see. So this is no, this is not the only one that can be. One of these two is a 1. Is that the conclusion? 2 in row 8. 2 in row 8 indeed. 2 can no longer live in gray. 2 found its home in gray, so 2 now has to live here in row 8. Yeah, what if I play puzzle games? I don't know. I feel like puzzle games should still go on the zetamath plays games channel, right? I think. 2 on row 8. We got that one. Based on 3s in orange and blue, where can gray get a 3? Let's see. Okay, so gray is currently at 6 cells. Let's see. Was 3 hidden in this column? 3 is hidden in this column. That's the point. 3 in this column can only go here, and so it has to be gray. That is a slightly different wording of someone's point. That is a slightly different wording of Josh's point. Yeah, it has to be gray because green already has a 3, blue already has a 3. Orange can't get there if it wants to. It doesn't have enough cells left. So that is the gray 3. Green needs a 2. Green needs a 2 and a 5. But green can't get a 2. In fact, green is now forced to finish because green is now sort of shunted over into this space. And so that's a 5 and that's a 2 because green needs a 5 and a 2, and they have to go in that order. Gorgeous. So that's not a 5 anymore. Let's see. Okay, so this cell could be a 3 if it's orange. That's the only way this could be a 3. Okay, how does this have to work so that I don't get a 2 by 2 here? I think this is going to be very delicate. Let's see. If this is not gray, then I only have one orange cell and a bunch of blues, and I can't stop getting a 2 by 2 with one orange cell. Okay, sorry, let me rephrase that. If this is blue, then I only have one orange cell here, and I have to break up both this 2 by 2. Well, yeah, this just can't be blue, because if this was blue... Sorry, I'm explaining this terribly. If this was blue, this couldn't be blue, but it couldn't be anything else either. So this is not blue. But if this cell's not blue, what color is it? Well, orange can't get to it, so this is gray. Now, so that is progress. So now blue, by the way, can't take all 4 of these cells, because that would create a 2x2. So blue actually can only take 3 of these at most. So blue needs to get out at least 2 further. So blue takes at least those 2 cells. And now, let's see. Okay, how many cells? Yeah, I still have 1 more gray cell to place, I believe. So I think this 2x2 is getting I mean, one of these 2 is orange. But this could maybe be gray. This can't be gray, can it? Oh no, this could be gray. This could be gray if we go over here. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I am being incoherent again. I will do my best to read chat and pretend to be coherent by living through their glory. Okay, where do 3 and 4 go in column 4? Asks Barbie. Not there, not there, not there. In fact, this has to be the other 3 or 4. If I look at the column, there's only 2 places for 3s and 4s, and I need 2 places for 3s and 4s in a column. But then, of course, the glorious thing is this can't be a 3, so it's a 4, and that's a 3, and that's a 4. And we sort of get to percolate these things up. Let's see. Filling in numbers would help. I like filling in numbers. It's generally a good idea. That's not a 5, because there's a 5 in the column. So that's there's a 7-8 pair, so that's a 6. And now this should be a right-in. That's a 1, right, for the column. So let's try this filling in numbers thing. So that 6 puts a 7 here, which makes that arrow an 8. These are not 6 or 7 anymore. They're a 5-8 pair. Let's see. The row, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 remain. This one's not a 7 at the very least. So that's a 5-6 pair, so that makes that a 7. So now what is this cell? This cell is not a 1, 2, 3, 4. Could be a 5, 6. Can't be a 7. Could be an 8. Can't be a 9. So this is a 5, 6, or 8. Making progress. Let's see. The very royal we is making progress. Let's see. Okay, so gray. Okay, so what digits does gray need? So in other words, what digits can this be? Can be a 5, except it can't be a 5 because there's a 5 in the row. So this is an 8 or 9, and it's not a 9 either. This is an 8. The only digit that gray needs that this can be is an 8. So this is a naked single. It's a really weird naked single, but it's a naked single. So that's an 8, and that's a 7. And so now the digit that gray needs to finish is a 5. And so the question is, where is gray getting its 5 from? Gray can't go up due to its 1-6 pair. Why can't gray go up and take a 5 here or here? I don't see that yet. Where is 4 in purple? Asks Bronteman. So it's there or there, but one of those sees a 4. It's that one. So 4 in purple goes here. Good. Let's see. What about this cell? What can this cell be? It can't be a 1. Can't be a 2, 3, 4. Could be a 5 or a 6. Or a 7 or an 8. That was a lot of options. What about this one? Be a 1, Can't be 2. Could be 3. Can't be 4, 5, 6. Could be 7 or 8. Can't be 9. I'm just looking for tuples. Let's see. The 8 is placed in purple. The 378 cell sees 7, 8 in row 8. Yes, got it. The 7, 8 there. Okay. So this is now the 3. So that's not a 3. That's not a 3. So this is a 1, 6 pair over here. This is 7, 8. That's a 5, 6. Let's see. Now 3 in orange. Yes. Orange still needs a 3. And it can only get it here now. In fact, this is going to be the last 3 in the grid. And it's going to finish orange. And now, because orange took that cell, blue has to take that cell. And blue now can't take this cell because it would create a 2 by 2. So this is a gree-gree. And the last cell in gray was a 5. So that's a 5, that's an 8, that's a 5. That 5 sees down and sees that that's a 6. So that's an 8, that's a 7. So that's an 8. So these are neither a 7 nor an 8. Let's see. These are not 8. So the 8 in this column now goes down here. So that's an 8. That's a 7. Let's see. Blue now has to finish. Oh, by the way, I don't know how I missed this border, but I missed the border. Blue has to take this cell. Bloop, bloop, bloop. And purple now has to take this cell. And we have achieved region completion. Purple needed a 1. This is not a 1 or a 6, so it's a 5. So that's a 7, and that's a 1. That's an 8. That's a 7. Let's see. That 1 sees that that's a 6, and that's a 1. That 6 sees that that's a 5, and that's a 6. Let's see. Surely we're almost done. That's a 7. That's an 8. That 5, no, that 5 doesn't see. Oh, that 5 sees up and sees that that's a 6 and that's a 5, which then sees down and sees that that's a 6 and that's a 5. And that 1 sees that that's a 6 and that's a 1. And I believe that is the whole grid. Woohoo! Gorgeous puzzle. I quite enjoyed that one. Okay. Is there a hippo around? I was trying to do the hippos puzzle at a point where the hippo could see it. So I think the hippo puzzle is up next. But I'm going to take a real quick break just to stretch my legs. But I will be back with either the hippo puzzle or another puzzle while I wait to do the hippo puzzle. There's a border missing. Oh, I better fix that before I go take my break or chat will be mad. That one. It hid very well in there. Hippo is here. Excellent. So I'm just going to stretch my legs, and then we are going to do Parity Party. I'll be right back. All right, let's do Parity Party. Party Hearty. This is Parity Party puzzle number 22. Let's carefully Am I going to do Ahaupt's puzzle? I don't think I have Ahaupt's permission to do puzzles on stream. It's a long list. I might, but I don't think I do. So I do not have it in my bucket. Ahaupt would be a very smart person for me to get permission from, but I don't think I have. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to apply standard irregular rules. We need to put digits 1 through 9 in every row and column and region, but we need to find the regions. Excuse me. And the clues are going to be Parity Party clues. And so what is a Parity Party clue, you ask? They give the sum up to and including the first even or first odd digit. So, for example, if we look here at this 12 is the sum of everything up to the first even digit. So that goes odd, odd, even. We sum the 6 and the 1 and the 5, and we get 12. This question mark is summing up until the first odd digit, and so you can see that. This 9 is summing up until the first odd digit. And so there are two valid clues that you could put in any parity party. You could either put the sum up until the first odd or the sum of the first even. It is the setter's choice. And so that is the way that this works. Okay, now the additional rule for this one is that for every parity party clue, the final digit of the sequence is followed by a region edge. So this sum of this 13 here is actually also the sum up until this edge, and the sum 12 here, that's the sum up until this edge. So we're going to get that. Where no clue is given, the digits seen in that region must not constitute a valid parity party sequence. Okay, so we have a negative constraint, which is beyond evil. So if there's not a clue, so for example, here there is not a clue. This is actually showing up on screen, by the way, right? I'm not pointing at nothing. I'm not pointing at nothing. Good. It'll look better once I switch over to the actual page. Here there's not a clue, and so it must be the case that if I looked at this border, there's no parity party clue I could give. And that is true, because if I summed up until the first odd, I would need a border here, and if I summed up until the first even, I would need a border here. Okay, so remind me in about an hour that we have this negative constraint. Also, I need to switch to Penpa view. Oh no, that's right, I screwed up my Penpa view last time. One moment. We'll get this set up so that it looks reasonable. Reasonable-ish anyway. Let's see. Okay, how does that look? That looks terrible, is the answer. Let's see. I do not have a scroll at the bottom. No. Oops. How about that? Sadly, I can't scroll, I don't think. Oh, I can move this. Sorry. I could just drag this around. Sorry. I had forgotten about all of my powers. I had powers that I had not been accounting for. So I think if I look at that, I think that looks pretty reasonable. But let me know if anything goes out of whack. I am doing a thing now where I have I have Penpa displaying things on the left side, so that I should have to scroll much less than I did before in order to do things like change to color mode or whatever. So do let me know if I screw anything else. I can make the grid bigger. I don't think I can make the grid much bigger without then screwing up the fact that it'll bounce around. Okay, so we have edges, we have surfaces, we have Sudoku, we have all the things to do. Let's look and see what kinds of conclusions we can make about these things from the clues. Okay, so 15 is at least 2 digits. 18 is actually, so 18 is actually interesting because 18 has to be at least 3 digits. Yeah, so it could be something like 378. But we know that in front of the 18, these all have to be in the same region. Really, that's not really even anything fancy about Parity Party. It's just I'm summing some digits to get 18. There have to be at least 3 of them. But likewise, when I'm summing digits to 15, there have to be at least 2 of them. So I can come over here. It is not X sums. They are Parity Party clues. So the sums either give the sum up until the first even, including it, or up until the first odd, including it. So there are always 2 valid sums. And the link is to the LMD page. It includes an example. If you would like to see the example. Okay, now this 18 also has to be at least 3. Is there any universe where this 18 is the same as this 18? I don't think there's any universe where that's true. Oh, here's another observation I'm making. Every place where there's not a clue, the region has to extend out at least 2. So this region extends out at least 2, this one extends out at least 2, and so on and so forth. And so here's why. If I look at this cell here, the rules have this negative constraint. There would be a clue here if the region did not extend at least to 2, because this would of course be even or odd, and you could just go over there. But now it has to extend out here by the same reasoning over here. It has to extend out here by the first reasoning over here. Okay. Now I have to think about what does it mean if it doesn't continue here. So these could go even. So these could have the same parity. Oh, in fact, these have to have the same parity, don't they? Oh, only if it stops here. I don't know if it stops there or not. Sorry, this is taking a bit for me to wrap my brain around. These Parity Party clue businesses. Couldn't it be 2, 4, 5? If it were 2, 4, 5... If it were 2, 4, 5, that would be a valid. So let me fill this in, and the hippo can correct me if I'm wrong. But if this went 2, 4, 5, there would need to be a clue here that was either a question mark or a 2. If this were a I did not actually draw in the edge. If there were actually a region border here, I could have a Parity Party clue here that said 2, and I don't, so it's wrong, right? I will wait for the hippo to confirm, but the sum of the first up until an even digit would just put me here. It's not summing until the parity changes. It's summing up until the first even, or the sum up until the first odd. So I completely agree. Another valid clue, if this were a 2, 4, 5, would be an 11. But there's 2 different clues that you could give for any string. Okay. So I think my conclusion that this little square is in one region is correct. Yeah, it is not until the first parity change, which does take a bit of brain wrangling to make happen. But that is how it works. Yes, this is the 22nd of these puzzles. I have done greater than 1, less than 5 of the previous 21. Let's see. All right, so likewise, I get the same thing over here. These two have to be in the same region. These two have to be in the same region. And then that isolates this. So I get a little region over here from the negative constraint. Okay, so the negative constraint turned out to be relevant way quicker than I thought it was going to, because it actually forces things to be that. That's okay. They can come back later. I do know that chaos construction puzzles are generally a bit divisive. Okay, so this has to be less than 16, and this has to be an 8. Okay, so this is 8 in... Okay, so can I do 8 in 3 cells? I certainly can't do 8 in fewer than 3 cells, but I could do, for example, 1, 3, 4. But I know that blue doesn't extend more than 1 cell up here. I know that blue doesn't extend more than 1 cell up here, because there's a literal line given. So blue actually has to poke out quite a bit into this column. My question is it possible that blue goes up here and sneaks around this 13 clue? And I think, unfortunately, it seems plausible. It seems very plausible to me that this could be like a 6-7, and that would come out. So I can do 8 and 2, because I could do, for example, so let's go over this again. Oh, wait, no, maybe I can't do 8 and 2. Sorry, I think you're right. I think I actually can't do 8 and 2. Sorry, in my head I was like, yes, you could do 2, 6, 5, but no, this would be summing neither up to the first even nor the first odd. So you're right, I can't do 8 and 2, because if I do 8 and 2, then I'm summing either an even and an odd, or an odd and an even. And whichever way I do that, it's always odd. And so you're right, I can't do 8 in 2, I have to do 8 in 3. So I can actually buy myself one more who's a what's it over here. Okay. Now I can't possibly do 8 in more than 3. So just by usual sudoku-y stuff. So we have that. Okay. So sudoku. Okay. So now this is either 1, 2, 5 or 1, 3, 4. So there's always 2 odds and an even involved. So these have to be odd and this has to be even. So this is either a 2 or a 4. So in order for this clue to end here, these 2 cells have to be the same. And so they're either 1, 3 or 1, 5 in order for this to work. Less than 16 is not immediately super helpful, however. Okay. Okay, so these sum to 8. Now I bet I'm getting something by looking at this from both sides, because 8 plus 18 is not very big. 8 plus 18 is, in fact, only 26. And so the remaining cells in this column 9 that are not blue or yellow have to sum to 19, which means they have to be at least 3 cells, which means that the yellow can't continue here. If the yellow continued, then I would have 2 cells or fewer that added to 19, and that will not work. So in fact, actually, we know that the 18 ends here. And so now I know that this is either even, even, odd, or it's odd, odd, even. Well, it can't be even, even, odd, because if this was even, even, odd... Oh, but it could be... No, it can't be even, even, even. It has to be even, even, odd, or odd, odd, even. And it can't be even, even, odd, because then the sum would not be even. So these two are odd. This is even. I know the 1 is down here. Okay. So... and so, as pointed out, this idea about evens and odds is actually more powerful, Jay is pointing out, because look at this 12 clue now. What is this 12 clue? Well, remember I have to end on a cell of a different parity than the previous one in order for this to work, or there has to be no previous one. And so these two cells would have to be different parities if this region stopped here. Well, it can't. So this region, in fact, has to continue one more. And it can't continue more than one more. Wait, maybe it can continue more than one more. Don't listen to me. I think you can make a sum of 12 and 4. Maybe you can't make a sum of 12 and 4 that also meets the parity rule. So if I went up to the first... Yeah, so I have to be going up to the first even. So I guess this is another way to say this. Anytime you're getting an even sum, you always have to be summing up to the first even. Because if you were summing up to the first odd, well, then the sum would definitely be odd. Because you would have a bunch of evens, I mean, somewhere between 0 and 4 of them, presumably, and an odd. So yeah, so the last cell in any even, the last cell in any even clue is always even. Okay, and so Jay is saying you can't with 4 cells because, yes, okay, if I tried to make this 4 cells, well, let's just go through what I just said. If I tried to make this 4 cells, which is not going to work, well, then I would have to make this cell even, and it would have to be the first even, which would mean that this went odd, 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 even, which does not sum to an even. So that doesn't work. And so, in fact, the 12 actually ends here. Bloop. Okay. So now this 18 now has to be a new region, because it's going to be at least 3, and it can't connect over to blue, and it's not green, so we get a new region. And the coolest part about Penpa is we actually get a collection of non-ugly colors. We don't have quite enough non-ugly colors, but we've got more non-ugly colors than we have in CTC. Now, this either has to finish here or continue 2 more up. By that logic. Okay. And now, right, Calzone sees it. Now, even clues are always odd length. That is a way to say it. Yes, 57. Now green has to go up and grab this cell, because otherwise there would be a clue here. By the negative constraint. So as soon as we got that green took this cell, it has to also take this cell. Excellent. So we get to go up and grab that. Okay. Purple can't go up 2 more. It would conflict with the 2 if you min everything. Got it. Oh yeah, I was supposed to make the bloop bloop noises, wasn't I? I did not do that. Yeah. Due to the 2, yeah. Multiple people are saying this. By the way, welcome, Webmaker. Not sure if I've seen you around, but good to have you here. If purple goes up 2 more, remember purple's then going to have to go odd, 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 4 odds, and then an even. Well, now what's the minimum that could possibly be? Well, the even would be a minimum of 4, and then 1, 3, 5, 7. 1, 3, 5, 7 sounds like 16 plus 4 would be 20, which would not work. Beautiful, beautiful spot. Would have taken me a bit to get to that one. Nicely done. So we get a region boundary here. By the way, thank you again to Directionary for modding for us. Greatly appreciated. Bashing all of the various spam bots that like to appear because they really like Sudoku. So, I don't know, the same is not going to apply to this 18. In fact, this 18 probably is in 5 because it would grab the 2 if it wanted. So, yeah, this 18 could grab... Oh, actually, no, there's no way this 18 grabs the 2. Okay, so this 18 clue is at least 3 long. Let's go back to this because I think we can figure out what this is. This 18 is at least 3 long. Could this 18 be 5 long? And I think the answer is no, because if I took 18 plus 8... maybe that works, actually. Sorry, I think this would have to be a literal 8 in order for that to work, but I think... I obviously can't do that. That would be too few. I would need this cell to be like a 21 or something. But let's not dig there for the second. Yeah, so the 8 clue would include the digit 9. The 8 clue would not have to include the digit 9. As long as this is an 8, it doesn't matter what I put anywhere else. Then this clue being an 8 would be valid. Because, again, you sum up to the first even or up to the first odd. You don't have to sum up until the first parity change. Which is something that whenever you do your first n parity puzzles, you have to repeat to yourself on a loop in your head until you internalize it, which leads to really cool logic, but it is not the easiest thing to wrap around. Okay. Looking at this 17 could be in 2, and then the green could get out if the 17 doesn't want to be green. Like, in my opinion, the 17 wants to be green, but I can't prove that it's green. This 8 has to be in 1 or 3. If the 8 was in 3, it would create a real problem. Let's see, does that break? Can I break this if this 8 is in 3? Because if this 8 is in 3, I've now boxed in and forced that green is exactly this square. Is that a problem? So this would have to go even, even, odd in order to sum to 17. This would be odd, odd, even. That all looks, unfortunately, plausible to me. Let's see. The 17 must be 2 cells. If it was 4, it would become purple. Well, the 17 could be 3. Oh, no, sorry. Right, okay. No, the 17 could be 3 if it's green. And being odd doesn't mean you have to have even length. because if you're an odd clue, you can always be a sum up to the first odd digit. Less than 16 is really interesting. Less than 7. Directionary Fistamafel did basically that. I'm not sure if it was popular or not, but Fistamafel did do that. Yeah, it's less than 7. Strictly less than 7. But 6, unfortunately, is strictly less than 7. Yeah, his was 6 by 6, but same idea. So yeah, so this 17 is in, so it is true to say this 17 is in 2 or 3. If it's in 2, it's exactly 8, 9. If it's in 3, then it has to go even with an odd here. Is there anything meaningful I can say about that combination of things? Like any common truths? I do not think so. I need 3 broken clues at the bottom. Okay, so that's an interesting point. So all of these need to be broken. So I think what the hippo is alluding to is that I can't do that if I make all of these green. So let's try it. Let's try and conceive of what that looks like. So if these were all green, I see. Okay, so I think the hippo is saying that I can break it if I try really hard, but that there's lower hanging fruit than that. So let's see. Where is the lower hanging fruit? Let's see. I still know this is at least 3. And I know this is a new region at least. Is that useful? Oh, yellow in row 2. Why don't I have that extended? That was really easy. Yeah, there's no on the lower hanging fruit is to do the thing that we started with, which is to say that yellow here doesn't have a clue, so it has to extend at least 1, which now means that since I can't do 13 and 1, that has to be yellow as well. And so now this is a yellow, and so let's see, let's figure this out. Could I do 13 and 4 is the question. So I would have to have 3 evens, which would be minimum 2, 4, 6, and the answer is annoyingly yes. I could do 2, 4, 6, 1, and that would be a valid 13 clue. Let's see. But hey, we're getting there. But we've certainly extended yellow substantially. Yeah, this 8 is even length. Okay, 57 has a good point. This is much like Listesh's point earlier, where, okay, I'd like to prove that these aren't all green, but I don't know exactly, but I am certain that this cell is green. Yeah, I wasn't saying it had to be... Oh, 1, 3, 5, 4. Okay, sorry, yeah, Okay, yeah, 1, 3, 5, 4. Sorry, yeah, okay. So this cell has to be green, because if this cell is not green, Actually, wait, maybe I don't believe that, because these two could be green. So yeah, I don't quite believe it. I like the logic, but I don't think it quite works, unfortunately. Let's see. So here's a point. In this column, I have pencil marked already 4 odd numbers. So I only get one more odd number out of all of these. Is that helpful somehow? It almost certainly is helpful somehow. I don't know what to do with it. This 18 keeps catching my eye. So I can say this 18 is definitely a new region. Let's at least, in order to feel productive, let's make this 18 a new region. If this 18 is going to be red, and we know it either has length 3 or length 5. Those are the only possible lengths. And likewise, this is length 1 or length 3. This is length 1 or length 3. Okay, I kind of want to squint back over here and see if I can prove that this 8 has to be in 1, even though I know it's not what I'm supposed to be doing. But if this is an 8 in 3, then it forces green to look like this. Let's see. SPQ, by the way, welcome SPQ, says, doesn't there need to be a border between row 7, column 2, and 3? I'm not sure. I have not yet figured out exactly what's going on here. Let's see. Webmaker says the 17 has to be green. Okay, so let's imagine just for a second the world where this 17 is not green. So where these cells are not green. And let's try and figure out, what does the parity have to look like in order to make that happen? So in order for this to happen, well, this has to be a broken clue. So this has to go... so this cannot go even odd or odd even. These have to be the same parity. And these have to be the same parity. Yeah, so both pairs have to be the same parity, though they don't have to be the same parity as each other. But these would have to be the same parity, and that would have to also be that parity. These would have to be the same parity, and that would also have to be that same parity. So these three would all have the same parity. Wait, never mind. Don't listen to me. No, sorry. I just know these two would be the same parity, and these two would be the same parity. But I know these two are odd. Why have I not filled that in? I do not know why. These are odd. Sorry. This is definitely something I should have done. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. This is 2, 4, 6, 8. So in this universe, these would be odd as well. And so one of these would be even, because it would be an 8-9 pair. And one of them would be odd, but whichever one was even... no, that doesn't do it. Think about where green gets the rest of its region and how that conflicts with the 8. So these would have to both be odd. Green would go up like that. Yeah, I don't think I can... Personally, I don't think I can figure this out. I believe that I believe the webmaker has figured it out, but I don't see it yet. And I'm not willing to, like, go further towards... I'm not willing to chase further down the alley of drawing in things to try and visualize it further. At least not yet. Okay. So, in this row, though, there is a broken clue. So, does a broken clue of length 3 tell me any information at all? Like, there's probably a skedzillion ways to make this work, aren't there? Like, this can't be even, even, odd, but this could be even, odd, even. It could be odd, even, odd. I think there's, like, a bunch of different ways that this could work, unfortunately. So I really don't think this is very constrained, unfortunately. Let's see. I do know that we can get at least... We know these two are in the same region. We know these two are in the same region. These two and these two are in the same region. None of those look particularly appealing. Let's see. Ah, okay. Wait, no, sorry. I was thinking this 8 can't be in 3, but the 8 could be in 3 if it's yellow. Or sorry, if it's not yellow. If this 8 is yellow, it's definitely not in 3. Because then I'd be saying the sum of all of the digits in yellow was 8 plus 13 plus 18, which is not 45. In fact, actually, what is 8 plus 13 plus 18? Let's see. That would be 31, 39. So I'd need 2 digits that sum to 6 to be left. So yes, I'm imagining if this cell is yellow, there would be 7 cells. So there'd be 7 cells here that would sum to 39. So there would be 2 cells left in yellow that summed to 6 somewhere. Which seems possible, unfortunately. Yeah, so this 15 could be in just 2 if it went 8, 7. That would be okay. Yeah, and of course, this can stop here. That's fine, or it could keep going. That's fine as far as I can tell. I'm certainly missing something huge amongst one of these. One of these clues has something more to tell me. Let's see. Can I get more mileage out of this business? Okay, well, maybe I should be able to say something about the sum of all of these together. Is that what I should be doing? Oh, hope you feel better, Torvald. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. And welcome, Sam. Because together these sum to 24. So these 3 digits need to sum to 21. It's, of course, an odd and 2 evens. So if I want to be 21... 987. Yeah, there's just a little too much optionality. Okay, let's see. The hippo suggests I consider whether the 13 can be 3 cells. Like this 13? There are lots of 13s. But I'm going to guess this 13. Oh, Sam, tell me about that. Why can't the 15 clue for 3 be 8, 7? Oh, the column 8, 13. Ah, so we're considering whether this can really be 3 cells or not. Okay, so Sam is saying if this is 8 and this is 7, now I have to make 10 here, and I can't, because I would need 3, 7. Okay, good. So, yep. Okay, so it's not that this can't be 8, it's that this pair can't be exactly 8, 7. But the fact that this pair can't be exactly 8, 7 tells us it can't be done in 2 cells. So Sam has bought us an extra yellow cell, for which I am very grateful. So I agree now that this has to be done. And so what that means is this cell has to be even. Oh no, there's another way. Darn it. It was too good to be true. This could be 8, 7, but it could be 6, 9 probably. If this is 6, 9... then I'd need to make this sum to 12, which I could do as 5, 7 with no problem, I think. Yeah. Well, Sam, we tried, but everyone else had to shoot us down. It's a shame, but it happens. Let's see. Okay, so if this 13 was in 3 cells, then this would have to go even, even, odd. Because it could not go odd, odd, even, because that would not sum to an odd number. So if this 13 is in 3 cells, it would go even, even, odd. So that would be 2 evens and an odd here. Oh, okay, let's see. All right, so, sorry. Well, let's go back to the 6, 9 thing. So the 6, 9 thing, actually, if you look at it, so we're proving, Sam and I, and 57 has joined in on the club, that this can't be a 2-cell clue. So if this were a 2-cell clue, it would have to be 8, 7 or 6, 9. 8, 7 immediately doesn't work. Because you couldn't make the 18 clue work, because you would need to take, you'd need to make these 2 digits add to 10 without using a 7, which you can't do. So what if you make this 6 and this 9? Well, now I need these to be 2 evens that add to 4, which is not going to work. So we really do, after that work, get to extend that this 15 is in at least 3 cells. Okay, and so now, now the 8 cannot be in 3 cells. Because if the 8 was now in 3 cells, it would be yellow, and now this would be all of yellow, and yellow needs to add to 45, but it doesn't. So I don't know if this is yellow or not, but I do know that this digit is an 8, and I will dance for that 8. Because I am excited by that 8's existence. And also, because this is a valid clue, I know nothing about this. Never mind. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. I don't know too much, but I do know that this is an 8. That is possibly yellow and possibly not yellow, but I do know that there's an edge here. Okay. A 2-digit odd clue could go in either direction. It's the 18 that told us that this had to be odd, odd, even. Because this was an even clue in 3, and an even clue in 3 had to go odd, odd, even. Because if it went even, even, odd, the sum would not be even. Okay. Glub Hippo suggests this tells us something about the parity of row 3, column 8. Which seems optimistic to me. I do not know the 15 yellow is 3. I just know the 15 yellow is at least 3. Let's see. Webmaker says since the 15 yellow is 3. This... okay, sorry. This is now even because of parity rules. So this is even. Again, because if this were odd, this cell would not be included. So these two are definitely even. I don't know if this is odd yet or not. But the reason why that's big is because in order to make 13, I could sum up to the first odd. If I summed up to the first even, then I would need to have a different length, right? It's not possible that both of these are odd and this is even and the sum is 13. So parity actually forces now, because of the 13 clue not being able to end in an even in the third spot, this is yellow. So the 13 now is there. And 13 cannot possibly go further than 4 cells. And so this cell has to be odd. These cells are even. Now, if I actually think about... so a few things. First of all, this cell's now definitely odd. Because that's all the evens that go in yellow. But why must it be 8? Is that a response to something I said or something someone else said? But now if I look at this, the absolute minimum these three sum to is 2, 4, 6, which is 12, which means this can never be bigger than 1. And in fact, oops, sudoku, normal. That's a 1. These have to be 2, 4, 6 exactly, which means that that is an 8. Oops. And so now this is not a 1, by the way. Let's see. Okay, so now these need to sum to 7, because now notice it is done. I noticed this at the time, but was busy noting other things as well. I really dig this community, David. I'm really excited, and thank you for hanging out. I look forward to seeing you around again soon. I know this ends here because now there's an odd digit, and so this is a sum up to the first odd, so these two need to sum to 7. Now, in the process of these two summing to 7, this can't be a 6 anymore. This certainly can't be a 9 or a 7, and so this is either a 2 and a 5 or a 4 and a 3. Those are the only options. Now there is an 8 in yellow now, and so this is not yellow. And so I think I want to uncolor red now for a second. I think I want to look at this, because this now has to go out at least that far. Which now forces, because the 13 has to be in at least 2, which now forces this cell to be yellow. And now that's the last yellow. And so we get to have our well-earned region dance. Woo! Let's see. So this is now odd. Oops. 5, 7, 9. It's odd because I have all of the evens in this box. So now the question is this red or not? I do not think I know yet. Uh, ah, sorry. People are talking about the 18 clue, and I'm trying to figure out what on earth is going on because I'm like, this seems like it could be like lots of things, and the things people are suggesting don't even work because of this 8 here. And now I've realized that people are talking about this 18 clue, which is very much determined because I need these two digits to sum to 10, and it just took me forever to somehow see that. Yes, these are a 3 and a 7. So, uh, so that's a 5. This is a 9. These are no longer 3. And so, therefore, this is a 2 in order to make this all add up. So that's further progress. Well, I could make 13 in 3 cells. Now the 15 clue is fixed. Where is there? Oh, yes. Now the 15 clue is fixed. Thank you. That's a 2. These are not 2. Okay. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we've got lots of good stuff going on now all of a sudden out of nowhere. Okay, so this is less than 7 now. Can't possibly be 3 long anymore because I can't make less than 7 in 3. So I could make less than 7 in 2. So that's possible. So it's 2 or 1. Maybe color the region that comes out row 4, column 9. Yeah, this can't be red anymore. Okay, so Sam is suggesting I color this region, which seems like a reasonable-ish idea to me, because it's going to force some nice stuff. So let's see. We're going to have a nice tropical area over here. We're going to make it orange to go with its friends over here, and a nice sort of like freezing biome down here. So the 15 needs at least 2. Now, can this 15 be in 2? It would have to be, well, it can't be 7, 8, because 7 and 8 are gone from the column. Could it be 6, 9? It would have to go 9 here and 6 here. Which it cannot. So this 15 cannot be in 2, because we've ruled out both 7, 8 and 6, 9. Right? 9, 6. Wait, no, it could be 6, 9 this direction. No. It could go 6. Why did I think it couldn't go 6, 9 in this direction? I think it can go 6, 9 in this direction. I think I was just overly optimistic. Okay, well, what are these cells? Let's fill in what these cells actually are, because we should know what they are. Let's see. They are let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7 and 8, and we need a 9. So they are 4, 6, and 9. Let's see. Is there anything interesting to get out of filling in these? No, I don't think so. I love Oxygen Not Included. I am a big Oxygen Not Included fan. Okay. Okay, this needs to get to less than 16. So weird number to have. I have tried Factorio. I do love Factorio, although Satisfactory is definitely the game I have put the most hours in out of this genre. I don't know, about once a year I go through a month where I put like 200 hours into Satisfactory. row 7, column 8, must be odd, or else the false clue would be correct. Which false clue? Because this actually is clued. I've enjoyed watching other people play RimWorld. I've never quite gotten into RimWorld myself. I've tried. I feel like at some point there'll be a RimWorld-esque game. I mean, I guess in a way, Oxygen Not Included is definitely a RimWorld-esque game. That I really enjoy. Let's see. Okay, so okay, got it. So there's only one even digit left. So I probably should note all but one of these digits is odd. And so if I put my last even digit here, then these would both be odd. Well, but I don't know where the boundary is, do I? I don't know if there's a boundary here or not. Yeah, I think you're onto something we need to pay attention to, which I'm going to pencil mark, but I don't think we can quite conclude it yet. Egon, 5, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so the only even digit left is 8 in this column, which is worth contemplating. Now this cell... Oh, no, sorry, I still don't know. I don't know where this border is. By the way, welcome back, Egon. I think you were here earlier. I know you were here previously, but I think you were here earlier today as well. Let's see. Oh, this 18 clue I didn't fill in either. I know this goes odd, odd, even. I wish I could color parity on top of this. That would be useful. SPQ saw at the same moment I did that, like, why have I not colored in the parity on this? No good reason. For sure. Let's see. Okay. So let's see. Can I rule out anything here with like the 13 or the 15 or something like that? I don't immediately think so. Like, I think this could go 4 and a 9, or it could be a 6 and a 7, or a 9 and a 4. Okay, can't be 9 and 4. Okay, actually, maybe I can rule out 9. I think this can't be 9. If this starts with a 9, then I can't put a 4 here. So I'd have to put another odd here. And so what would that odd be? I don't know. Oh, it could go 932. Darn it. 932 would work. No. I thought I could rule something out, but I can't. Row 5, 6, column 9. Can't be 9. Minimizing it would conflict with the 2. Yeah, 9 plus 3 plus 2 is 13. Doesn't that sound right to you? Yes. Okay, so I think I was actually right. I think this can't be a 9, but then I mismathed. Bye, Hippo. We will see you back shortly. Hope everything's okay over in Hippoland. Okay, yes. This cell. Okay, if this is a 9, what could this be? Well, this could be a 9 followed by... Well, it can't be a 9 followed by a 5. That's already too big. But if it's a 9 followed by a 3, I still need a 1, and that's never going to work. So yeah, this can never be a 9. Okay, so this cell is definitely even, which is good to know. And we'll think about that more in a second. Now, this cell, I'm told, conflicts with the other thing. So if this is a 9... it can't finish with a 6, so it would have to be followed by another odd. So that other odd, what would it be? Well, if it were 9 and 3, that would be 12, and then we could put a 4 here, right? 9, 3, 4, I think actually does add to 15. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Right. 934 does not work either. I'd need another odd. I would need to go 931. And then I'm way out of things. Yeah, so if this is a 9, it also does not work. Okay, that's really clever, actually. Yeah, so if this is a 9, so let's think about it from this point of view. If this is a 9, how many more digits does it need? Well, if this is a 9, then I'm going to have some number of odds. I'm going to need an odd number of odds. So I'm going to need 3 odds and then an even. But that means that these 2 odds and this even need to sum to 6. Well, 3 cells summing to 6 had better include a 2, and they can't. So this can't be a 9. Okay, I think I articulated that in a way that didn't sound like bifurcation. Maybe, possibly. So anyway, that gives us that this is a 9. Now, it does give us that this cell has to be even. Because if this cell was odd, then this would need to finish. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Don't listen to me. It could finish. If it's a 6, this could be a 9, and then it would finish. I already have a 9 in... Ooh, I already have a 9 in orange. Oh, great. Okay. So this sum can never finish here. And because it can't finish here, because I have a 9 in orange, which is a great spot, 11 tickles. And Josh, I think it was actually Josh. This can't be a 9. And so this can't be odd because this whole thing would end. And so this is in fact an 8. And so now I've got to ask myself, okay, this could be 6, 8, and then a 1, or it could be 4, 8, and then a 3. So this cell here is a 1 or a 3, and it's definitely orange. And then we know also that this region ends here. And we get to kick 8 out of a whole bunch of cells. Okay, and now everything left in this column is odd. Okay, so now... So now all of these being odd must have some effect, right? So this being odd tells me blue has to keep going, because if this was odd... Wait, no, sorry, this is a valid clue, sorry. This clue, though, tells me that blue has to keep going in this row, because if this cell... No, it doesn't tell me that at all, sorry. Does it tell me anything? Maybe it doesn't tell me anything. I'm not convinced it tells me anything immediately. It certainly tells me things with some help. Oh, are there 5 odds in row 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 odds in row 9. Okay, great. So row 9 has all of its odd digits taken up. So these are 2, 4, 6, 4, 6, 8. These are all even. Okay, so now this being even on an even clue tells me that it has to just be an 8. Because if it was not 8, then this would end in an odd clue, and that's not going to work. It would make an odd total. So this is, sudoku Z, that's an 8. These are not 8. That's not an 8. Okay. The 13 in row 6 is 1 odd and 1 even. Oh, right. This has to end, yeah, because the 13 now is ending here. So this edge goes on, which means that this is definitely orange, which is huge. because the 13 has to end because it's got an even and an odd. And now we can fill in what it is, because it can't be a 9. There's already there. So it would be 4 and 9, but that's not going to work. So it's got to be, it's got to be 6 and 7. Welcome back, Hippo. So now we need to make the 15 clue work. So this is 4 and 8 is 12. So that's got to be a 3. Okay, so now and of course this can't go down, so it has to go up. Let's see. Oops. So orange has to take this cell, and now orange still has to keep going. So orange takes this cell, and then orange finishes. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, that's not enough cells. But as pointed out, orange needs a 1. So the only place, this is 57's point, orange can't take this cell because it would have no place for a 1. It can't take this cell because there's already a barricade. So orange takes that cell and finishes. This is, by the way, just a delightful puzzle. Very charming, nice little, it's been very nice, pleasantly tactical so far. Let's see, what are these digits? They are a 1, a 2, and a 5. So if we switch back, that's the 1. These aren't 1. So that's the 2, and that's the 5. Okay, so now I want to fill in the rest of this this column. That's not a 2 anymore. We need a 1. We've got a 2, 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6 and a 7, and we've got an 8 and a 9. Okay, this is not 6 or 7. I can tell you. Okay, so can we figure out what's going on with this 13 clue now is the question. This 13 clue, if this was a 4... okay. So this 13 clue, can it be 3 long? Well, let's add these digits. This is the easy way to do this. If you add 1, 4, 6, and 7... then what do you get? You get 18. And so I need to exclude digits from the 13 clue adding to 5. Well, the only way to make the only way to make any number of digits that add to 5 is if these are a 1-4 pair. So these are not a 1-4. And so we get that this is a 6 and this is a 7. And this is a region boundary. And we get to do lots of sudokuage. So that's not a 7. That's not a 6. That's not a 6. Maybe lots was an exaggeration. We get to do a small amount of sudokuage. Okay. So now this clue ends at the 6. As people are pointing out. So the sum of these 3... this ends at the 6, which means blue ends at the 6, which means blue takes both of these. Because of the less than 16 clue. Because blue took this, the less than 16 clue needed to take at least this cell... once I knew that this was odd, which I think I probably should have seen a long time ago. Maybe I couldn't have, but it feels like now I should have. But anyway, this is now an edge for blue. And if I look back at the Sudoku stuff, this needs to total to less than 16. So at a minimum, these two total to 7. So this can never be a 9. We can at least know that much. So that is something. Okay. This is... Okay, there's a 7 already in this column, which I never marked for whatever reason. Okay, this clue is broken no matter where I put it, so I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, blue needs an 8. But blue could get its 8. I mean, blue's going to get its 8 over here somewhere. Blue's still got some growing to do, though. So yeah, blue's going to take its 8 in one of these two cells, I think. Blue also needs a 4, actually. I'm not sure about where blue's going to get its 4 either. I guess blue... No, blue can't take a 4 here. Blue can't take a 4 here. So blue can't take this cell, can it? Because what is blue... No, sorry, that's not true. Oh, the 1-5 pair removes 5 from these cells. Okay, yes. That was the smart way to see this. Okay, and chat was pointing this out, and I was not understanding what chat was saying. There's a 1-5 pair in blue, so these aren't 5. So that's a 3, and that's a 9, and that's a 5. And because blue already has a 5, this is not blue. Okay, I was about to argue in a really, really convoluted way that that was not blue, but that is a much less convoluted way. And in particular, now blue has to get out. Blue can't take this cell. Because reasons. Okay. And so now blue's remaining digits are a 4 and an 8. So this is a 4 or an 8. Sudoku 4-8. Oops. Not that kind of 4-8. That kind of 4-8. Okay. Let's see. Andrew says the 12 clue has a 9 or a 7, so it cannot have a 5. Okay, so this 12 clue over here has to have a 9 or a 7 in it, because there's only one place for a 9 or a 7 here. But could it have both a 9 or a 7 and a 5? No, because it would be too big. So the 5 is not here, at the very least, we can say. So the 5 in the row is in one of these two places. Oh, I cannot put the 5 here, actually. Because if I put the 5 here, then now I've forced both 7 and 9 to be over there. That's not going to work. In fact, actually, this cell has to be a 7 or a 9. Because I have to put 2 7 9s in the row. And I can't... And the only place I can put them is I can put 1 here exactly. I can put 1 here. That's it. So this has to be a 7 or a 9. Now we've ruled out 5 from everywhere in the row except here. So this is a 5. That's a 1. So that, therefore, is not a 1. So this is... There's no 3 in here either. Okay. Oh, I know there's a border here. I don't know why I did not fill this in. This I could have filled in ages ago. This is a border, which forces these cells to be purple. This cell is not purple. Yeah, this was a thing that I could have done a while ago again if I had actually followed the rules. So now blue has to take... Yeah, blue needs a 4 and an 8, which it's taking its other cell in one of these two places. I don't know which one yet. Okay. The column 418 clue. Yeah, so now that this is at least a 7, now I know the minimum that these two sum to is... Oh, sorry. I know the minimum that these two sum to is 11, and so this can't be a 9. So I can at least rule that out. Yes, I do know. I do not remember what I was saying that I don't know. Oh, I know which of these... Sorry, I was being told I know which of these is the purple 4-8. Sorry, which of these is the other blue 4-8? But I don't see it yet. Is the point that something goes horribly wrong if I try and put the blue here and now something has to grow up through here that's not purple? I don't know. Oh, right, right. That's adorable. That's adorable. Okay. Yes. The negative constraint. Because currently, if blue turned up, and this is Calzone spotted this. If blue turned up, there would need to be a question mark here, and there isn't. And so blue can't turn up. So blue goes here and finishes. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And good spot, Calzone, for figuring that. Okay, so this is a 4 or an 8, and spoiler, it's not an 8. So that's a 4, and that's an 8. This is not a 7 anymore. In fact, let's fill in these digits. These digits are 2, 3, 5, 6. Oops, 2, 3, 5, 6. Sorry. Oh, interesting. So there's definitely a 2 in row 8 in these cells, which means this isn't a 2. That's weird. But if you just look at row 8 and ask where the 2 goes, it has to go in green, which means that this can't also be a 2. So that's a 4. So that's a 2. And now these two digits need to add to whatever it is they need to add to. They need to add to 8. So these are not 9. So that is 9. How do I know the 3, 5 aren't in row 8, column 3? Row 8, column 3. Wait, what? Did I do something wrong? I don't understand. Are you saying this could be a 2? Is Sotek not saying I did something wrong? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so this is a 2. Sorry, so there is a 2 here, which means that this is a 4, which means that... Sorry, let me redo that. Okay, so these need to add to 8, so they're not a 9. So that is a 9. That is a 2. So now we can continue our adventure. So now let's look at the 18 clue. So now this needs to be something that adds to 9 with those things. So that can't be an 8 anymore. Oh, and purple already has an 8. Oh, well, purple already has an 8, but 8 also got ruled out by this. So that was... sadly, I got excited when you said that purple had an 8, but sadly we got the same way in different way, or sorry, we got the same place in different ways. Okay, now we're saying we can take more out. So if the 3, 5 was here, it would be a valid clue, because this is 2 evens and an odd, and so the only place the 3, 5 can be is in the middle, right? No. But the 3, 5 can't be here. If the 3, 5 was here, then this would be a valid clue going to the first odd. I think that's all we can say. But I think that was Sotek's point. So this could not actually be a 3, 5. Okay. So, is it possible that this is purple? And I think the answer is, unfortunately, it looks like it's possible that that's purple. So I don't actually know if this is a new region or not. I now do know that this 18 clue, which is at least 3 in size, this is from forever ago. If you've been watching this since I started, this has not been my most elegant solve. I apologize, but this has been a fun puzzle. This 18 clue is size at least 3, and now the red clue can't possibly avoid running into it. So the red clue now grabs this. Now, I know that even clues have odd length, so this is either 3 or perhaps it is 5. Let's see, could it really be 5? If it were 5, it would end in a 2, and I'd need these to be 3 odd digits that sum to 16. 1, 3, 5, and 7 annoyingly do that. So if this were exactly 1, 3, 5, 7, 2, in some order, that could all be red. And then this would be a 9, 6 pair. Sounds plausible, unfortunately. Let's see. This 9 has to be at least 2 cells now, owing to the 9 in the row. I don't know if that helps. Let's see. The 17 clue can't be 2 cells anymore, because the bottom of column 1 or column 2 would be right. So yeah, if this were... Well, if this were 2 clues, if this were 2 cells, it would be odd, even, or even odd, one of those. Yeah, I don't think I follow this whole this thing going on over here. Oh, you mean the 17 is green? See, if the 17 is not green, then I've got an odd even here, and I've got an odd even here, and I've got an odd here. Okay, so I believe, okay, let's go back to just drawing in. Okay, so let's imagine that this is not green. So this is an odd even pair, this is an odd even pair, this is an odd pair. And I believe Directionary is claiming that in all 4 ways of arranging that, one of these broken clues is correct. So one of these goes odd, and so it could go odd, but if it does go odd, then this goes even. Wait, isn't that fine? Can't I go odd, even? At least one of row 8, column 1, or 2 is even. I agree. Exactly one of row 8, column 1, and column 2 is even. Oh, okay. So, wait, no. I still don't get it. The other side of the border is never relevant. Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think the... Oh, no, one of the... Okay, sorry. It's not this direction. It's this direction. One of them, it has to be odd even. Sorry, okay. Never mind. I agree. Okay, so this is broken. Let me explain why. If this 17 is not green, then it's some other color. It can't be 3 cells if it's another color, because then green would be trapped. So if this was 17, this would be 8, 9. One of these is a 9. Whichever one it is, let's say it's that one. Sorry, it doesn't matter which of these is a 9. One of these is odd. One of them's a 3 or a 5. One of these is odd. Whichever one is... And one of them's even. Whichever of them's even... Boy, I'm explaining this terribly. Whichever of them's even finishes in 2 cells a valid clue. And so there'd need to be a question mark below it, and there isn't. Phew. Okay. So I'm convinced these 2 cells are green. Okay. That was not my most elegant of explanations of things in Sudoku, but we'll make it work. Okay. All right, and so now SPQ is pointing out that if this 17 were actually 3 cells, then these 6 cells we would know the sum of, and they would sum to 29, and so then I would need these to sum to 16, and they just can't, because they're 2 and a 6, which sum to 8, and a 3 or a 5, neither of which gets me to 16. So in fact, actually, this can't continue over to here. So this is an 8-9 pair. So this 8 now, this 8 has to be an 8 and 1 and not be green. Because this 8 here, remember, 8s are always either 1 cell or 3 cells. The 8 can't be 3 cells because it would cut off green, and it can't be green and be 3 cells because that's too many cells. So this is in fact an 8. That's a 9, that's an 8. And I know that the 8's not green, of course, because it already has a... green already has an 8, which means this is the last green cell. A bunch of people are explaining this in chat in different ways, so if you don't like my way of explaining it, feel free to go with chat's. This is now the 3 or a 5 that isn't down here, so it's that 3 or 5. So we've got this. Of course, this is now a new region over here. Let's go ahead and make that region pink. Say. I was just noting there were a lot of alternative ways to get to the same exact conclusion about what was going on here. So I figured some people might want to read if they were following along and playing the home game. They might want to read this. Okay. So less than 7 now means that now there's a border here, because now 1 and 2 are gone. So even a 2-cell clue is at least 7. And so I should have guessed this before, but that's now a border, owing to the less than 7. Okay. Someone's pointing out now the 13 clue in red is super, super limited. So let's go take a look at that. So 13 and 2 can be a few things. So it can be 4-9. It can be 5-8, which it definitely can't be for all kinds of reasons. Or it can be 6-7. Now, some of those are not possible, because, for example, that can't be a 9, so that can't be a 4. I think that's actually the only thing we can rule out, though, sadly. Well, if you want Sotek, there's an entire video of me screwing up a puzzle, of me with Tristan screwing up a puzzle, because I forgot one of the ways to add to 11 was 2-9, I think, if I remember exactly. So I will not fault you for not immediately thinking of all of the ways of doing this. I have been bitten by that before. Okay. So Jay has gone ahead and done math for us, which is to say, if I sum the digits between these clues, then I get 18 plus 13 plus 8, which is 31, 39. So the remaining digits in red that aren't clued by these sum to 6. So either there's two possibilities. Red does that, and then red has a 6 dangling off somewhere. Or red stops here and then has a 1, 2, 3 somewhere. But I don't see how that one breaks the one option. Let's see. What can this digit be? Let's fill it in. Let's see. This digit can't be a 1, a 2. It looks like it could be a 3 or a 4. It can't be a 5. It could be a 6 or a 7, but not an 8 or a 9. Okay, this is not incredibly useful to fill in. Right. Okay. Beautiful. Calzone notes that we can extend the pink at least 1, because otherwise this would be a valid clue, so that's definitely true. Let's see. I don't think purple could get to row 7, column 8, because then you can't put the 3 in column 6. Okay, let's look at that. So I assume we're going to be talking about this cell. Yep. So if purple does this, then that's all of purple. And so then something about 3s in column 6. I don't think I see the impact of this on 3s in column 6. I believe you, because there's certainly something like this digit and this digit and this digit are the same. But I'm not quite sure. X-wing on 8s. Let's see. Where do I have an X-wing on 8s? Let's see. Egon says, if red doesn't extend down in column 5, how would red extend without making the false clues above column 3 and column 4 true? Interesting question. Okay, so if we imagine that red didn't take this, then red would have to take both of these, because this clue is not correct, so it has to be at least 2. So now red has to take 2 more cells. Well, it's going to have to be these 2 exactly. Oh, no, sorry, it's not. It can't even take 2 more. Red has to take 1 more cell. What 1 more cell is red going to take? It's not going to take any 1 more cell. So actually, that's a great point. So red actually is incapable, and I lost track in chat. I think this is Egon's point. Red can't, if red does not grow down column 5, red actually is forced to take these 2 cells and then break. So that means that actually red has to take those 2 cells, which is gorgeous. So now, I don't actually know. All I know is that red doesn't keep going down. I don't know. Oh, and I do know now red doesn't keep going over here, right? Because now red's currently at 8 cells. Yeah, so if red took that cell, or took a cell over here, then it would be too big. So Chester, the problem has nothing to do with what the digits are. That's a red herring. The problem has to do with the fact that if I extend into column 4, then I have to take one of these 2 cells, which means I have to take them both because they're in the same region. But now, you're right. This wall, that's the point. this wall is exactly what's doing all the heavy lifting here. So yeah, so that extends that wall over there. Let's see. So now I probably know what these digits are, huh? These digits are, let's see, if they were absolutely minimized, they'd be 1, 3, 5, 7, and I think 1, 3, 5, 7 does add to 16. It does. So these have to be 1, 3, 5, 7 exactly, so these aren't 7. And so now these have to be 9, 4, because they can't be 6, 7 anymore. And 9, 4 only goes in one direction, which goes ahead and fixes some of this stuff over here. Now, the digits that are missing... Oh, there's only one digit that's missing, and it's a 6. So red's going to grab a 6 somewhere. Your guess is as good as mine where, I'm afraid, but it will all become clear in time, or it won't. This isn't a 4 anymore, because there's a 4 in the column. So what's left in the column? I think it's a 3, 6, and a 7. It is a 3, 6, and a 7. And this is not a 6 or a 7, so this is a 3, just sudoku logically. So these are a 6, 7 pair. Let's see. I don't think I know which order those work in. What are these digits? Let's see. I need a 6 and a 9, and I know the order there. So that's a 9 and that's a 6. And that 6 sees over that this is a 4, which sees over that's a 1 and that's a 4. That 6 sees that that's a 7 and that's a 6. All kinds of things happening now. Let's see. So, unfortunately, I think we could still have red take a 6 over here, and it would be okay. See, are there any repeated digits in this mess? Sadly, it looks like there are not any repeated digits in this mess, which we would much prefer there to be. Let's see. The 3 sees... the 3 sees a 3, 5. Great point. So that's a 5. These aren't 5 anymore. So that's a 5. Let's see. Let's see. There's definitely a border between row 5, column 4, 5. All right. Okay. Yes. Red definitely, because there's a 6 here, red can't take a 6 here. Good point, SPQ. So, yeah. This 4 is part of a new region, almost certainly, although I think it could be pink. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it could just be pink. No, I think that's 1 too few cells. So yeah, purple does... Sorry, this is the easier way to do it. Purple doesn't take this cell, because purple already has a 5. Thank you, Chester. So this is a new region. It's going to be brown, because we're reaching that point in the puzzle where we have to have brown regions. The dry, arid zone. Okay, let's do some cleanup, because we've got lots of pencil marks we have not cleaned up, I think. Let's see. Shout them out if you see pencil marks I have not cleaned up. Let's see. These are not... This is not 1 or a 5. This is not a 1 or a 5. So those are a 3, 7 pair. So these aren't 3 or 7. So yeah, one of these two is a 6. There is a double 6 in the white region. Okay, good. So these 6s are different colors. Although it could easily be that one is brown and one is purple, for example. Brown definitely gets out via the 9 because it doesn't finish. Yes, SPQ, I agree. So brown definitely takes that cell into that cell in order to get to its full size. I don't think anything can take this 3. I think this 3 has to be brown. Because if purple took this 3, brown has been separated. So this 3 has to be brown. And now this 4 has to be brown for similar, because now it's just isolated. And now purple has to grow, because now purple, even if it takes the 6 and 7, purple still has to get out. 6. And even if purple takes the 6 and 7, it still has to get out one further. So we can go ahead and put an edge in there. So now if we look back over at brown again, brown's taking currently 6 cells. It could take at most 2 more, because remember, it can't take both 6s. So brown has to go up. Like that. Okay, let's go ahead and fill in digits in these. So brown's got 1, it needs a 2, it's got a 3, 4, 5, needs a 6, 7, 8. Let's see, this is not a 2 or an 8 or a 6, so that's a 7. Just a good old naked single. This is not a 6. It's a 2 or an 8. So this 7's not brown. And so because this 7 is not brown, because brown just found a 7, it must be purple. So purple runs over here. And therefore purple is finished. Let's go ahead and fill in these 2 digits. They are a 1 and 3. And we know the order. Is like that. Okay. And this is seeing an 8 already. Thank you, Chester. So that's a 2. And so what does brown need in life in order to be happy? Brown needs a 6 and an 8. Notice brown can take neither a 6 nor an 8 here. And so brown cannot extend to the left, which means brown must extend at least 1 up, which is going to do good things for us, because now brown has to extend 1 up in order to get its 6 or an 8, which means that red now has to take this 6. So red takes this 6. This is a brown 6 or 8. And now, one of these 2 is also going to be a brown 6 or 8, but I don't know which. This almost certainly has to be pink, but I don't know yet. But let's go ahead and fill in this row. This row is 1, we've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 5, and 9. That's not a 1. That's not a 9. That's not a 5. Got the whole shebang of 1s, 5s, and 9s hanging out there. Let's see. Let's fill in this column. This column is missing a 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's not an 8. This is not a 6. This is not a 1 or an 8. It's a 3 or a 6. Let's see. I had hopes for that. The ye old chocolate teapot triple. Though someone did successfully make a chocolate teapot. I read about it on the internet. Okay. So... the only way I've heard of it is the phrase "as useless as a chocolate teapot," which Mark Goodliff often says, and occasionally Simon will say, although I have not heard him say it in a while. But that does not mean that it is not also a technical expression of some sort. I have just not heard it. This is not an 8. This is not a 3 or a 4. Yeah, so the 4 over here goes in one of these two cells. That was not immediately enlightening. What about these? The fact that there's a wall here is probably going to be useful at some point. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got an 8, and then we need a 9. No, the fact that there's a wall here is useless, definitionally. There's always a wall there. Never mind. It would be there not being a wall there that would be useful. Okay. But maybe I will get lucky. That's not a 9. Let's see. These are not a 4 or a 3, so that's 6, 7, or 9. Let's see. I am told that the chocolate teapots that have been made infuse the tea with a lovely hint of cocoa. Column 4 must start with a new color in the first two cells. Let's see. So there's no way that, say, pink could get over there. Couldn't pink do that? Is that not plausible? Oh, that doesn't leave brown a cell. The fact that brown needs a cell to finish? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is not 7. That is a good point. Thank you, SPQ. The less than 7 clue says it's not 7. Good point. I feel like pink could just sneak over there. Oh, no, that doesn't work because that would break this cell. That breaks that wall. Okay, so I've got to convince myself that there's really no universe in which these two... Yeah, so whatever takes these two... I guess it could come up here. Yeah, I'm not sure if these are all the same or not. Let's see. Hey, Carl. Let's see. There's a 9 here. So these two are in the same region at the very least. Let's see. So let's see. So what about this 9 clue? I think this 9 clue is productive to think about. So it's not 1, 2, 6 or 2, 3, 4. It's not 1, 3, 5 either. So this is a 9 and 2. It's not 9 and 1 either. So these two cells are in the same region, and there's a boundary here. That seems good to know. Okay, so do I know what color these two are? Like, could they be pink? I think they can be pink. In lots of ways. Okay, what way of making it is it? So it's not 1, 8 because the 8s are gone. It could be 2, 7. It's not 3, 6, and it's not 4, 5. So these are a 2, 7 pair, in fact. In order to make 9, which makes that a 3, and that a 7. Which comes back and makes this not a 3. This is a 1, 5, or 8. It's not a 1, so it's got to be a 5 or an 8. Let's see. Is this 2, 7? That gives me an X-wing on 7, so I've used all the 7s now in column 1 and column 2. So none of those are 7. I was getting excited. I thought I had placed the 7 in this row, but I don't think I've quite placed the 7 in this row yet, but I'm slowly getting there. Let's see. Got to go ahead and finish pencil marking the grid. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. These are not 1 or 3 or 4. Oh, they already weren't 4. They're 2, 5, or 6. Was 1, 3 or 6? Okay. So yeah, so this is 2, 7. Okay, these are both valid clues, so they could be of just about any length. This is a valid clue. You once found out row 1, column 1 and 2 are the same color, and I don't think they can be pink, says Egon. Let's see. If they tried to be pink, it would assuredly involve taking like all of those cells, which would be that would be 9 exactly. I'm being told this repeats a 1, but I don't see it. Yeah, so these two are both in the same region. Doesn't immediately tell me anything. Let's see. Brown needs a 6 or 8 in one of these two cells. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Derek is seeing that the column 4 cells, okay, so there's a region up here that's at least 2 cells long. And if this was 2 evens, it would be the last 2 evens in the column. And that would not work. Okay, so yeah, so this is a broken clue. So these are in the same region. I'm trying to sort of mentally wrap my head around this. Couldn't it be that all 3 of these are in the same region, Derek? And then I don't think I learned something about the parity, or maybe I do? Row 1, column 4 is not pink because either can't put a 4 or put a repeated 1. I really don't understand exactly where this is coming from in terms of like where is the repeated 1 happening, or what is. So I guess I know pink has a 1 over here. Okay, so I see this now. Okay, so this is a lot simpler than I've been making it out to be. Okay, so here's simple. So I have been thinking people are trying to get me to like try every possible pink path, but you don't need to do that at all. Pink definitely has a 1 because it's the only place for a 1 in this row. So if this cell is pink, remember these two are in the same region, these would both be pink, and now they couldn't be 1s, and now this column doesn't have a 1 in it. Okay, so I like that proof. This is really genuinely not pink. So this is genuinely a new color. let's make it blue again, because I don't want to use one of the ugly colors. So these are blue, for whatever that is worth. I mean, I don't know that it gets me anywhere, but I liked the argument. I thought the logic was cute. Let's see. 57 says row 1, column 1, and row 1, column 2 can't be 1 because of the X-wing on 1s. Ah, yes, excellent. There's an X-wing on 1s between these two cells, which is just a fancy way of saying that I've used all the 1s in columns 1 and 2 between these two places. Or maybe instead of fancy, I should say nerdy. It's a very, very nerdy way of saying that I've done that. Okay, so yeah, I've got little mini X-wings on 1s up here as well. Actually, I'm going to gray this down here just so we only have one blue region. Okay. Okay, so is there a Y-wing going on between all of this nonsense? That is my next suspicion. Like, there's a bunch of pairs that all involve similar digits kicking around. Like, is this going to involve observing that I would create a Y-wing if I put the 5-8 in the region or something? This is very, very strong Y-wing alert. For all of these digits, because there's all these pairs that overlap by 1 floating around. So if any of you see a Y-wing, let me know. Okay, let's see. Carl is saying if this is pink. I mean, oh, am I down to only 2 regions now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So I think so let's count that in a way that actually makes sense. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I do have all the regions. Okay, so Carl is suggesting if this is pink, that's going to create a problem with this clue. So if this was pink, it would have to be the case that this went a whole bunch of odds and then an even. So I'd have to put every odd in the column up here, which would break the 1-7. Yep. So I agree. This can't be pink, and so let me explain it again, just in case you did not instantly understand Carl's point. This is telling me there's a valid parity party clue to get to this border if all of this is pink. And I should say, if this is pink, all of this has to be pink, because otherwise I split blue in half. So what does that mean? Well, that means this has to either be the first even or the first odd of the row. Well, it can't be the first odd of the row because it's an 8. So it'd have to be the first even, which would mean all of these were odd. But that's all 5 odds, which would break, of all things, this 1-7 cell. And so this cell can't be pink. So this cell is blue. And as soon as this cell turns blue, it automatically turns those 2 cells blue because I can't split this border. And as soon as this cell turns blue, because of the uncluedness of this column, this cell also turns blue. So all of this nonsense is blue. And we suddenly have lots of blue. This is not blue, and so it has to be pink. And so that's pink. Note it has to be pink because it's not blue, and it can't possibly be brown. And Barbie points out we do need to have one more brown cell, but the one more brown cell is one of these two over here. Okay, now it's not possible that this is blue, so that actually forces pink down this whole side. This cell's not pink, so it is blue. So we get that over there like that. Now, if this cell weren't blue, we would have separated blue into pieces. So that cell is blue. We can now count blue. Blue is currently at 8. So blue can only take one more cell. So cells like this one have to be pink because there's nothing else, because blue can't get to them. Okay, so one of these two is brown, one of these three is blue, and one of these two is pink, is the short version of this. So now let's look at the digits that are appearing in pink. I definitely have a 159. I have a 27. That's not super useful, unfortunately. Let's see. Do I have anything interesting going on in blue, let's say? I don't know. Okay. So calzone is all over this. So in row 1, if I look at it, the only thing amongst these that's not necessarily in here is a 1 or a 5. So the 2, the 3, and the 6 all appear in blue in row 1. So this is not a 6. This is not a 3. So this is a 7 or a 9, for example. So yeah, this digit shows up amongst these. Okay, so I think up here we have a 1 or a 5. And it's that 1 or 5. So here we actually have the other two of 1, 5, and 8. So actually, in blue, between these 6 cells, I guess this is a really complicated way to say between these we have a 2, 3, 6, 1, 5, 8 sextuple. So that means the remaining digits in blue, oh yeah, that's not a 6, are 4, 7, and 9. So, oh no, that does not work. This cell can't be blue, because blue doesn't need a 3 or a 6. In fact, actually, you could see that way, way, way easier. All you need without the sextuple, all you need is to look at the top row and see that 3 and 6 are both in the top row in blue. So this cell's not blue, so it's brown. And since it's brown, it's a 6. So let's clean all of that up. So that's a 6, and that's an 8 to finish blue. Finish brown. Brown is being finished here. Okay, that's not an 8. That's not a 6. That's not a 6. That's not an 8. So that's a 1. That's a 3. Those aren't 3. That's not 3 either. It's not in the grid, so it's not a digit. Let's see. So that's this 256 tells me that that's an 8. That being a 1 tells me that's a 5, and that's a 1. All right. Row 2. Yeah, we've got a 3, 4, 7, 9 down here to contend with. Let's see. Okay, so is it going to get sorted out by the fact that there's a valid clue here? I think that's going to have to be what does it. So I know there's an odd over here. So over here, there's a 4 and a 6 and an odd. So an even, even, odd. If this is blue, I think it's something like that, but I can't quite articulate it well. Let's see. I'm going to see if there's more Sudoku. Is there more Sudoku? There should be, right? Maybe not. If it's blue, okay, sorry. That's the thing I should have thought about. If it's blue, what digit is it? If it's blue, it's a 7, because blue already has a 6 up here in this 256 triple. So if this is blue, it's a 7, which means that these are even. And so this would go even, even, odd, but the border would be here, and that's not a valid place. So this can't be blue. It has to be pink. Good spot, Jay. And good explaining it to a Zeta who's been doing chaos construction puzzles for an extended period of time. Okay, so that finishes our regions. And now we just have to do Sudoku stuff. So this is not a 6, and it's not a 3. It's a 4. So that's a 9. That's a 7. I have turned caps lock on. Let's see. Okay, so that 7 says that's a 3, and that's a 7. That 7 says that's a 6. I probably know what this digit is. Let's see. That's a 4. Let's see. This is not a 5. This is not a 6. Let's see. I got a 259 triple there. This is not a 3. So that's a 2-6 pair, so this is a 3. For whatever that's worth. Let's see. There's a 9 there, so that's a 1, that's a 5, that's a 9. That 1 says that that's a 7, and that's a 1. That 7 says that that's a 2, and that's a 7. That 2 says that that's a 6. Let's see. Okay, so this is now a 2-5. But there's a 5 there, so this is a 2 and a 5. That 2 sees down and says that's a 6, and that's a 2. And then we get our official congratulations for finishing the puzzle. It has stopped being Happy New Year's time. Thank you. Thank you. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for suggesting that, Hippo. Let's see. Do we have a solve time? Do I want to know what the solve time was on that one? 2 hours and 4 minutes. Not too bad. Not too bad. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to do a chaos construction by Flying Dutchman. Welcome back. Alrighty, we can switch back over to the CTC layout. You can hop around. Thank you again to all of our windmills. We very much appreciate you. Oops, that's not the reset button. Okay. So now we have a chaos construction by Dying Flutchman. I am told that it is Dying Flutchman and not Flying Dutchman. Which apparently, looking at the letters, is true. So we are meant here. So this is not quite a chaos construction, but it is chaos construction adjacent. I had it in my file as listed as a chaos construction, but we do get to sing the Menomino song. So we have to cover the grid with 12 different pentominoes, 5 different tetrominoes, and a monomino. Monomino, do 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 do. Monomino, do 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 do. Digits can't repeat within a shape. So the reason why this is pretty chaos construction adjacent is that whatever shapes I make, they have to be like mini regions. They don't have to contain all the digits, but they can't contain repeated digits. Okay. Shapes with the same letter can't touch. So example, a T tetromino can't touch a T pentomino. Oh boy. Chad, I may need you to remind me what the letters are for the pentominoes. I may not know this off the top of my head at all points. White diamonds indicate that the adjacent shapes have consecutive totals, and white circles indicate that the adjacent cells contain consecutive digits. Oh boy. Okay. One moment, let me dig up an image I can throw somewhere with all of the letters for the pentominoes, and maybe the tetrominoes too. Be back in just a second. Domino. One moment. Figuring this all out. Okay. Did I move the screen in the wrong place? How did this happen? Okay. I'm very confused as to what is happening. Okay, I'm going to try not to mess with it too badly. Nope, I'm confused as to how I screwed this up. Okay, one moment. Please hold while I try and get the grid to look a little bit better. Okay. I haven't screwed this up, have I? Horribly? It's not worse than it was before? Let me know if it's worse than it was before. Though I don't know that there's an undo button, so if you let me know that I made it worse, it might just make me sad. Okay, and so depending on the sort of puzzle person you are, you may or may not be aware of these orientations of things that are called pentominoes. And so when this is talking about the letters of these things, oh, I did not just screw with it, did I? I accidentally grabbed the top of my screen. Hopefully I did not just destroy the world. Usually OBS is smart enough to not let me destroy the world by accident. It is slightly worse. The grid could be cropped closer. Okay, so how's that? Is that better? I could put them more on my forehead if you want. Okay. Okay. Is that acceptable, Tristan? At all? But Tristan is my harshest critic, so I usually assume if I've made him happy, then I've made everyone happy. Okay. So there are these things called pentominoes, which are just all the ways that you can make a... Oh, did I get a thing where they did not... I got a thing where they did not label them correctly? Oh, boy. Okay. Well, we're going to make do with it, but we're going to try and explain this as best we can. So these are things called pentominoes, and all a pentomino is a way of arranging 5 squares. But the thing that's relevant here is that the ways of forming 5 squares have names which are letters. So this is the F pentomino, for example. And this will be the F pentomino regardless of how I orient it. So if I make it this way, it is still the F pentomino. Okay. And so these are all of the ways to make a pentomino. And so the one note is that this list includes this as a way to make a pentomino, which you might notice a problem with. Namely, there aren't 5 things, which is what the penta is supposed to tell you. And so you should imagine that that's the why. Okay. Now, we're also meant to use the 5 different... So the key word here is different. When I'm making the 12 different pentominoes, what it's telling me is I should use all 12 shapes once each. Now, the tetrominoes, there are 5 tetrominoes, but those you actually probably know from Tetris. So we have that one, we have that one, we have this one, we have, I guess that was supposed to be a different color, we have that one, we have that one, and we have that one, green. Later, Derek. Thank you so much for moderating. Everyone say thank you to Derek. He does a lovely job of keeping the spam bots at bay. Keeping things... And by the way, thank you all for making it so that my moderators mostly just fight spam bots. I don't think we've had any behavioral issues where the mods have had to chase you down and tell you to say nicer words or whatever. I appreciate that. Okay, so these are the 5 tetrominoes. Again, reflection doesn't matter. So if you're used to... there's always this issue where in Tetris... Like in Tetris the game, this L is different from this L, for example. That is not the case here. All L's are the same. And so what are the letters? The letters here are T, S, L, I... What do people call the square? Is the square an O? I do not know. Hopefully someone will know what the square is, or Tristan can look up what the square is called. But the point is, these are all, these things all have letters, and some of those letters show up again in the letters for the pentominoes. So, for example, the L here is also the name of a pentomino, and what this is saying is, in addition, you can't touch 2 letters with the same shape. Now there is no O pentomino, so I can put the square anywhere. And so we've got to do all 12 pentominoes, all 5 tetrominoes, and all 1 monominoes. Oh, is this a given monomino? Did I just not notice that? Oh, already given. Okay. And this is the one monomino. Sorry, I read the directions, but not goodly. Okay. The S is also called a Z. I guess it depends on how you look at it. Okay. So the Z can't touch either the S tetromino can't touch either an S pentomino or an S pentomino. All right. So I'm a huge fan, by the way, just in terms of rules that I think are underutilized. I think puzzles where regions or no, I would probably do this without regions if it were me, but whichever way, where you have to break the grid into ominoes of various sorts. This is a super, super, super constrained way of doing it, where it's got to be exactly all of them. But we are in good shape. Okay. So here we have our monomino. And so the monomino has to touch this cell, which has a digit that's consecutive, and then this digit, it has to touch a thing with a consecutive total. Okay, so got it. All right, so the diamond here tells us that the total of this monomino is equal to one more or one less than the total of the tetromino or pentomino that it touches. Who would have thought that a whole stream of chaos constructions would be difficult on my brain? But the minimum a tetromino can sum to is 10, and the minimum a pentomino can sum to is 15, so the only digit that this can be is a 9. We will reserve dancing for a fancier digit, but that means that this is a 9 touching a tetromino of sum 10. And then there's another diamond, which means that this now must be touching a tetromino of sum 11. Okay, and so that's going to be really interesting, because I somehow have to cram 2 tetrominos around here so that one goes through here and one goes through here. And this one's going to have the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one's going to have the digits 1, 2, 3, 5. And so one of these is 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them is 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, but I've got it. So that's a total of how many digits? That's a total of, 8 digits. But I've repeated the 1, 2, and 3. So I have to have at least 3. I have to have at least 3 cells in these tetrominos outside this box, because I can only have 1, 1, 2, and 3 inside this box. Let's see. Okay, so what does this have to look like? Yeah, and I need to fit the 6, 7, and 8 in the box somewhere. That is also a fair point. I don't immediately see how to handle this. Now, I was trying to say I think this has to go at least one this way, but I don't even know that it does. I'm going to give this the color yellow and this the color blue for the moment. Let's see. Yeah, I think that could be neither yellow nor a blue. Now, this whole cluster is also annoying and horrible. Yeah, so said the other way, only 5 of the cells in the box can possibly be in the 2 tetrominos. Now, I do notice I have some given borders over here, which might be useful. I'm going to green all of these just for homogeneity's sake. And note that because we were already given the monomino, this one has to come out, this one has to come out like that. for whatever that is worth. So let's see. So is it possible that this is neither yellow nor blue? In other words, is it possible that the 6, 7, 8 go over here? And I think the answer is yes. Let's see, I have to check above my forehead and see what the thing is called. Well, that's called an L. Okay, so maybe that's not. Okay, so if this cell is not yellow or blue, then this shape is either an L or an I. But I think that would still be fine, because I think I could make this an I and this a T, for example. All of that seems fine. Oh, I realize there are more borders that I did not highlight. Now, if the yellow were to touch this cell, that might be a disaster. Because if the yellow were to touch this cell, now I create another tetromino of sum 11. And I can't have so many tetrominos of sum 11 floating around, can I? This cell is definitely not yellow, Chili points out. Oh, hey, yeah, there's another one. They're everywhere. This cell can't be yellow, because if this cell was yellow, then yellow is entirely contained in this box. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 are gone in this box. But now blue has to take 2 cells to get out, and it can't. So yellow might take this cell, but yellow never takes this cell. That is a good observation. So yeah, what cells outside of box 9 can these things take? Yellow could take this cell, or it could take any of these cells, and blue could take this cell. I think these are the only cells outside of the box that could possibly be taken by blue and yellow, and we need at least 3 of them to be taken by blue and yellow collectively. Actually, I don't think this cell can possibly be blue or yellow, because if this cell right here, if it's yellow, that means yellow is an I. Oh, no, that's fine. Yellow could be an I if... Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay, because we have to get 3 yellow and blue cells out. This is a rescue operation. We have to get 3 blue or yellow cells out of here. If this cell were colored, it would be yellow, which would mean that yellow would have to look like that. So now blue can't be an I, so blue can't go down here. And so blue would now have to have an L shape. So let me draw this like this. Oops, not like that. Like this. Whoop. Now that would force blue to look like this, but now blue is entirely contained in box 9. Actually, blue can't be entirely contained in box 9. Which is very interesting, because if blue is entirely contained in box 9, however that happens, that's going to break yellow, because yellow needs to take at least 1 cell more in box 9 to get out of box 9. So blue needs to take at least 1 cell outside of box 9. Which means blue definitely has to take this cell, because if blue turns this way, blue's not getting out of box 9. So blue has to take at least this cell, I am confident to say. And now I think blue could turn up and over, and yellow... Oh, wait, maybe that doesn't work either. Can blue take this cell now? If blue were to take this cell, now yellow's shortest path out is up through here, and then yellow only takes one cell out, blue takes one cell out, that is not enough cells out. So actually, blue can't take this cell. So blue, not allowed to take that cell. Okay, blue, still not allowed to be entirely in box 9. So blue also has to take this cell. Okay, so blue has now been sort of pushed over to here. Now, blue contains the digits 1, 2, 3, and 5. So that's going to be really interesting when it comes to this Kropke dot. So I almost feel like the only way this works is if this Kropke dot has a 5 there and a 4 and a 6 there. Let's see. Someone had asked if yellow could take row 8, column 9. So this is Carl's point. If yellow goes this way, something is taking this cell. It can't be yellow, because then yellow can't escape the box at all, which breaks. So then yellow has to go up like this. And then blue would have to take this cell, because something has to take it. But now we're back in the situation where we've only taken a total of 2 cells outside of box 9, and we need to take 3 cells outside of box 9. So that was Carl's point, and that was great. So that means yellow has to take this cell. Okay. So now, interestingly, if yellow now turns up, it's an L, which forces blue to not be... Oh, wow, that breaks. Okay. Follow me on a journey. I think this works. If yellow goes up here like this... So, first of all, if yellow goes up 1 cell, because there's a border here already, yellow has to go up here as well. Now, yellow is an L, so blue can't be an L anymore. What is blue going to be? Well, it's going to be an I, and it's going to have to go that direction. But now what shape is this? Well, now this is forced to go up here, and it's forced to go one more, but it either becomes an L or becomes an I, both of which break because it's an L touching an L or an I. Couldn't it be a T? Couldn't what be a T? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Darn it. My thing doesn't work because this is now a T. I think this is okay. I did not see that somehow. No, I think this is okay. I think this is fine. So that does force, if this is a T, it does force this to be an I, which would force this to be an L. But I don't think that breaks. No, my journey, it was ruined. Okay. We will somehow carry on, even though we'll be sad about it the whole time. The diamonds are interesting, although this diamond is definitely trying to escape in a direction where I don't know very much. So it is worth noting, these are all definitely part of a pentomino, or a tetromino, I suppose. They're all part of an omino. Because yellow and blue can't take these cells, and so something has to take them. This is Josh's point, by the way. I'm just copying it shamelessly. So there are only a handful of shapes that this can have. Let's see. It could be an I. It could be an L. It could be a Y. Okay, I want to go ahead and fill in these digits. So those are 1, 2, 3, and 5. This is 1, 2, 3, or 4. Let's see. Okay, so So these digits are also quite small. They're definitely from 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. It is worth noting. But yellow has to take row 8, column 6. Oh, okay. So the whole story that I just told you does still have a conclusion, which Carl points out, which is that yellow never avoids taking this cell. Because if yellow tries to avoid taking this cell, then we end up in exactly the scenario I outlined, where this is an L, so this is forced to be an I. And so then this goes down here, and now this has nothing it can be. So yellow always takes that cell. Okay, which means this is not a 6. Good point, Carl. Now, yellow can't... normal Sudoku rules apply. We're building a whole bunch of extra mini regions, is basically the point. Yellow can't take this cell here because it forces 2 I's, which is Josh's point as well. If yellow came over here, blue would now have to be an I, and it can't be. So we've got blue is taking one of these. So yellow is either an L or a T. And I have to remember that I need one more cell outside of box 9. So either blue takes this cell, or yellow takes this cell. Those are my two outs. Good night, Daniel. Glad to have you hanging out so long. Thanks for the luck. I may need it on this one, but sleep well. I'll see you around next time. Could this be blue? Does the Kropke dot break somehow if this is blue? Okay, let's see. Jay says row 9, column 6 can't be a 5 because it would make a 1, 2, 3 quadruple. Ah, yeah, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, yeah. If I was thinking this had to be a 5, but it can't be a 5 because if this is a 5, now these are 1, 2, 3, but this is also 4, which means these are 1, 2, 3, which means that's too many 1, 2, 3s. So this is definitely not a 5, which means that's not a 6. So this is 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which is very interesting. It's actually true that if the yellow 4 or 5, if the yellow and blue 4 and 5 are not in box 9, then we actually need an extra cell out of box 9. Then we need 3 instead. So we really do want the yellow around here. Okay. Now, whichever side of this yellow ends up on, we're creating another tetramino of sum 11. So there is another tetramino of sum 11. So actually, these digits have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because whichever side yellow touches, the other side is another of these whole things. And that gives us a quintuple in box 9. So these are my 6, 7, 8. So that's red. Now that has forced... Okay, so that forces everything real fast. So now that's blue. And so now blue is an I. And so red can't be an I. So red is an L. And now red is an L. And so yellow can't be an L. So yellow is a T. And so We have a whole bunch of stuff in real quick. Let's go ahead and finish this up. So that's yellow, so it's not a 5 anymore. I need to use the 4 in yellow, so that's not a 4. That's not a 4 because it's in blue, and blue doesn't get to have a 4. This isn't allowed to be a 4 anymore. In fact, it's not a 1, 2, or 3 either. It is a 5. And that will be our dance digit. I know. What does the world come to where zetas are dancing for 5s? It is a very strange combination. But that 5 was a truly spectacular combination of really neat logic. So even though I do not normally agree to dance for 5s, I will dance for this 5. Okay, so what are my tetrominoes that this could be? This could theoretically be an L if it's shaped the right way, as long as it doesn't touch this L. It could be a square. Oh, it has to leave this box, though, because this box is out of 1, 2, 3s. So this, whatever shape this is, it has to get out, and so this is going to be a 1, 2, 3. That's nice. I'm going to uncolor these for now. I will remember that, or probably not. I'll probably forget. Okay, so this can't be a square. Okay, so it's not a square. It could be a Z, if it looks like that. Oh, this certainly can't be purple, because there's a diamond between these, and red sums to a lot more than 10 or 11. So yeah, this can't be purple, because of that diamond. So this is a new shape as well. And this shape's going to sum to a whole bunch. Now, Carl points out, if purple tries to grow up, that's going to create a huge problem. Because if purple tries to grow up, purple now only has 2 things it can be. It can be either a T or an I, but both of those are already done. So purple cannot grow up. So in fact, actually, purple is forced to take that shape. Because as soon as purple... Oh, sorry, not that much, but it's forced to take that cell. That's a 1, 2, or 3. And then we don't actually yet know if purple is going to turn out to be an L or a ZS. And yeah, the 1, 2, 3 in the column is also used. Good point. So, in fact, the 4 in this column is placed through magic, because the 4 can't go on one of these dots because the 3 and 5 are gone. So the 4, through just absolute ridiculousness, the 4 is placed there. In the column. Let's see. Okay. The absolute minimum that this can sum to is 6, 7, 8, and 3, 4, which is 21 and is 28. I think you can just do 28 in 4, so I don't know that green can't be a tetromino yet, although I suspect I will soon. Right, what are the tetrominos that are left? Yeah, so this can't be an L or an S for sure. Oh, and so the only other options... Oh, I guess this could be the I. No, it can't be an I. So this can't be a tetromino, because the tetrominos that are left are L, which it can't be because it's touching an L pentomino. Oh, could this be an S? Maybe this is an S. Sorry, I think I am incorrect. Let's see. Chili is talking about what this can possibly be. So we need 4 consecutive digits. And so... there can be neither a 4 nor a 5 on this side. Couldn't I do 4, 5, 6, 7? Wouldn't that be okay? Oh, this can't be... this can't be an S because it would isolate that cell. That's a good point. Right. So no matter what, green is part of a pentomino. Okay, so what digits are these from? These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, they can't actually be 1 or 2. So these are actually only from 3, 4, 5. Because remember, I can't repeat digits in red. So these are from 3, 4, 5, and they definitely contain a 4. Oh, it could be an S on the other side? Yeah, that's probably possible. So now these digits are awfully congested because I now have at least used everything up to 4. So these have to be at least 5, 6, 7. So there's always a 7 on these for whatever that's worth. Either way, on those digits, purple must be an L. If purple, so if purple went here, sorry, no, if purple went here, this would be a 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if purple went here, this would be a 1, 2, 3, which will never, ever, ever work with this chain of crappy dots. Got you. Okay. If this is a 1, 2, or 3, well, it'd have to be a 3, and then this would go 4, 5, 6, except I've repeated the 5 in the column. Beautiful. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so purple, I got it there. I got there eventually. Purple's here. So these are not 3 anymore. That's a 4, 5 pair. Purple's done. Okay. And we have some new shape coming out over here. It's going to be another red. It'll be orange. Orange. We haven't done an orange yet. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. This is from 6, 7, 8, 9. Except it's not 7 or 8 because 7 and 8 are both over here. Guaranteed because of the string of dots. This is from, it's not 5. This is going to tell us. So this is not 5 or 9. So what is it? This is got to be 6 or, yeah, it's got to be 6, right? In order to make this work. Because what things could go on the end of this? So if this is 6, 7, 8, the only things that go on it are 5 and 9, which it can't be. So this is not 6, 7, 8. This is 7, 8, 9, which makes this a 6, and that a 6. That's a very clever setting right there. No surprise from the Dutchman, or the Flutchman, whatever a Flutchman is. Can't I repeat a digit in row 7, column 1? It's not that I... Oh, let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, if this were 6, 7, 8... so if this is 6, 7, 8, then this could be 5 or 9, but it could also be 8, 7, 6, but this would still have to be 5 or 9. So it's not that I can't repeat a digit, it's that the end digits can't be 6 and 8, because if the end digits are 6 and 8... Oh, it could be 7. Sorry. Yeah. So if this were 6, 7, 8, this could also be 7. Darn it. I think you're right. So this is 6, 7, 8. Oops. Sorry. This is 6, 7, or 8. But yeah, it could be 7 that could be repeated. Yeah. Or the 8 could be repeated. Sorry. You are correct. I was again overly excited. It happens. So worth noting now, this cell is part of a new omino. So that's going to have to get out. I'm trying to make it green. It's not going. So that's going to have to be something. Okay. The middle digit has to go in the middle in the crop keychain in box 8. Oh, yes. Got it. Yep. This is either 1, 2, 3, or it's 3, 2, 1. There's no way this in the middle is not a 2. is Carl's point. So those are not 2. These aren't 2. These are 1, 3, 5. Okay, got it. So good point. In row 7, 1, 2, and 3 are restricted. So, yeah, okay. So in row 7, owing to the 1, 2, 3 down here, the only places I can put a 1, 2, 3 are these. So in fact, there's a 1, 2, 3 hidden triple, as noted by Luis in this row. 2 looks up to clear a pencil mark. Sure. So now I've got a 1, 3 pair there. This being a 1, 2, 3 means this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, which gives us a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in the row. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are not 5, though, because there's a 5 in the box already. Let's see. So we can actually write out what these are. Yeah, one of these is 6, 7, and one of them's 8, 9. I don't think I know which is which yet. And it can't be 4 because the 4s in box 9 are definitely in one of these cells. So that's... this is a 1, 2, 3... with a 2 on it somewhere, as we like to see. Let's see. These digits are also quite large, but I do need a 4 in this row somewhere. Let's see. Sam says row 5, column 5, and row 5, column 6 belong to different regions, which forces a number of things. Yeah, so I can draw in what this shape is. So let's go ahead and make it yellow again. Now, I forget if we said... I feel like we said this could be an S at the end of the day. That this could be an S that did that. But in any event, this has to be green. Because this cell has to connect to something. And the only things it connect to are yellow and green. Except it can't connect to yellow. So that cell's definitely green. Whether green goes up or not is an open question, I believe, at this point. Green definitely doesn't go up here. Oh, sorry. Green could go up there. Never mind. Ignore me. Green can only go up on one side here. Now we know the value of this. Green definitely has to be a pentomino now because green has a sum which is consecutive with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a lot. It's 21. It's 30. Oh no, sorry. This could be a 29. This could be a 29 domino. As weird as that sounds. Interestingly, there's a virtual 6-9 pair between these. Because there's a 6 or a 9 on here, and there's a 6 or a 9 there, so this cell can't be 6 or 9. Which is very strange, but it's true. Yeah, this cell is yellow or green. I don't know which one. Okay. I don't really know anything about orange, I fear. If it were to be 29... Okay, so interesting. If it were to be 29, it would need a 5. Can it not have a 5 here? It can't have a 5 here because the 5 in the box. Okay, really neat. Okay, so Tom has. By the way, welcome Tom and Ben and Nicholas and the evening crew who've been trickling in. This actually, so I've been thinking this whole time this could be a 29 cage because this sums to 30. So the sum of this, whatever it is, whatever green ends up being, is either 29 or 31. Well, if green is a tetramino, that would need to be 29, and you can make 29 and 4 as 5, 7, 8, 9, except there's no place to put a 5 in here. So actually green is definitely a pentamino. Okay, that is a complicated and very good spot. So does that tell us anything about green and its life and its desires and happiness and all the other things that matter about green? No? Question mark? If it tells us something else about green, I don't know what it is. Now, often in these puzzles, the clever thing to ask is at some point, where am I going to put the X pentamino? Because I have to put it somewhere, and it's awfully restricted. I don't see anything like that yet, but we can certainly do the, like, finding the hidden pentamino of a certain type where there's only one place in the grid that it can possibly go. Okay, so this can be all kinds of shapes, though, right? This can still be... Well, it can be an F. It could be an X. It could be an F the other way. There are all manner of things that could happen. Let's see, if green takes row 5, column 8, it also has to take row 4, column 7. Why couldn't it come over here and take that and then let that snake around like that? Oh, because of this. Got it. Okay, yeah. Sam is collecting bets on which pentaminos will end up where in the grid. Let's see, orange must take row 9, column 4. I think I believe that. Okay. Let's say orange doesn't take this. Well, then orange has to grow, of course, so it would have to grow this way. Now, orange can't stop because we already have an L tetramino. So orange has to grow, but it can't grow that way, because if orange grew that way, it would be an L pentamino touching an L tetramino, which is not allowed. So it would have to grow that way, but now we've isolated this monomino. So that was an excellent spot, Luis. Orange always takes this cell. And so then the only question is, does orange take another cell? But orange now has optionality to be an S tetramino and finish, to be an F pentamino, or to be a W pentamino. Let's see, row 3, column 7. Okay, yeah, we had this colored before, but we uncolored it. But let's look at it now. Okay, what is this doing with our lives? See, and then there's this one, but this could easily be yellow. Let's see, if green takes row 5, column 8, and does not take row 4, column 7, yeah, it breaks this border, because now nothing can take this if green doesn't. Actually, wait, can anything ever take this that isn't green? I don't think anything can ever take this that isn't green. Because we can't fit... Yeah, once we argued, by we, I mean the royal we, argued that this can't be a 29 cage. Actually, there's no region that can sort of fit in here and snake around the outside or some such nonsense, and it certainly can't be that. So yeah, this has to be green, actually. There's nothing else that could fit in here anymore. So this is not green, so it's yellow. And we get to draw on our little border. Yay, us. Now green is either going to become an X or an F when it grows up. It can't stay a T because it's already touching a T, and there's already a T in the grid and every other reason. And so now this pentomino, or sorry, this omino, pentomino or otherwise, is not yellow because it touches yellow, and so now it has to come out. And so yellow goes over there. Yellow can't go down from here. So yellow now has to either become a Y or an F. Okay, and Tom points out if green becomes an F pentomino, then now... So let's just imagine that we let green become an F pentomino, so it would look like that. Well, then what's happening over here? Well, we've got to go up here. This can't join purple, so it'd have to go there, and we've now created another L, so that's not going to work. So in fact, we can just finish green. Green is an X. And now this cell's isolated, so it's purple. And now there's a new omino over here coming up like this. Now this omino over here coming up like this now has to be the I of pentominos because it can't be an L. And so we go bloop. Now purple has to get up. Purple can't go over, so purple becomes the Y. Let's see. So now we do still know that green needs to sum to either 31 or 29. Let's see. Why can't yellow in box 5 take row 5, column 4, and be a P? We were given a border that told us that, I believe. Yes, we were given a border in the original question, or sorry, in the original puzzle calzone that told us that that could not happen. Couldn't purple be a tetromino? We already have a T tetromino, so purple could not be a T tetromino. We can't repeat tetrominos. And so now this yellow has to be an F because it can't repeat the Y. Okay. Now this red omino has to get out somehow. It certainly can't go up, because if it goes up, it's going to block in... Oh, no, it could go up if it puts a square here. There still does need to be a square somewhere. So, sorry, this red could very well go up. We still do not have an S tetromino, or a Z tetromino. We don't have a Z pentomino. We don't have a square. But we do have both of our I's. We have both of our L's. Let's see. This here could be a U pentomino. Let's see. I should probably be thinking about sums or crop dots or something. Okay. I know that this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, this can't be a 9. That can't be a 9. This could be from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's see, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yeah, okay. This can't be an 8. And this... Wait, could this have been an 8? Never mind, sorry, I'm getting confused trying to pencil mark this. 1 second. So, yeah, if this wants to be an 8, then that would have to be a 9. Oh, but this could be a 9. That's why I'm sorry. I don't think pencil marking this is actually worth it. What I think is worth pencil marking is what these two cells are. Yeah, SPQ, the pentomino cheat sheet that I found by Googling did not in fact have the correct Y-shaped pentomino, so we're just making do with it. Row 5, column 6 can't be a 9. Let's see, if this were a 9, this would go 9, 8, 7, 6. Because it rules out 9 from box 6. Well, this certainly can't be a 9 because it's in the middle of a crop dot. Of all the nonsense things I said, that I stand by. Okay, so yeah, if this is a 9, then 9 disappears from green, disappears from this column, and then 9 has to appear on this crop dot, but it can't. So yes, I agree. This cannot be a 9. Because of that thing that you just said. So then this can't be an 8 anymore, right? But one of these is an 8, 9. Because remember, this column has an 8, 9 and a 6, 7. Well, now this isn't the 8, 9. So this is a 6, 7 pair. This is the 8, 9 pair. Okay. And so this either goes 6, 7, 8, 9, or it goes 7, 6, 5, 4. And so that is good progress. That was a good spot about the geometry of this X, by the way. See, do I know anything about the new region up here? Hey, thanks for joining, Vebby, and thanks for all of your continued support in testing my many insane puzzles. Look forward to seeing you again next time. Good luck sleeping if that's where you're going. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so let's try and follow Nicholas's point up here. This cell can't be red, because if it's red, we create a spell that's a area that's too small. So that's blue. Now, and by it's blue, I just mean it's not red, so it's something else. So now, what can red take? Well, red can't possibly take that cell. So red also can't take this cell, because there's a border. So red takes that cell. Okay, so this is... Actually, so once you notice this border here, which had somehow disappeared in my mind, we actually get that all of this turns blue. And so now blue is either the square or blue is the P pentomino. Yeah, red can be W and blue P, or this can be a square and red can be the Z. Might as well fill in. These only have a few options. They're only 4, 5, 8, 9. Is Glum Hippo doing his Russian spam bot impression? The 6, 7 in box 6 must be in row 4, column 8. Good point. Okay, yeah, so this cell, I was looking at that and then I didn't see it. So Calzone saw this. So where does this digit go in box 6? Well, this digit can't repeat in green, so it doesn't go any of these places. It's not a 4 or a 5. There's already a 6, 7, and 8 in column 9. So this digit is this digit. I'm going to black flash them and write in that that's a 6, 7. And so this is a 5, 6, 7, or 8, just to fill that in. Good point. Okay, so Sam notes we already have an F pentomino now. We didn't when we were last down here. But that means that orange can't take this cell. So orange is either the S tetromino or it's the W pentomino. But we can at least say this cell is not orange. Yeah, so the 9 in column 9 is definitely up here. So these digits are from 1, 2, 3. I should have noted that a long time ago, because this Kropke dot sees 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it certainly doesn't have a 9 on it. So these are from 1, 2, 3. So there's definitely a 2 on these. Let's see. Are any of the diamonds we have laying around useful? Let's see. Okay, so I bet we can nail down something about this, maybe? So, yeah, okay. So the total sum of this box is 45. So the total sum of those cells is 45. Minus 9 is 36. So I have to subtract the value of this Kropke dot from 36 in order to get a number that is consecutive with the number down here, which is 30. So in other words, this actually has to be a 2, 3 by maths. So that's a 2, 3. So these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what's left up here. That was cool, by the way, the way of doing that. Okay. Carl is saying, where is black in box 3? Black in box 3 is on this Kropke dot. So this Kropke dot is from 5, 6, 7, 8. which is super close to giving us a 5, 6, 7, 8 quadruple in the box. And therefore this can't be 8 because blue is one region, and so I can't repeat 8 in blue. So there's definitely a 6 on this dot, which tells us that that dot's a 9. Good, good, all good things. So these are not 9. So the ends of this are 6 and 8. So this is not 6 or 8. It is a 7. So good catch on those of you who told me this could be a 7, because everyone who said it could be a 7, it is a 7. Not a 7 over here. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Row 6, column 2. Yes, right. Because, as I said, the outer sides are 6 and 8, which I literally said out loud, and then did not think, maybe that means I should fill the 7 in the middle. My brain works in strange ways at times. But thank you for the catch, Nicholas. Okay, so this diamond is taken care of. These diamonds are all taken care of. Do we only get one more diamond in the entire grid? I think we only get one more diamond in the entire grid. So we're going to have to savor it because we don't have a lot of things we can do with it. Let's see. Okay. Six, 7 pair in row 4. Nice. Okay. Can I do anything with it? Let's see. Well, let's write in these gratuitously, and then see if we can rule anything out. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Let's see. Could these be 8? Could this dot be 8, 9? I think, unfortunately, the answer is yes. This dot could be 8, 9. No, because there's an 8 in the box. And because there's an 8 in the box, these can't be 9 either. So that does a lot. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, unfortunately, I could do something like a 2, 1 or a 2. I can't do 2, 3, but I can actually rule the digit off of here. Let's see, row 4, column 7. This is not a 6 or a 7. How about that? That is good. Let's see. Looks like the stream dipped for a second, but came back. Is everything? You are still hearing and seeing me if you desire to do so. Row 5, column 7. Yes, this cannot be 6 because of the dot up there. This is not a 4, for whatever that's worth. Four in column 7 is placed. Oh, hey, would you look at that? Gorgeous. Okay, so 4 in column 7 can't go there because of the 4 next to it, and just by pencil marks, that then has to be the 4. I'm trying to figure out how that happened. I guess it's because of this 4-5 pair, I think. Yeah, I guess it's a confluence of the 4-5 pair and then these crappy dots in that 4 conflating to knock it out of these. Okay. Good catch, Pincurry. Some of you people in chat are really scarily good solvers. Let's see. I know one of these two is a 5, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. I know there's a 7 up here somewhere. Let's see. If this were a 7, that would have to be a 6. That would have to be a 5. But that looks okay, unfortunately. Let's see. Can we do anything with shapes? You would hope we could do things with shapes. The 2 in column 3 in box 7. Ah, right. There's a 2 down here. So that's not a 2. That's not a 2. That's not a 2. That means that's not a 1. Let's see. Yeah, we've got lots of stuff left over down here. Let's see. So these cells are 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, except these aren't 7. One of these is definitely a 4, because I don't have another place to put a 4 here. So actually the 4 is in one of these 2 cells in this box, for whatever that's worth. Which I guess, yeah, no, never mind. It's not doing anything useful up there. Also, that way. Yeah, a lot of times things in a puzzle sort of come at you from a bunch of different directions. Okay, is there like a diamond clue that is doing a lot of work that I am not appreciating? Like, I get that there's a diamond over here, but that diamond seems to have absolutely no connection to the real world. So I do not see how we are going to use it. Can I place a T pentomino in box 4 or box 7? Oh, now this is an interesting question. Okay, so we do have a T pentomino to place, and it's going to be very awkward to do so. So that looks like a fine place to place a T pentomino, I think. Except it's going to force this to be a repeat omino. So actually, I can't place the T pentomino like this, because now green becomes a T tetromino or a Y tetromino or a Y pentomino, neither of which work. Let's see. Could green itself be a T tetromino? Let's see. So this would have to be the S. This would be a U. This would be something else. This actually looks plausible to me. Speaking of, this isn't a 7. In fact, neither of those is a 7. But that actually looks quite plausible with the U sneaking around here. There's a board already. Oh, there's a border. Haha, yes, there's a given border. Yes, you cannot you cannot cross the border. Okay. So T can't do that, we have said. T can't do that. Let's see. T can't do that for sure. T can't do that for sure. T can't do that. Uh, let's see. So then as we start creeping upwards, so we realize the T is going to be a big problem. So I think we can't put a T anywhere that touches box 7. So we could try and shove it in this hole. Oh, it could be a standing T. Oh, I bet you're right. I bet it could be a standing T. I did not even see that, but yeah, it could be a standing T. With a P pentomino next to it. That actually looks really nice. So let's see. So, yeah, the N is getting kind of iffy. So like the N could sneak over there in one of those ways. Uh, in fact, actually, that looks really good. T standing here, P here, N here. Uh, that all looks very reasonable. Now, I'm noticing that I think both of these really want to be a W. And they can't both be W's. Is there some connection between them? I fear there's not going to be a connection between them that I would hope for. Yeah, box 2. Yeah, this doesn't have to be a W. It can be a W. It can be an S. It can be a Z. Yeah, big Z. Oh, we are. Oh, sorry. We don't even have a little Z. We might have a little Z. Can't be a 4 square S. What can't be a 4 square S? Yeah, I mean, this being a T and this being a P would be fine. And then this can be the square. We still need a square. We don't get away without a square. Uh, uh, yeah, the world that people are trying to imagine and discuss is the world where this happens. So there's a T here, a P pentomino here, and uh, so we then end up sort of chasing stuff around here. We have not used up all the diamond info. So the diamond info that we have not used is that there is a diamond here between these two places. Oh yeah, Ben, I don't think there's a contradiction. I was just drawing it for people who were having trouble following the back and forth about discussing what all of these things might look like. The diamond we've not used is this one, which I would really love to find a way to use, except that I know absolutely nothing about the world that this lives in. Which I am sad to say. See, is you going to be the problem child? Because, like, you really sort of wants to sit in there. Yeah, I think this could be a Z. Is a natural combination because of course this couldn't be a pentomino anymore, but we do need a square, and we don't have tons of places to hide a square. But yeah, I welcome any insights to what on earth is going on here. Let's see. Let's see. Tony, by the way, welcome, Tony, says that if green is a T with a P next to it, it blocks both orange and red from being W. Yep, agree. But there's W, I don't think, is a difficult shape to fit into this. Like, W could go there, for example. There's lots of... W isn't so hard to fit into this grid as it currently stands, I don't think. Let's see. What can this cropkey dot be? We already have an El Pentomino. Because this cropkey dot sees a bunch of high digits. But, I mean, it doesn't see... There's no, like, weird negative constraint on diamonds or anything, I don't think. Let's see, am I missing a cropkey thing that I'm supposed to see? Yeah, so the world where this is a T and this is a P, I think the N really naturally slots in right there. Oh yeah, we do still need a V. Something like that. Somewhere. Yeah. N's have sort of girth 4 in some dimension, so they're getting challenging. But let's see. I am unsure what it is we are meant to see. Let's see. Maybe Sudoku. Sudoku sounds like a good idea. Like I keep sort of occasionally looking at trying to find like a sextuple or something floating around because there's so much where we sort of almost know exactly what's in some cells. One in box 3 must be in column 9. I agree. Both the 1 and the 9, yeah, so the 1 and the 9 are up here. So there is a 1 in purple. Somewhere. Sorry, so there's not a 1 in purple anywhere. Sorry, I said that wrong. Yes, isn't. I was close. Row 3, column 8 can't be a 6. Let's see, if this is a 6, that's a 7. Oh, blue has a 6. Sorry, okay. Sorry, I was trying to figure out, like, if we were doing something, like, I kind of want to color this 6-7, but I don't know anything about this 6-7. Which is a probablement, as they say. But yeah, I'm pretty sure these automatically satisfy their desired sum. Oh yeah, they definitely do, because yeah, the sum of these is 1, 6, 7, 8 is 25. 1, 6, 7, no, 1, 6, 7, 8 is 22 plus 9 is 31. Yep. So that's not what's going on. I have to admit, I feel quite stumped by what I am supposed to see here. Let's see. I sort of see something has to come out here, but the something could connect back there like that, because I do have to put a U somewhere. Let's see. We've got our Kropke dot here. We have, of all things, a strange diamond. Okay, row 3, column 7. What are the options? Let's see. It can't be a 1. Looks like it could be a 2 or a 3. It can't be a 4. Oops. Can't be a 5. No, sorry. It could be a 5. It can't be a 6. It could be a 7 or an 8. So I think there are 5 options. See, Louise says this Kropke can't have a 5. Let's see. If it does have a 5, what goes wrong? Or did you mean that Kropke? Let's see. If 5 goes on the Kropke and row 4... okay, yeah, if this is a 4-5, very nice. If this is a 4-5, then this becomes an 8-9. This becomes an 8 or a 9, which is a problem because these also become 8-9. Okay, that is a very nice spot. Okay, so this is not 5. That is a very, very nice spot, yeah. So if there was a 5 here, this would be a 4-5, which would make this an 8 or a 9, except it would also make this Kropke dot an 8-9, which would repeat 8-9 in the box. So yeah, it's probably worth noting these two cells are either an 8-9 pair or they're a 4-5 pair. Those are the only worlds that exist. And so in the world where they're an 8-9 pair, they make this a 6-7 exactly. Which seems fine. Well, I appreciate the effort. Even if it didn't quite yield fruit this time, it will... we'll get there eventually. Let's see. Yeah, we've got our 6-7 pair. We know this 6-7 is in one of these two cells, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. Maybe I'm supposed to look at things like, where does this 1-3 show up in column 7? Because this 1-3 definitely shows up in one of those two cells. This 1-3 definitely shows up in one of these two cells. Can I, like, map which of these 1-3s is which? Like, let's see. For lack of better things to do, let's try coloring 1-3s. So that's a dark 1-3. That's a light 1-3. Let's see. Okay, so I know one of these choose the dark 1-3. One of these choose the light 1-3. Do I know anything else that might conceivably help me on my mission? I know there's a 1-3 up here somewhere. Row 4, column 1. Can't be a 2 or a 3 because you have a virtual 2-3 pair with a Kropke dot. So the 5 getting knocked off of this did force there to be a 2 or a 3 on this Kropke dot. So it did do something. It did let us remove 2 and 3 from this cell. Yeah, I don't think I am getting anywhere by coloring these immediately, although it's an interesting idea, because I feel like using the geometry of this is relevant. Okay. Is it something like if this digit is orange, it doesn't have a value? Is that possible? So the things left in this box are 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if this digit is orange, it's the same as that digit. Is that a problem somehow? Well, it's not a 9, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. I mean, I think the V pentomino is most likely going there, but I also don't think there's any world in which I can prove that. Barring that someone has a really clever idea as to how to make this not the worst case argument ever. But I think the by far most likely outcome is that this is the V pentomino. And it's possible it's just my inexperience with this kind of puzzle, but I don't see any way to argue that, like, how am I case by case making sure I don't miss that, like, it goes there or something. Let's see. Okay, so Chili is noting that I've been saying I don't know that this is a new omino, but Chili's saying that we can prove that this is a new omino. That if this was a U, that now the borders in box, now the borders become a problem in box 7. Because now box 7 has to have something sticking into it through here. Let's see. So now there's 8 cells here, plus or minus 1 from here. Yeah, so that does do something interesting with this bridge. Well, let's see. I'm not... Okay, so... So the claim is that this being a U makes it impossible. So, or is this a counting argument? Are we saying that in order to fill these cells, we need to fill 8 cells? So we need to have 2 pentominoes in here, or a tetromino or something? So, like, could put a P here, but then that will not work. The ones we have left won't fit. I'm kind of inclined to believe this, but I have to like really carefully squint at what the ones we have left are. Okay, so we don't have an F. We don't have an I. We still have an S tetromino, and we still have a square tetromino left. I do not think I have the fancy draw on the thing mode in OBS. But let's see. We can draw like this. We can draw this in just to help us try and visualize what's happening here. So we're trying to prove that this can't work. So the thing is, something has to cross this boundary, I think. Because if it doesn't, there's 8 cells here, and we cannot possibly fill the 8 cells with 2 tetrominos. And it could be 7 cells if this pokes in, but that's still not going to work. But my 2 tetrominos that I have left are an S and a square, and I can't fit an S and a square. And what that means is something's going to have to come out through here. Now, that thing that goes out through here is either going to end here, but if it ends here, that means there's 4 cells here getting taken up by this, which would mean we'd have to have a tetromino here left. And again, the tetrominos we have left are a square, which anywhere you put it is not going to allow me to complement it with the rest of a pentomino, and an S. Which I could complement with the rest of a pentomino, but it's going to result in repeating an L. So that means this actually has to back up one more, which now means that this can't go here, so it has to go down. And now I think we're broken, because now the only shape I can make this now is an N. If I back up back here, but remember now I have to put this over here, and then I'd get an F. Oh, I can't repeat the 7. Oh, okay, so sorry. I don't think this has anything to do with the U. I think this has to do with the fact that you can't repeat the 7. So, yes, the repeating the 7 is the whole point. I don't think it has anything to do with the counting argument that we were doing, although I believe this is not a U now. But now the question is, okay, what does this do? This thing here, this cell, it either takes that 7 or that 7, but it cannot take both. And that, I think, has to be the whole point. So if it were to take this cell, it now has to take 3 or 4 cells down here. And so if it takes 3, and I'm not, by the way, imagining it does exactly this, I'm just counting. I'm just thinking about how many cells I have left here to deal with. So which is it going to do? How am I supposed to know this? Okay, so if this tries to come up here, is something broken if this comes this way that I am not immediately seeing? Yeah, the green having flexibility is making this really ugly. But green doesn't have as much optionality as it originally looks like, because if green comes up here, green can't actually take this cell without also taking this cell. So green only actually can take either this cell or no cells up here, or take everything. But the green Z universe is a reasonable universe, where then this is a P pentomino, and now this is a hard boundary. Yeah, so let's see. So is the Yeah, unfortunately, we're back in this universe where this looks plausible, but I can't prove anything. Isn't green Z... Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I cannot make green a Z because I forget. This is known both as an S and a Z, so I cannot put it next to either an S Sorry, I cannot put it next to either an S pentomino or a Z pentomino. Right. So this cannot be a Z pentomino. But we still have... So this is not the Z pentomino. That's the moral of the story. So this either takes one cell up here. So, okay. So let's say this takes no cells up there. Then it has to be... Still running into, like, it can't be a W. But there's still so many options. But this is such a good point that was made by Chad about the sevens. It's really hard for me to believe that these sevens aren't somehow the key. So let's just purely think about math. So let's imagine for a second that this cell was not, that this cell stopped here. So now I want to ask, okay, how many cells outside of this box have to be taken by one of the omnos in here? And unfortunately, I guess the answer is 1. And 1 is not a good answer, because there is 1. Yeah, there's just so many possibilities. There's got to be a clever way to do this. Yeah, green is not by the rules allowed to be a Z, which is just something I just, like, completely forgot because I usually call this an S. But this is also called a Z. I guess it's like a British S or something. So even if I do that, it's still touching this, so that's not allowed. Hey, Riff Clown, welcome. We're gonna have the first puzzle to break 4 hours here, I think, on the stream now. Let's see. Row 6, column 1 can't go down. It can't take row 9, column 1. Okay, so we're now imagining, we're imagining if this goes down, it can't go this far down. I agree. I'm following here, by the way. This is following Jay's logic. Yeah, it can't go down here, because if it goes down here, then I'd have to make an L or a Y, neither of which am I allowed to do. So the possible shapes are very restricted. Okay, so... right, and so it could not go back. So it would only be able to go down. It could not go straight down. Yeah, but we're back to this whole thing where we're, like, trying to exhaust over who knows how many cases this is going to be. Okay, but I think we can do it with counting. Okay, because so let's do it this way. I really think maybe we can do this with counting. So if this goes in here, then we've got to count, okay, in this box, we have some number of... Oh, but green can get out. Oh, it's the fact that green can get out that kills this. The green getting out part is just such a huge problem. P and V in box 7 looks possible with 6, 8 taking 7. Yeah, there's just no way I can do a proof that I run out of shape options when I have, like, 6 shape options left. Like, it may well be true that I run out of shape options, but there's just going to be 200 cases involved. V can't be done because of the green. Yeah, so the option that's being presently discussed is this is a V, and this is a P. And unfortunately, I think that does prove that this is very possible. Note that still doesn't have this cell connecting down to here. So it's possible this connection's impossible. But it's just showing you how there's so many possibilities. We're just not ever going to be able to rule all of them out. So we need an argument that is better than that. What can take row 9, column 1 if row 6, column 1 goes down? Okay, so Carl is trying to do this in a way that is systematic. So if this goes here, what on earth is taking this cell? And the answer has to be that whatever is taking this cell is a new region, because this can't take that cell, as we've already gone over. Green can't get to it. So this would have to be part of a new region. And so that new region could, for example... but that's a problem. New region can't fit. Okay, so there we go. There's the counting argument. Thank you, Carl. There's the counting argument. I think, hopefully. There are going to be 4 cells from this region in this box. The new region's going to have at least 4 cells, regardless. And we've got 1 cell here. So that would chase green completely out of the box. And I would need to have the new region be of size 4 exactly. So, yeah, green would get chased out. I'd have 4 and 4 more of these, 4 in a sense. Now, this being a Z... Oh, sorry, that just doesn't work at all. That's not going to work. Yeah, let's see. Where could I put... Let's see. I could try and put a square here. That's not going to work. Let's see. I could try and put an S here. That's not going to work. Yeah, the only... Oh, and it would have to be a square. It wouldn't be allowed to be an S. Because by the argument I just made... Orange can't take a cell down here in this universe. So in this universe, S is done. So only square is left. And so we just have to check every possible way to put a square in this box, which is that way, which doesn't work, and that way, which doesn't work. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so I believe we have now, thanks to Carl, proven that there's actually a boundary here. Which means that these cells are connected. And now, does that get us anything? Please let that get us something. Yeah, so we narrowed our proof by cases down to 2 cases, which is a number of cases I am happy with. What are these digits? Let's see. They're not 1, 2, 3, 4. They could be 4. They're not 5. They could be 6. They're not 7. They could be 8. Oops, sorry. So these are 4, 6, or 8. Do I know anything about 4, 6, or 8? Well, I know either a 4 or an 8's up there. Okay, so now Now the question is, can green escape this box, I suppose? So if green wants to escape this box, then we're going to need to fill... Okay, so we need to fill 8 cells here. And the 8 cells are going to, of necessity, involve a new region, because green and orange together cannot possibly fill this. So there actually is going to be a new region, and this cell is going to have to be in it. Let's start there. This can't be... this has to be a new region. Okay. Now, we're going to have 4 or 5 yellow cells. It's a new region because green and orange can't get to it, by the way. That was the only, that was the whole argument there. So this is going to have 4 or 5 cells. Green is going to have at most 4, but as few as 1 cells in this box. Orange could have up to 1. Okay, so maybe, okay, so here's the point. I can't have 2 new regions in this box, because if I try and have 2 new regions in this box, they're going to be completely crammed in this box, and they're both going to have size 4, and I'm going to create too many regions of size 4, because I'm going to have made an S and a square and another S. So in fact, there are no more new regions in this box. There is 1 and 1 only new region in this box. Which means that green is going to have to take some more cells in this box, because yellow can take up to 5, orange can take up to 1. That means green has to take at least 2 cells in this box. Do I know any of the cells green definitely has to take in this box? Well, in particular, since green has to take at least 3 cells in this box, green can take at most this cell. It can't take that cell ever. So green can never make it up to here. Unfortunately, this can still make it up there. Let's see. Green can't... Okay, so Chili has an excellent point. Green can't reach the 7, because if you put green making the 7, that's an I. Green can't be an I, but green also can't be a Y, because we already have both an I and a Y. And green also can't be an L. And ergo, I think yellow has to reach up to the 7. Okay. Okay, this region can't be green anymore. That was one of the things I was proving, that this region couldn't be green anymore, and then I didn't actually use it. This region's not green anymore, because green needs to take 2 more cells down here, however that looks, at least. And so it can't take 2 more cells down here and then also take these. So there's blue. Yeah, if green takes this, then blue could do an N, for example. That would be fine. So I also know that this is not blue, for whatever that's worth. But yellow could very easily, for example, be a V or a P. Could yellow be a square? No, yellow can't be a square. Yellow can't be a square only because of the weird... well, I guess because of the fact that something needed to take this. Okay, so what shapes can yellow be? Yellow can be the P. Yellow can be the V. Is there anything else, just based on geometry, that yellow could possibly be? Granted, yellow can be two flavors of P. Yeah, yellow can't be F or X. We have F and we... Oh, yellow can't... We have an F and yellow can't be an X. Oh, yeah, we do have an X. Sorry, I thought we had an X. Yellow can be U. Oh, that's interesting. So let's see. So if yellow is U... Yeah, that's complicated. Oh, crap. Yeah, that works. Yellow can be a U. Yellow can be a U. Green can be a W. Sorry. Yellow can be a U. Orange can be a W. Green can be an S, and then everything works. Nope, it's fine. This can be an S. Yeah, this works. Oops. Yeah, it's fine. Yep. So I don't think... So I think we have to be content with what we have found, and we have to try and push stuff up over here in order to somehow be useful. Okay, so let's maybe ask ourselves, this blue omino, what can it be? Let's see. So it can't be an S. So it can't be... So it can't be a tetromino. Blue has to be a pentomino. Okay, what pentominoes are left? We've used F, I, L. It could be an N if it goes like that path. It can't be a P. There's no way to make this a P. There's no way to make this... Oh, this could be a T if it goes upside down. Is that possible? That seems very unlikely. But maybe possible that this is an upside down T. It can in no way be a U. It can in no way be a V. All of these because it isolates this cell. It can't be a W. It can't be an X. It can't be a Y because we've used Y. And it can't be a Z because it would isolate too many cells. Okay, so let's review. I think there were only two options in there. I think there was N and... Oh, sorry, no. NTP. Those are the options. NTP. So N looking exactly like this. P looking like this. And T looking like that. Although I'm very suspicious of this T. But it technically works, I think. Let's see. Row 8, column 3 is green. The P doesn't work at all. Oh, yeah, the P doesn't work at all. Sorry. So sorry. It's only N and T. So N and T are the options. So because the only options are N and T, yeah, it isolates... the P doesn't work because it isolates this cell. Okay, so N and T are the options. Those have in common that this cell's always blue. So this region up here has to get out at the very least. So wait, Sotek says that cell's not always blue. What's the other option? I thought I exhaustively went over every possible pentomino that this could be. The N could go the other way. Oh no, the N has two ways. Oh no. Yes, you're right. The N has two flavors. The N could do that instead. Okay. So unfortunately, that doesn't get us anything. It was a good idea while it lasted. Can someone prove the T doesn't work? No, because the N could go like this, Nicholas. There is an N where it doesn't take this cell. Green could take this cell. So Chili says row 9, column 2 must be yellow. What else could reach it? Okay, so that's a good question. So again, green can only get there if it's a W, but that would also make orange a W, so that's not going to work. And remember, green's not allowed to be a Z. So yes, I agree with Chili that this is yellow. Okay. Okay, so the claim is if this is a T, that doesn't work because then nothing fits on either side of the T without blocking row 1, column 1. So yeah, so I guess what shape would come in over here would be a problem. Okay, yeah. So if this is a T, now this shape has to be a Z. There's no choice. So this has to be a Z. So we're okay, so imagine with me the world where this is a T. Let's go on a journey. Let's hope this is a better journey than our last journey. This is forced to be a Z because it has to get out somehow. So now this thing is going to be boop, boop, boop. It's going to go up there. But now we're broken because it's forced to be an L or an I, and that doesn't work. Okay, so blue is not a T. Blue is an N. And then the only question is which N. And so we get that combination. So that's exciting. Now doesn't row 8, column 3 have to be green? Yes, it definitely does, because now yellow can't get there, and orange certainly can't get there, so that's green. Okay, agree with Sotek about that. And Original Elijah. Welcome, Original Elijah, by the way. I think I've seen you chatting here before, but welcome back. Let's see. Okay, so this is never a 2-3. I want to keep reminding myself. This is always either a 1-2 or a 3-4. Sure. Okay, so we're claiming green can't take this cell. Now. Okay, so now if green takes this cell, now because of what we've gained from green, now green doesn't have a shape anymore, because green would now have to be an X, an F, or a Y, and green cannot be an X, an F, or a Y. All of those are bad. So right, so this cell has to be blue. Okay, good spot. Okay, good argument to get here. Okay, so speaking of, what if green takes this cell? If green takes this cell, green still has to be... Oh, sorry, no, never mind. Green could be a T. Green being a T is fine. Okay. Yeah, I did not say it, but T4 does not work. Yeah, we're really getting there one cell at a time, but we're getting there. I believe that all the logic we've got used so far is sound. Yeah, so this could be T and P, or this could be a V with a P, or this could be a W. Let's see, can this be a W? If this is a W, what happens? Does that break now? Oh, nope, it's fine, because it could be with a U and an S. Okay, so there's still... Unfortunately, there's still a great deal of optionality about what happens down here somehow. What's wrong with an S next to an N? I don't see anything about S's not being allowed to be next to N's. This thing is called an S and a Z. I don't think it's also called an N. Yeah, so one of these things is an S tetromino. The S so in every possible combination, there is an S tetromino. So S tetromino. So that's a good point. So S pentomino is for sure gone, because if these. So first of all, there's no square, and if I try and make all of these pentominos, that's too many cells. That would be one too many cells. So S is gone. So this is not going to be an S, which means this thing up here has to be an honest pentomino. Now, what pentominoes could it be? It can't be N anymore. It could be W, I think. It could be Z, which actually seems the most likely to me. Now, if this is a W, does that break down here? Because I think every option down here involved a W, didn't it? No, there was the T. Oh, I think so. Okay, so the options down here, let's go over them again. I don't think this works because I think that breaks everything down here, right? Oh, no, it doesn't break UW. No, it does break UWS. Because this would be W and P, and what are my options down here? My options down here involve a T and a P, or, well, let's see. You could really just say, okay, if I do this, then this can't be a W anymore, so green takes all of these, and then green has to either be a T, in which case yellow is a pentomino and we're broken, or green takes this cell, and then green is an F and we're broken. Okay, so red can never do this. Red is never a W anymore. So if red's not a W, red can't take this cell at all, because if red takes this cell, it either wants to be a W or an N, neither of which it's allowed to do. So that means that red has to take this cell. But now red has to be a Z, because as said, red can't stop. Okay, and so now we have our Z, and we have a square. Is this really a line, or did I make it up? Okay, it's really a line. Okay. Good job on the prediction market. We should definitely set up a rich prediction market for my streams to do that that thing, or to try and get this all worked out so that we know what things are things. Okay. Now, yes, so now all tetrominos are approximately placed up to the fact that the S is either orange or green, and we don't know which. So everything left is a pentomino. There's a pentomino that starts here that's going to be purple. Can never have too many purples, right? Now, purple can't go here, so there's another one that's starting here that's going to be green. So yeah, we need a U pentomino. And so the U, can the U go here? Yeah, maybe this is going to come down to identifying that U can only go one place. If this is a U, that forces a Z. So that can't be a U. This can't be a U because it boxes things off. This can't be a U because it boxes things off. This can't be a U because it boxes things off. So I think the only place U can go now is in box 7. Oh, I started reading Sam's comment, which started with, "You have 2 8s in box 5," and I was terrified. But the rest of the comment says, "You have 2 8s in box 5 pointing into box 6, which is better. Although I think all 3 of these can be 8s, unfortunately. But I now think I believe that we can actually just exhaustively see that there's no place for a U other than here. Does anyone disagree with the claim that U can't go anywhere but here? Because U here forces a second Z, and we already have a Z. We're saying this can't be an 8? Why can't this be an 8? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and fill this in. Okay, and so this forced a W down here and an S here. Okay. I don't know why row 5, column 4. Sorry, I keep putting the wrong... I kept looking at the wrong place. Yeah, this is not an 8 because there's an 8 in there. Okay, got it. All right, this is not an 8. So one of these is an 8. So yeah, so blue getting over here helped us with the Sudoku. So one of these is an 8, so this isn't an 8. So it's a 1. So these aren't 1. This 1 is ruling a 1 out of those places. It is ruling a 1 off of this, which is ruling a 2 off of this, which makes this a 3, 4. So this is a 2, and this is a 3. This 3, 4 is ruling a 4 off of this, and a 1 and a 4 off of this. Yeah, so we've got a 5, 8, 9 triple. VTP remaining. I bet it's going to look like this, with the T there, the V here, and then the P sticking up like that. That's my hypothesis. Let's see. Okay, so is there any other place that V could possibly go? Well, V is 3 wide in every dimension. So V either is there or it's here. Now, V can't go here because it would force a second V. Or it's here, which clearly doesn't work, and then we're out. So yeah, so in fact, the V is placed, actually, if you just look at the not very many options, owing to the fact that V has width 3 in every dimension. Okay, and so now, T's also have that property. They also have width 3 in every dimension. And so if I look at where the T is going to go, the T actually now only can go here, I believe. So I think we have achieved T, and now that is going to give us our last region, or our last shape. Okay, so row 4, column 1 equals 9. It can't be a 5. Would that make the sum too small, or what? Let's see. Okay. This digit does have to appear in this box somewhere, but I guess could be. 5's in box 5. Oh, but the blue, always getting in our way. Let's see. So keep in mind these two have consecutive sums. So we need to make sure that whatever this thing ends up summing to, it's consecutive with whatever this thing ends up summing to. Which hopefully... we have a 6, 7, 8 triple now over here, which I had not appreciated. So these digits are not 6, 7, and 8. They're from 1, 2. They're not 3 or 4, because there's a 3, 4 pair here. It could be 5, but not 6, 7, 8, and they could be 9. Okay, so these are actually quite limited. I know there's a 2 marked down here, so that's not a 2. That got me painfully little, I have to say. Let's see. Okay. What if there's not a 9 in here? This could still be a 9, though. Okay. If this is a 9, and this is 5, 2... Oh, but that could be a 9. Ugh. Uh, let's see. If row 5, column 3 is a 1, is the sum too small? Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. Yeah, if this is a 1, it's just a little annoying to figure out because there's still a lot of degrees floating around here. Let's see. Okay. This cell... Okay. Row 4, column 4 is not a 9 because you have an 8-9 pair up in box 5 because of the Kropke chain. I don't get it. Let's see, this can't be a 5 because the F pentomino does impossible things. Let's see. Yes, this can't be a 5, right? If this is a 5, then we put... And this is a point that was seen by someone way earlier that I was really impressed by. If this is a 5, now this becomes an 8 or a 9, but this becomes an 8-9. So that's not a 5. It is a 9. Okay. So that's not a 9. So that's a 5-8 pair. These are not 9. Okay, that's not a 9 anymore. This is now a 1-2-5 triple, so that's not a 5. I guess I could have seen that in many ways. Let's see, this is a 4-9 pair. Let's see. Okay, so now, if I don't have a 5... Yeah, so if this is a 5, I think that's going to break. If this is a 5, now the sum here is 3, 12, 16... 24 at max, whereas this is already more than that. So this has to be a 1. Because if this is a 5, it actually really, really punishes the red cage, because it removes the 5 and forces this to be a 1-2 pair, and both simultaneously pushes up the blue total and down the red total. So this can't be a 5. It is a 1. Okay, so that's a 1. So these are not 1. These aren't 1, so they're a 2-3 pair, which means that's a 4 and that's a 3, which is huge because now we actually know the sum of red up to 1 digit and the sum of blue up to 1 digit. So blue totals 25 plus 4 or 9. So blue is either 28 or... Sorry. 25 plus 4 or 9. So it's either 29 or 34. Whereas red is 12. No, what did I do wrong? Did I add this wrong? Oh, it's 21, 22, 26, or 31. Sorry, 26 or 31. Those are our target digits. So this is 12, 19. So first of all, I can't get to 31 if I look at this. This is only totaling 19, so there's no way I'm getting to the 31 option. So this has got to be a 4, which means the total here is 22, 26, and I need this to be 25 or 27. So that, again, 12... 19. So I want to get to 25 or 27. To get to 25 would require a 6, and to get to 27 would require an 8. So that's a 6 or an 8. Someone double check my my math on that while I go ahead and fill in these. Blue is 27, so this needs to be 26 or 28. Did I not do this right? Okay, sorry. Apparently I did not do this right. Let's do this again. Okay. So this is 22, 23, 27. So this needs to be 26 or 28. So it is 7 or 9, and it's not 9, so it's a 7. Sorry. No, that's not going to work. Got to try that again for the 17th time. Okay. Deep breaths and add. Okay, so this is 22, 26. So this needs to total to 25 or 27, which means it either needs to be a 6. Okay, this time I got a 6 or 8 again. Okay. I'm going to go with it. Math in my head is not my strong suit, but 11ticles loves watching me attempt to do arithmetic, so hopefully they're watching and enjoying this. Let's see. Okay, so this 4, placed a 4 down here. Let's see, this 6 or 8, something. This is not a 4 because it's in a region with a 4 now. Okay, this is a 6, 7, 8, 9. So where does this orange cell go in green? It goes there. So I can light gray these, but in particular, this is not a 9. So one of these is a 9. Let's see. Okay, 2, 3 pair and 6, 8 pair in this column. So these should be writable inable. Let's see. 5, 7, 9 is what these are. Let's see. Yeah, we've got a 1, 2, 3 triple across here, but it's not doing anything. We need a 5 in one of these two cells, but that's not immediately helpful. Let's see. There's not a 9 here because there's a 9 up there, which I did not take care of. So, in fact, one of these two is a 9. Let's see. Box 5 crop key. Yes, I should probably finish the box 5 crop key. Okay. So 9, 8, 7, 6. That's a 6. That has ended our suspense about what that digit was going to be. So this is not an 8. It's a 5 or a 7. This is not a 6. It's a 7, 8 pair. Let's see. That 6 doesn't seem to rule anything out immediately. No, it doesn't tell me anything about 6 up here. 2, 3 pair in row 7. Right. Okay. So 2, 3 pair in row 7 gives us this is a 1. I guess it's also a 2, 3 pair in the box, which gives us this is a 1. This is very much a 1. So there's a 1 in one of these cells. Can the 1 possibly go on the dot? It would need to go with a 2. That's probably what does happen. If I am betting. Okay. This 2, I don't think did anything. 5, 6, 7 triple in box 3. Indeed. Nice. Nice spot, Nicholas. So 5, 6, 7 triple now. So this is not a 5 or a 7. These are not 5s, which means they're a 1, 4, 9, which means that's a 5 and that's a 4. That's not a 4. Okay, these are 1, 4, 9. So that means these are from 1, 2, 3, and then we've got the 4, the 5, 6, 7, and we need the 8, and we've got the 9. Okay, so these are from 2, 3, 8. Okay. Let's see. Carl says row 1, column 4 is quite restricted. Okay, so this is across a crop dot, which I'd not appreciated. So it's either a 4, 6, or 8. It's not an 8 because there's a pair in the box. It's not a 4 because there's a 4 in the box. So it is a 6. And so this is not a 9. That 6 bounces down here and gives us that's an 8 and that's an 8. So these are not 8. We can go ahead and de-glance those. Good catch about this crappy dot, which I was, for whatever reason, choosing not to pay attention to. So this is a 6. This is not a 6. These are not 6s. So that's a 6. These are a 7-9 pair now. Looking at this, we've got 1, 2, 3. Oops. 1, 2, 3 in the column to place. And we've got the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are from 1, 2, 3. It's not immediately useful, but presumably will be later. Let's see. Row 9, column 8. Can't be 5. Why can't it be 5? I do not yet see it. Let's see. This column, we need a 1, 2, 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We got a 6. We need a 7. Then we've got an 8 and 9. That was not super profitable, I will confess. Let's see. Box 7. 4s and 6s. 4 and 6, look over here and see that those are not 6. In fact, actually, the 4 and 6 in this box are hidden down here. So these are not 8, and that one's not 9. So this is another example of a hidden pair, which is a good technique to know that 4 and 6 can each only go in these two cells in this box. So therefore this is a 4-6 pair. There is an 8 in the box. How about that? That probably would have been the easier spot, but I did not see it. So that's a 2, that's a 5. Let's see. So these digits, let's just write them in. We have a 1 to place. The 1's placed because now we did place a 2 here. So this is a 1. Because I can't put a 1 on a crappy dot without a 2. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, well, I cannot put 6 or 8 on these crappy dots. So this is a 3, 4 pair on the crappy dots in order to make that work out. So that makes that a 6, that a 4, that an 8, that a 6. Which is pretty slick. Let's see. Okay, so these are a 2, we've got a 3 and a 4, we've got a 5, we need a 6, we've got a 7, we need an 8. So these are 2, 6, and 8. That one's not 6, so it is 2 or 8. That one's not 6, so it's 2 or 8, so this one better be 6. Let's see. So does that clean up anything? No. This was just the result of sloppy pencil marks. Okay, so welcome to the windmills, Glum Hippo. There's a 4 over here that looks over and gives us a 3 and a 4. This 3 now bounces back and looks over in this direction, which means those aren't a 3. I guess another 2, 8 for that matter. Let's see, this 4 tells me that's not a 4, which gives me a 1, 9 pair, which says that's a 4. So we can remove our corner marks now. High digits in box 9. Okay, let's see. So this isn't a 6 anymore. This isn't an 8 anymore. So that is a 6. And this is not a 6 or an 8, so it's a 7. That's an 8. Good catch, Nicholas. That 7 looks over and sees that that's a 9, and that's a 7. Let's see. All right, let's see. 3s in box 3 point down. Good point. The 3 in box 3 only goes in one of these two cells, so these cells are never 3. Have these beautiful chocolate teapot triples all over the place. Let's see. We've used all the Kropke clues, right? Yeah, we've used all the Kropke clues. We've used all the diamonds. 5-7 pair in row 1. Good catch for Loretta. By the way, welcome, Loretta. I'm not sure if I've seen you around here chatting before, but welcome. And welcome back if you have been around here before, even if you've not chatted before. Let's see. Okay, so there's the 5-7 pair. Okay. Row 1, column 3 equals row 3, column 8 via pair. Yes. Those are the same. So that digit's going to have to be here in box 2. Because there's nowhere else for it to go. Column 5, 1, 2, 3, triple. Ah, yes, 1, 2, 3, triple, and column 5, indeed. Good catch, Chili. So this is not a 1, 2, or 3. That's not a 1 or a 2. Oh, I should have known this was not a 1, 2, or a 3 because of what I literally just said about this being the same cell as those two cells. Okay, but this is not a 1, 2, or a 3 either, so it's the other 5-7, which gives us a 5-7 pair here, which gives us, this is a 9. Good catch. So that being a 9 makes that a 1, and that a 9. That being a 9 makes that an 8, and that a 9. Being an 8 makes that a 2, and that an 8. This being a 9 makes this less 9-y. That less 2-y. Let's see. That felt like progress. This 1 makes this a 2. That 2 makes this less 2, which gives us a 1-3 pair and makes that a 2. Which makes this not a 2. I am going to have to color 1-3s at the end of this, aren't I? Let's see. Those are 5-7s. That 2 gave me, this is an 8, so these aren't 8. These are a 2-3 pair. That 2-3 pair is going to give me that this is a 1, and that might do it with the 1s. Okay, so that's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 2. That 1 means that's a 5, and that's a 3. That 5 means that's a 7, and that's a 7, and that's a 7. That 7 means that's an 8, and that's a 7. That 7 means that's a 5. Nothing is looking at these 1-3s? Why? Something look at these. Like that 3. That 3 is looking at them. See? Ask and you shall receive. If you ask in a desperate enough sounding voice, the things you want in your life will happen. That is the lesson that you should take away from this. Whew! That was a tough one. Woo boy. Yeah, that was hard. That was a really cool puzzle, but wow, that one was I don't know. That might still not be as long as Carousel. Carousel might still be the longest solve, but this was definitely close at 2.5 hours to solve this puzzle. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and take a guess that I probably don't want to try and do a 5-star grkles chaos construction puzzle before the end of the stream. Let's see. Do I have something laying around? I'm going to check and see if I have something laying around that I think I could do in a finite amount of time. But yes, thank you very much for that puzzle. I appreciate Dying Flutchman recommended this puzzle to me. I appreciate the recommendation. Or maybe someone else recommended it to me, and then I asked. I don't remember the exact details. Anyway, I'm going to find something that looks like it will not take 2.5 hours to wrap up the stream. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. By the way, as a reminder, the stream is not yet sponsored by Grape Crystal Light. But if you Grape Crystal Light executives are out there watching and you would like a sponsorship deal, I'm open to conversations. Okay, I probably should not save this as my pentomino reference since it wasn't even correct. But we will make do. All right, so to wrap up for today, I want to do this puzzle by Scott Strosahl. By the way, I mentioned earlier, but I should re-mention because it was about 8 hours ago now. Ranksk is getting very close to 1,000 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed to Ranksk yet, please go subscribe to Ranksk. He has an amazing stream. He does lots of puzzles. Certainly his stream was the inspiration for how I sort of run my stream, so I really recommend that. In addition to Ranksk's stream, you should also check out Scott's posts puzzle videos of him doing sudokus most days. But in addition to posting those videos, Scott has also started streaming some games and some other various things, so I really recommend you also go follow Scott Strosahl. Anyway, I will be posting very shortly my gift to Ranksk in celebration of his getting to 1,000 subs, so you can look forward to that if you want to see a chaos construction by me. All right. So, what are the rules of this puzzle? They are normal Sudoku rules, normal killer rules, normal little killer rules, and XV rules. And the X's and V's, all X's and V's are given. So these two cells sum to 15. Sorry, these two cells sum to 5. Oh boy. And these two cells sum to 10. That kind of thing. And all cages and little killer clues, they all sum to 15. So the little killer clue is telling you these 3 digits sum to 15. And just like in the previous puzzle, you cannot repeat digits within cages. Yeah, I really love Insight, the game that Scott was streaming. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, same thing we do every night, Pinky, is turn all of the X's blue. Because I haven't done enough coloring yet today, so I'm going to assume I want to do more coloring. So what I'm indicating by coloring these X's blue is that all of these X's contain the digits 1, 2, 3, or 4. And that's because if you're going to add 2 digits together to get 5, they can't be bigger than 4. And so you should think of blue as low. And so the sort of way you should think of it in your head is that blue means cold. So like low temperatures. So like as the mercury falls down the thermometer, it turns blue or something. I don't know exactly. But anyway. V's. Did I say X's? It's late. Okay. Now, I should also try to color what kinds of V's these V's are. So I'm going to make these the yellow flavor of V. And so the other flavor of V is the grape flavor of V, sponsored by Grape Crystal Light. Not yet, but hopefully soon. And so what does that mean? That means I don't know if this is 2-3 or 1-4. But if this is 2-3, well, everything I color purple is going to be 2-3. And if this is 1-4, everything I color purple is going to be 1-4. So now I know this is also yellow. And again, the reasoning for this is just these two digits are in fact the same digit. And so they're definitely the same flavor. And I knew that because these were in the same row, they couldn't be the same flavor. And so these are the grape-flavored ones. And so now I can go down here and I can say, okay, well, this is a pair that sees both of this flavor see the grape flavor. So this has got to be the lemon flavor, I suppose. So this is a lemon flavor. All right, and so we're off to a good start on our coloring. Now, I'm also going to note that every cell that's across an X from a low cell has to be high. And so I'm going to write orange for my 6, 7, 8, 9 flavor of these things. Okay, now, this cell is actually also going to have to be high. Because if you think about it, the absolute maximum these two things could sum to is 7. So this is an 8 or a 9, in fact. Because remember, all cages sum to 15. So that's an 8 or a 9. Let's see. These 3 digits sum to 10. Okay, these 2 digits sum to 15 by themselves. And so actually, as is being pointed out by Ben in chat, all the domino cages, those are all types of orange. Let's see. Did I get only domino cages? And then did I get all the domino cages? I did not get all the domino cages. Okay. And so now these are all high. And so everything across from a high digit across an X is low. So these digits are all blue that I have now highlighted. Okay. Now all X's and V's are given. So this blue that's next to this blue, okay. I could have done that in a different way. I could have said this column has all but one purple V. Welcome back, David. And Verg says I've missed some cages, like that one and that one. Boy, I did not do great at my attempt. That was like 2 passes worth, too, to get all of those. Okay. So that'll work. Okay, so yeah, so all of these are either 6, 7, or 8, 9. And so we're going to have to decide how we're going to color these. Because just like the 5 cages have flavors, the oranges also have flavors. Now, I think what I want to do is I want to color I want to color the oranges by what blue digit they go with to make 10. So if yellow is 2, 3, then I'm going to make oranges be 7 or 8. And now note, if orange is 2, 3, yellow will be 7, 8, because it's what makes 10. And then those two, the 7 and 8, they make 15. If you want to do a little algebra exercise, you can prove to yourself it has to work that way. But that means that these are purple over here. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. I probably can do more than that if I squint better. Let's see. I believe in me? Question mark. Can row 3, column 3 be anything other than 9? Can't it be 8 if these are 3, 4? Box 5 oranges are purple. Box 5 oranges are purple. Beautiful. Because I already have a yellow orange here, so these have to be purple. Now, both purples are getting placed down here. So at least one of those purples gets placed here. So these are both purple, in fact, by some sudoku. Let's see. Riffclan says row 5, column 9 is a 5. Let's see. I don't see it yet. Let's see. The row 3... Oh, no, it already went away. Okay. 3 and 4 are the same color. No, 3 and 4 aren't the same color. 3 and 4 are opposite colors. Oh. Yes, I agree. if you look at this, the total of the cage is 15. The total of these two is 10, so this is a 5. Fives can be gray, so we don't look at them. Okay, so this... Sorry, no, that does not do anything. This is across from a purple, so these are purple. So these are yellow. I realize, by the way, that I'm going to absolutely have to introduce a subcolor on top of the two colors that I already have, because I'm going to have to keep track of which yellow is next to which orange, but we'll get there in time. Let's see. Well, you know, 5s aren't really the exciting digit in a Sudoku puzzle. Like, no one does Sudoku hoping that there'll be a bunch of 5s in the grid. People are hoping for the good digits, and then, you know, sometimes the 5s just sort of show up. Let's see. I guess I know one of these. Okay. Because this digit can't repeat within the cage, it has to go there, which is quite a spot. But look at this. So yellows, this yellow is over there, so it's got to go in this row, but it can't repeat within its cage, so that's yellow, which means that's yellow as well. So this is yellow. Okay. I don't know why I've not written 1, 2, 3, 4 in these. It seems to be the theme of this puzzle that I should do so. This one's purple, by the way, for all kinds of reasons. You know, there's a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad in column 3. I agree. Okay, I see the point. The point is, these are already purple, so this has to be yellow. Okay, good catch. And so this has to be not the 8, 9. This has to be the 6 or 7. And so this is the 8 or 9 out of the pair. And so now this is purple, and has been for who knows how long. Because as soon as that was yellow, these had to be purple, and I just didn't mark it. But let's see. Now, I do know the yellow 8, 9 is down here somewhere, but I don't yet know. Oh, in fact, I know exactly where the yellow 8, 9 is, because the purple oranges line up and have to put a purple orange somewhere here. So these are purple, and this is the yellow 8, 9. Because the yellow 8, 9 then has to go down here. Where does 5 go in row 6, asks Tristan. It has to go here. Oh, sorry, that wasn't supposed to be black. It was supposed to be gray. Oh, somehow I blackened this one as well. I wasn't intending to be that dramatic. Hey, Panthera, welcome. Okay. So these sum to 30. And so these 3 digits sum to 15, but these 3 digits also sum to 15. So therefore, these two are the same digit. So this is a blue-purple. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are the same digit. Do I want to mark that? I think I don't want to try and mark that yet, but I may end up having to mark that. Let's see. Okay, so the 5 in this box is in one of these two cells. So the 5 up here is in one of these places. Let's see. And I do need to pay attention to the negative constraint as well. Probably there's a lot more things I should be paying attention to. But this is a puzzle where there's so much going on that I feel like there's been no shortage of things for me to look at any point. Let's see. This cell has to be high because it sees all the lows. So it's high and it's yellow. And that's all the highs for the box. And so this cell sees both all the highs and all the lows. So it sees all the lows in the column, and it sees all the highs in the box. So this cell is a 5. So now, again, there's all the highs in the box, so these two are low. I don't know which kind of low yet, though, I don't think. Let's see. We've got all the lows in this box already. Let's see. Okay, we have all the highs in this box and the 5, so these are all low. Whatever flavor they happen to be. Let's see. Okay, we've got all the highs in this column except for one, but that high has to go on this X because every X needs a high, which means the rest of this column is low. Of whatever flavor they happen to feel like at the moment. I don't know which flavor yet. Let's see. Yeah, this could be high, high. Could it be high, high? Let's see. If it were high, high, it would have to be at least 6, 7. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Box 3, orange. Is yellow via row 2. Yes. Beautiful. There are two, beautiful point, Ben. There are 2 purple oranges in row 2 already, so these are yellow, which then via our trick means these are yellow, which means this is yellow, giving me both of the yellow blues over here, which means this is purple. How do I know this is purple? Because of the negative constraint is what tells me that this is purple. Because there is a blue-yellow digit that pairs together with this to make 15, or sorry, to make 10, but it's not that one. So this can't be yellow, so this has to be purple. By the way, this is not the 8, 9, this is the 6, 7. Oops, I did not do that right. Let's try again. This is not the 8, 9s. This is the 6, 7. This isn't the 6, 7. So this is the 8, 9, while we're continuing to chase that around the grid. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Rifcon says the max value for row 5, column 4, is 7. Because these two are at least 4. No, they're at least 3. Yeah, so this can be at most 7. Okay, I agree. So the fact that these two add up to at least 3 plus 8, and this whole thing adds up to 17 means that this is the low yellow high. This is the low yellow high. This is the high yellow high. So this is the low yellow high. So this is the high yellow high for 2 reasons, I suppose. The high yellow high goes with the low yellow low. So this is the high yellow low. Oops. So this is the low yellow low again. Let's see. I could do the same thing over here. This is the low yellow low. Sorry, this is the high yellow low. This is the low yellow low. Let's see. I am told row 5 is blueless. I agree that row 5 is missing a low. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I yet understand exactly what the coloring is happening over here, but that's okay. Yeah, there's a high and a low over here. That's okay. Let's see. Yeah, this row is missing a 5 and a high. And the high is yellow. But unfortunately, any of these things could be a high yellow. Let's see. Is there a place that I can rule out? Yeah. So yellow 6, 7 is placed onto this X. So this X is actually a yellow X. And it is a yellow X with the 6, 7 kind of yellow and the 3, 4 kind of yellow. Just by sudoku with the yellow 6, 7. Okay. This stitch is just a write-in and has been since the very beginning of the puzzle. Because those sum to 25, 35, so this is a 10. Wait, what did I do wrong? Why does that not work? Okay, what do I not understand? This sums to 25. These two sum to 10, which should make this 35. Why is that not a 10? What am I doing wrong? Oh, 2 cages sum to 30. Got it. 40. Okay, so that's a 5. And has been since the very beginning of the puzzle, except that I couldn't add. But anyway, I've now added. You'll be happy to know. So the last blue, by the way, in this row is on this X. So this is high and is yellow. Was not my best moment. I'm going to level with you. Let's see. So this X, in fact, has to be purple. Just because both yellow lows are gone. So these are purple. Let's see. Row 1, column 2 is yellow because of the negative constraint. Thank you, Sam. That's a good point. If this were purple, then these two would add to 5, and there would be a V between them, and there is not. So therefore, this is yellow. Good catch. So now I have all the yellow lows for the column. In fact, I know it's a 3-4 flavor of yellow. Sorry, it's a 1-2 flavor of yellow because the 3-4 flavor is down here. And therefore, this is purple because I've got all my low yellows for the column. And therefore, these are yellow, and this is purple. Let's see. Okay, which means this is a yellow-purple pair. Wait, I broke it. Didn't I? No. That's fine. This is a yellow-purple pair. Yellow-purple pair can be fine. Okay. Okay. Box 1, follow the blue yellows. The things we end up saying. Yeah, so this is not a 1-2, it's a 3-4. So this is not a 3-4, it's a 1-2. So this is not a 1-2, it's a 3-4. Let's see. So the blue yellows are going to end up over here. But they can't go here because the blue yellows are gone in this column. So these are the blue yellows. Good spot, Ambrose. That was tricksy but beautiful. So those are my low things. Okay, so this is high because it sees a 5 and it's a high purple. Which is interesting because it means it sums to 10. Okay, so it does not sum to 10 with this purple. So these two sum to 10, so this is a 5. Did I do the math on the cage right, finally? Do you agree? So just to repeat, this purple sums to 10 with one of the low purples. But it's not that one because there would be an X. So it's that one. And so that needs to be a 5 to finish off the box. Oh, that was Ben, not Ambrose. Sorry to Ben and Ambrose. I suppose more sorry to Ben than to Ambrose for these things. Let's see. So there's all my high oranges. So yeah, I need some high yellows. So that's not a 5 anymore, by the way. Let's see. All my blues are gone in this row, but I don't know where the 5 is. I know this isn't a 5, but I don't think I know whether it is high or low yet. Okay, let's see. Riff Clown says the max value for row 6, column 4 is 3. Let's see. If this were a 4, we would go... if this were a 4, this couldn't be a 6 because there's no X. So if this were a 4, this would have to be a 7, which would be 11, which would be way too big. Wait, way too big. Can this even be as high as a 3? If this is a 3, 6, 1... that would be 10. Is that okay? Is 3, 6, 1 acceptable? Yeah, 3, 6, 1 is an acceptable combination. Okay, yeah, so this could be a 3. Okay, so this not being able to be a 3, per Riff Clown's comment, means this cannot be... Sorry, this not being able to be a 4 means that can't be a 6, which means that can't be a 9. This can't be a 4 either. Row 6 in box 6, suggests Nicholas. Let's see. Okay, so we've got... this is not a 1-2 anymore, because that 1-2. So this is not a 3-4 anymore. What is over here? This is across an X from a purple, so it's purple, regardless of what color it is. Sorry, regardless of what high-low-ity it is, it's purple, because it's across an X from a purple. But I'm still missing a purple in the row, so this is also purple, again, regardless of what high-low-ity it is. So one of these is a high purple, and one of these is a low purple, and these add to 10. So this digit and that digit are the same digit, for whatever it's worth. It's probably discoverable what is going on. Okay, so these are both purple. See, I've got 3 purple. Yeah, so I still don't know what's going on quite there. Yeah, I don't know that I want to mark that these two are the same digit, even though they're the same digit. But I worry about introducing... Because I already know I'm going to have another layer of coloring on top of this. I don't want to introduce another layer of coloring, I don't think. Row 6, column 7 cannot be low purple. Why can't it be low purple? In column 7, you need another purple and yellow, meaning that row 4, column 9 must be purple in box 6. Okay. I need to put... I need to put 4 total purples in this box. However, if I look at this column, I've got 2 purples up here already. 3 if I count that one. And I've got 3 yellows. So these are a yellow and a purple. So this finishes yellow, because one of these is yellow. I don't know which one. So therefore that's purple. That is the claim, and I believe it. Now these two are in a cage together. I had not appreciated that. So this is not a 1-2, it's a 3-4. And these two sum to 5. And so because those two sum to 5, this has to be purple. And these two need to sum to 10. Now, all the purples, all the low purples are gone. So this is a high purple. Oops. That was colorful for a second. This is a high purple. So it acquires orangeness. And so that makes this a low purple by the fact that these two add together to be 10. So that's all the low purples for the row. And so that's a low yellow instead. And we know it's a 3-4 instead of a 1-2 for a multitude of reasons. This is very polytechnic. Only one more purple in column 8. Yeah, column 8 is done except for the fact that it needs another purple. Good point, Sam. Okay, so there's going to be another purple. Now, 2 of the purples in this box already sum to 10, so the other 2 purples also sum to 10, and so I can't put the other purple here. The other purple in this box has to go here. And so this is yellow. And it's low. It's the 1-2 yellow. Let's see. Row 4, final cell. Yeah, there's probably can figure out what this is. There's 4 lows. So this is missing a purple high. So that makes this a purple low, because now I have all the purple highs in the column. And now these two add to 10, so this must be purple high. This is across an X, so that's purple low. This is across an X, so that's purple high. And I can go ahead and write in the candidates for those. Like that. Okay. Since row 7, column 5 is blue, row 7, column 2 has to be orange. Right. Perfect. Okay. Yes. Both low blues are gone. So this is the high orange. And this is the low orange. So that's orange. That's blue. This is the 8-9. Okay. Well, this seems to be progressing well. Okay, this digit can only be high, and that's been true for a while. So this is orange, and it's definitely orange-yellow because the orange-purple's already gone for the box. So 6, 7, 8, 9, and so then this row only has one thing left, and the thing it has left is a low purple. So this is a low purple. So the remaining thing in this column is the yellow 6, 7, which I don't quite know enough sudokologically yet to place, but I'm almost there. Let's see. This is purple because I have both the yellows in both the low yellows in the column. So now I've got both the low purples in the row. So this is yellow, which means it's 3, 4, which means this is 1, 2. Okay. I can go ahead and say I know this cell's definitely low, right? Because with 8 or 9, so the minimum this is 11. So the maximum this is 4. So this is definitely blue, and it's definitely purple. Just because of the fact that this cage needs to add to 15. That's a blue-purple, but that doesn't quite resolve the row yet. Let's see. It's the other low purple that is missing from this box. Let's see. If row 1, column 5 was 5, 7, wouldn't it need an X? Yeah, this can't be... Good point. This can't be the 6, 7. This is Chester's point, by the way. Because if this were the yellow 6, 7, it would be next to the yellow 3, 4, and they would make 10, and there would be an X. So, oops. Sorry. So this is not the 6, 7. It's the yellow 8, 9. Oops. What did I do? Somehow I, like, really destroyed the world there. Okay. This is the yellow 8, 9. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know which one yet. That being a yellow 8, 9. Okay, this is, I think, going to let us chase over to where, perhaps where the 5 is over here. So that's the yellow 8, 9. Maybe not. Maybe we won't, but it's good anyway. So those are all the Hawillas there. I need a yellow 6, 7. I need a yellow 6, 7 in this column. And the yellow 6, 7 can't go here. So this is the yellow 6, 7. Now this row is done except for a 5. So the 5 has to go there. So now this is yellow and high. And it's the yellow 6, 7. This is a 5. So now this is a 5. So now this is a 5. Oops. No, you don't get to be purple. You're a 5. You get to be gray. So now this is a yellow. And it's a low yellow. It's, in fact, the low yellow 1, 2. Now we've got... Yeah, we need a yellow 6, 7 in this box. It can only go here. So now we've got all the yellows. So this is a blue-purple. Now I've got all the low blue... Sorry, I've got all the low purples for this row. So this is a high purple. And so that's the low purple for the box, because the box needed 1. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there we go. Now we've got the puzzle done. Almost, basically. More or less. Kind of. Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. Okay. So now I should maybe think about what's going on up here. This can't possibly be a 4. Because the minimum these digits add up to is 9. The minimum these digits add up to is 1 plus 6 is 7 plus 5 is 12. So yeah, this can't be a 4. That's a little unfortunate. I don't really want to be eliminating 4s. I want to be eliminating 3s and 4s from things simultaneously. Let's see. Oh, there's a little killer clue. Who knew? Okay. Good point. Okay. This little killer clue, Tony points out. Thank you, Tony. These two high digits add together to be less than 15 by a lot. So, yeah. So this 6, 7. There we go. That's perfect. So this needs to be 6, 7. Because if it's not 6, 7, then the next lowest thing it could be... Oh, I guess it could be 6, 8 or 6, 7. That doesn't matter. But the point is this has to be a 1 or a 2. Because the minimum this can sum to is 13. So this is the purple 1, 2 up here. And I'm now really hurt that I know that this is not a 4, because I really want to go ahead and relabel this as purple 3, 4, and then go through and do my little sudoku on these. So that's a 3, 4, so that's a 1, 2. This being a 3, 4 means that's a 1, 2. This being a 1, 2 means that's a 3, 4. This being a 3, 4 means that's a 1, 2. This being a 3, 4 means this is not a 3. Uh-oh, I did it wrong. What did I do? I was having so much fun, too. Column 9 error. Okay, so this is a 1, 2. So this is a 3, 4. So this is a 1, 2. So this is a 3, 4. So this is a 1, 2. So this is a 3, 4. Oh, row 1, column 1? No, I think I'm good. This is a 1, 2. So this is a 3, 4. So this is a 1, 2. So this is a 3, 4. So this is a 1, 2. So this is a 3, 4. So this is a 3, 4. This is a 1, 2. I did that wrong. This is a 1, 2. So this is a 3, 4. Yeah, it's no fun if you don't get to label everything before you collapse it. So like it was a little disappointing to just suddenly miraculously be given this. So we're just going to forget that we did a little math over here, and we're going to finish coloring everything, and then once everything is colored, then we'll note that we know what digit it is, and then we'll be good. Okay, now I should also be noting that across from the purple 1, 2 is the purple 8, 9. Essentially, we're just pretending that we're doing a 2 to 10th puzzle where you'd have to do all of this, and then only after every single thing was labeled would you know what was going on. So this is not the 8, 9, it's the 6, 7. This is the 8, 9. Hey, it's been a long day of puzzles, so I'm going to take my enjoyment out of coloring this where I can. So let's see. So that's a 6, 7. So that's not a 6, 7. That's an 8, 9. So that's a 6, 7. That's a 6, 7. So that's an 8, 9. Apologies if Scott is offended by me doing his puzzle in this fashion, but I am having fun. Also, he once called me a farmer, so I will survive. That was not right. Let's try again. This is not an 8 or a 9. It's a 6 or a 7. So this is not a 6 or a 7. It's an 8 or a 9. So that 8 or 9 sees over here and sees that this is a 6, 7. That's an 8, 9. And then we're almost done. Okay, so this 8, 9 sees over here and sees that this is a 6, 7. This is an 8, 9. Did we do it? Oh, not quite. There we go. So this is a 6, 7. And now I think we can call the puzzle good. And so now we can say row 6, column 7. No, I made a mistake. Row 6, column 7. Row 6, column 7. How about that? Sorry. I didn't do it right. There we go. Now everything is good. Okay. And so now we can note, look, wouldn't you know it? That's a 6, 7 pair. And so this has to be a 2. And so we can resolve the puzzle. And so now we can have our big release to end the stream with. So those are all 2s. Those are all 1s. Something, something, are we not doing phrasing anymore? Let's see. So those are all ones. So these are fours. Fours. Dedicated to J40, who I think made the big realization in the previous puzzle. Let's see. So these are threes. Yes, this was an absolutely lovely puzzle. This is exactly what I was hoping to find when I dug through the bucket for something to wrap stream up that would not take me forever, but was still a very good puzzle. Okay. Oh yes, that's right. This is an extended digit dance / stream outro as we go ahead and finish up all of these. So yellow now needs to be yellow 6 7 is 6. We need like a theme song for the resolution phase of one of these styles of puzzles. These are sixes. So these are nines. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so these are eights. Yeah, this is a sweet puzzle. So these went with sevens. Sorry, I missed an 8. These went with sevens. Yeah. Purple 6 sevens are sevens. Oh, I missed that one. Oops. And then I put the wrong digit in it. Wait, no. No, that was an 8. Purple 6 sevens are sevens. Purple 6 sevens are sevens. Oh, I see. I did miss a 9. Purple 6 sevens are sevens. That's a 9. And then we're done. Woohoo! We took the scenic route to the conclusion there. But we got there. Whew. What a stream. That was fun. I enjoyed all of the chaos constructions, even the one that rivaled the hardest puzzle. Well, I think it was definitely the hardest puzzle I've ever done on stream. But I really enjoyed it. The Flying Dutchman puzzle. Dying Flutchman? Dying Flutchman puzzle. I'll get to the fact that it's Dying Flutchman eventually. Although I suspect that they changed the order now and then, but I could be wrong. Anyway, it has been wonderful to hang out with all of you. I appreciate you all coming around. I'm going to go have some taco pizza and enjoy myself. And let my brain unwind a bit. But I will see you all soon. The next stream is Saturday. So I encourage you all to come back. Thank you all again, once again, for coming here. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you again to the windmills who have chosen to support the stream by joining on Patreon. If you would like to become a windmill yourself, patreon.com/zetamath. In time, someone will explain to me why you're all called windmills. But until then, have a wonderful day.